Chapter 601, Heavenly Way Pain. Under the dark sky, it was drizzling. In the thunder and lightning, a figure floated above the dark village. The man's black-bottomed red cloud robe was swayed by the wind. The strong sense of presence brought a strong feeling, making people feel as if this person was right in front of them, and every move was eye-catching and determined people's life and death. Shisui had a strong vision and could see the face of the black shadow in the sky clearly at once. It was a man with short orange hair, a face with steel nails, a firm and cold expression, and a pair of pupils that expanded from the inside to the outside like ripples, which was very strange. Casco.net. Is this the Samsara Eye? Sharingan. Tendo Pain looked down from a high place and saw Shisui and the other two in the sky at a glance. His powerful pupil power followed his sight as if it was going to shine into the hearts of several people like the sun. Unstoppable and unstoppable. It brought heavy pressure to the three people in the alley of the rain village. Discovered. Uchiha Shisui looked solemn. He underestimated the Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu said that the Samsara Eye was a form above the main Jikaya. Sharingan. Now it seems that it is not a fake. If this is true, then Uzumaki Nagato must have two special pupil techniques of the main Jikaya Sharingan stage plus the power of the Samsara Eye. Shisui began to admit in his heart that the Samsara Eye was a power that surpassed all ninjas. This made Shisui proud and eager to challenge the Samsara Eye. Uzumaki Nagato was very strong. It didn't matter. As long as it was a person, there was nothing that the other gods couldn't control. Shisui regained his confidence. We were discovered just after sneaking in. The whole village is so wide and we can be seen at once. Isn't the vision of the Samsara Eye too powerful? Kakashi took out the kunao, thought about it, put it back, and took out the white fang knife. The Sharingan and the Samsara Eye are much better than ordinary people's eyes. No matter which kind of eyes, compared with the vision of ordinary people, it seems that one is in the sky and the other is in the ground. Seeing with eyes is different from finding people with perception. Perception is an extension of intuition. You don't need to think too much to detect the existence of the enemy. If you see with your eyes, the information received by the eyes will be analyzed in the mind, and then the judgment will be made in the next stage. This takes a certain amount of time. Just like the Byakugan, if there is no chakra energy to distinguish the people seen in the Byakugan's special vision, you still have to concentrate on finding the enemy. Sometimes seeing and noticing are two different things. Disband on the spot. The youngest boy judged the situation, jumped back lightly, and his figure fell into the darkness. He ran very quickly. Shisui glanced at the retreating attackee and said, "The target has appeared. I'll give it a try. Then I'll go investigate the blue-haired woman and Pain himself." Kakashi pulled off the black mask on his face. The two people separated immediately and started to act separately. Why did the Uchiha clan ninja appear here? Tendo Pain looked at the three people who dispersed without emotion. As far as he knew, the Uchiha clan had not left the land of fire for a long time. Seeing the Uchiha clan in his own village surprised Nagato Uzumaki, and there was a layer of haze in his heart, because the mysterious man who brought him pressure was also a member of the Uchiha clan. So at this moment the Uchiha clan ninja came to the rain village, and there must be some purpose. Are they here to clean up the door? This thought came to Nagato Uzumaki's mind. He was afraid of the mysterious man. If so, he could use these Uchiha clan ninjas, but he hadn't seen the mysterious man for a few days. But it's okay. Catch a person, extract the other party's soul and look at the memory to know what their goal is. Are you coming for me? Tendo Pain saw Uchiha Shisui running on the ground, running towards him. Tendo Pain glanced at him briefly, and when the other party looked up, he looked away. Tisk. Shisui gritted his teeth and continued to approach Pain. The premise of using Kota Amatsukami is to look into the other party's eyes. Only in this way can the pupil technique be successfully performed. When they met for the first time, he was amazed at the Samsara Eye in his heart, but he did not seize the opportunity. At this time, Tendo Pain avoided his sight, making it impossible for Kota Amatsukami to perform. Shisui felt that he had to find a better time. There is no time to pay attention to these Uchiha clan ninjas. Now we must find the person who is doing evil in the village. Tendo Pain's eyes swept around the village. I see. Pain saw the figure of a purple boy jumping actively on the high-rise building in the village. This boy with short red hair and black eye masks on his eyes was extremely fast, just like light, only slightly showing his appearance where he stayed, and then he would turn into a purple line and go to other places. The speed is almost the same as teleportation. With the power of the eyes of the Samsara Eye, you can see the multiple phantoms that appear when the body stops, but if you want to capture it accurately, you need a certain technical prediction. Every time this person appears, he will kill a ninja. There are few potential ninjas in the rain village. If they continue to kill like this, the strength of the rain village will shrink rapidly. Uzumaki Nagato inherited his friend's last wish and brought dawn to the world. As the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization and the talent supply base of the Akatsuki organization, it is impossible for the rain village to let the enemy do whatever they want in the village. Although the growth ability of the ninjas in the rain village is not as good as expected, this village has the memories shared by him and his companion. This alone cannot be destroyed. After being thrown into the sky by the hell path, Heavenly Path Pain successfully found the people who invaded the ninja village. His figure began to fall. During this process, Heavenly Path Pain opened his hands and two black chakra sticks were ejected from his sleeves on both sides. Heavenly Path Pain held the black stick, stared at the place where the purple phantom paused, and swung it violently. The two chakra sticks in his hand cut through the air and flew towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu saw this situation sideways, and he immediately stopped reading and writing, and his figure quickly flashed to another tall building. At the original place, the two black sticks pierced the ground one after another and sank into the concrete road. What is your relationship with Golden Flash? flash? Tendo Pain asked coldly. Golden flash. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Uzumaki Nagato to link him with the 4th generation. We have nothing to do with each other. Bai Yu smiled. Maybe he could die after this matter was done. Bai Yu's personality returned to what it was before he got sick. He became cheerful and lively. It was like turning depression into motivation. Don't want to tell? Then let's find out the truth from your body. After saying this, Tiandao Pain appeared in front of Bai Yu in an instant. Bai Yu immediately read to the next ninja, and the two figures appeared in different places one after the other. Bai Yu gently twisted the man's neck. Tendo Pain looked at all this expressionlessly. You can try to chase me. If you can catch up, you are awesome. Bai Yu took a step back and entered the shadow under the eave. The body of the ninja in front of him fell to the ground and slowly stood up in front of Tiandao Pain. The next moment, this man and the house behind him were thrown out by a powerful force. Tendo Pain had a blank expression on his face, holding a black stick and chased Bai Yu. Chapter 602. I roughly know what it is. Haha, you are really decisive. Bai Yu burst into laughter and saw Tiandao Pain rushing in. What are you going to do now? Kill me? Can you do it? Come and try. Bai Yu opened his hands and said happily, if the main body is not here, he will. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where are you and I after thousands of years? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's view, it is normal for the enemies of the Tao to live and die. There is no grudge, just the size of the fist. He turned his head and looked at the chaos. At this moment, chaos killed many 9th order clones and many 8th order masters. He became more and more powerful as he fought. It seemed that he had the upper hand. It can be seen how powerful this 9th order master was with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th order. How can they be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible and extremely powerful, killing 9th order clones one by one. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos doesn't feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like being immortal. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ads, and give priority to the latest chapter. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't keep fighting like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with your 9th level power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or even longer? Time blocked the world, and those 9th level clones were broken one by one. It looked really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair was all white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, could not resist. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the power of the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novels. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in succession. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had tempted him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he did not dare to take on the time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply did not want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it either, and today's chaos controlled time. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment in his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, in addition to Long Zhan killing a few, he has killed as many as 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone again, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful people who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now they were killed one by him. With so many people besieging, they could even kill the real 9th level, but now there are fewer and fewer, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He will not use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. At this moment, Chaos seemed to understand why Li Hao was undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all of them of the same level were killed by him instantly. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Every strong man was covered in blood, and at this moment their faces were solemn. The content of the web version is slow. Please download and read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When he descended, there were more than 29th level clones, but now, only half of them were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not so powerful and was besieging chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps chaos had already broken through. The substitute messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Quick. Chapter 602. I roughly know what it is. However, each of the 9th level masters seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Some people turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. This chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, and just glanced at Li Hao without speaking. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and time that was not their own would actually cause some troubles and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them are used for assistance. In the early stage, Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download the AIU app to watch the latest content for free. Even if he knows he has not condensed the heart of life and death, such chaos, let alone whether it can reverse life and death, even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao with a somewhat changing look in his eyes. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment, chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where are you and I thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the human world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn, you and I are also fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Download the app for free to read the latest content. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn. You and I are also fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Chapter 603. 6 paths _ the substitute messenger in Konoha _ a bird passes _ if Obito is a little braver, you will have a lot of things to do now. After all, he can't keep blocking the door. Obito has time to waste, but he doesn't. He is busy. You returned to the Rain Village and continued to assassinate people with chakra energy in the Rain Village. Unity is strength and he need. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where are you and I thousands of years later? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's view, it is normal for enemies to live and die in the struggle of the Tao. There is no grudge. Just look at the size of the fist. He turned his head and looked at the chaos. At this moment, the chaos killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. The more they fought, the more fierce they became. It seems that they have the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original has come, plus the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really too harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were already 9th order. How can they still be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible and extremely powerful, killing one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos does not feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website no longer updates the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ad, and get priority to read the latest chapters. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't keep fighting like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with your 9th level power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or even longer? Time blocked the world, and those 9th level clones were defeated one by one, which looked really fierce. Fierce and boundless. But didn't you notice that your hair has turned white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in succession. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires he realized that time had tempted him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he didn't dare to take on time because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply didn't want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it. And today's chaotic control of time, the chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment of his life. More than 29th order clones, dozens of 8th order emperors. At this moment, in addition to the few killed by Long Zhan, he has killed 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th order in the past. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th order emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful people who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now they were killed one by him. So many people besieged him, and even the real 9th order could be killed, but now there are fewer and fewer, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He will not use too much. Only 2 methods which are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter allows him to increase his speed to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. At this moment, Chaos seemed to understand why Li Hao was undefeated in all battles too. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all of the same level were killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Each strong man was covered in blood, and at this moment their faces were solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When it came, there were more than 29th level clones, but now, only half of them were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by Chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not strong and was besieging Chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps Chaos would have broken through. Chapter 603 Sixth Path. However, each of the 9th level masters seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from Chaos. Everyone's face moved lightly. Some people turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. This Chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Some people looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, but just glanced at Li Hao and did not speak. Time can kill people. Time monks travel through the past and the future, solidify time, and space, and time that is not their own. Every time, they will actually cause some trouble and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them were used for assistance. In the early period, Li Hao went through many cycles of life and death, but Chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download the AIU app to see the latest content for free. Even if he can, he has not condensed the heart of life and death. Such Chaos, not to mention whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through the cycle of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao with a change of eyes. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment, Chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where are you and I after thousands of years? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in deep space. Starry sky for a moment, human world for 1,000 years. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of deep space? Download the app for free to see the latest content. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is just a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in deep space. Starry sky for a moment, human world for 1,000 years. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of deep space? The substitute messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 604 Execution of Tendo Pain. The silver-haired, masked man hid in the alley. A few rain ninjas hurriedly chased him in. Just as they ran in, a bang suddenly came from the alley. Someone triggered the trap of the detonating talisman, and an explosion suddenly occurred in the alley. In rainy weather, flames burned out from the alley, carrying a large. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment, and the human world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn. You and I are also fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's opinion, it is normal for enemies to live and die in the Dao dispute. There is no grudge. It only depends on the size of the fist. He turned his head to look at Chaos. Chaos at this moment killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. He became more and more fierce as he fought. It seems that he has the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original body is with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was for reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos. You are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th level. How can they be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible, extremely powerful, beheading one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos does not feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos. Can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ads, and read the latest chapters first. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't fight like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with the power of the 9th order? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or longer? Time blocked the heaven and earth, and those 9th level clones were defeated one by one. It looked really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair was all white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novel. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in succession. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had tempted him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he didn't dare to take on time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply didn't want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it, and then there was chaos controlling time today. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment of his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, except for a few killed by Long Zhan, he has killed 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful men who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now he killed them one by one. So many people besieged him, and even the real 9th level could be killed, but now there are fewer and fewer, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He won't use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. At this moment, Chaos seemed to understand why Li Hao was undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all of the same level will be killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Every strong man was covered in blood, and at this moment they all had a solemn face. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfeng was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had a flesh and blood body. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When he descended, there were more than 29th level clones, but at this moment only half were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by Chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not strong and was besieging Chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps he had been killed by Chaos. Chaos breaks out. Chapter 604 Execution of Tendu Pain. However, each of the 9th level strongmen seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from Chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Someone turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. This Chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did he feel like he was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfeng. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfeng seemed to have expected it. He just glanced at Li Hao and did not speak. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and did not use their own time. Every time, they would actually cause some troubles and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them were used for assistance. In the early period, Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but Chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download the AIU app to see the latest content for free. Even if he knew, he did not condense the heart of life and death. Such Chaos, not to mention whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through the reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfeng looked at Li Hao with a change of eyes. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment, Chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are still struggling to cross what is at the end of the deep space. Download the app for free to see the latest content in the vast universe. The birth and death of a galaxy is just a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, sky. There is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are still struggling to cross what is at the end of the deep space. Chapter 605 Black Zetsu's death. Uchiha Shisui successfully used the Mangekyou Sharingan pupil technique on Tenda Pain. Kota Amatsukami entered Tenda Pain's eyes and modified Tenda Pain's thoughts and will, causing all the pains, the human path and the hell path, to raise their right hands and dig at their own eyes like Tenda. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is already determined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Homeland, the fire of civilization and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the human world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's opinion, it is normal for enemies to live and die in the Dao dispute. There is no grudge. It only depends on the size of the fist. He turned his head to look at Chaos. Chaos at this moment killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. He became more and more fierce as he fought. It seems that he has the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original body is with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th level. How can they be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible, extremely powerful, beheading one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, Chaos does not feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ad, and read the latest chapters first. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If not, how long can you keep fighting like this? How long can you live with your 9th order power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or even longer? Time blocked the heaven and earth, and those 9th order clones were defeated one by one. It looks really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair has turned white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in a row. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had lured him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he didn't dare to take on time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply didn't want it. I know I can't resist, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it either. And then there was chaos controlling time today. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment in his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, except for Long Zhan who killed a few, he has killed 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a laugh and a loud bang, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful men who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now he killed them one by one. So many people besieged him, and even the real 9th level could be killed, but now there are fewer and fewer, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He would not use too many methods. Only 2 methods would be enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme, killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. At this moment, Chaos seemed to understand why Li Hao was undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all the same level will be killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Every strong man was covered in blood, and at this moment they all looked solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfeng was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When he descended, there were more than 29th level clones, but now only half were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by Chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not so strong and was leading the 9 guards to surround and kill Chaos, perhaps Chaos would have broken through. Chapter 605 The Death of Black Zetsu. However, each of the 9th level strongmen seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from Chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Someone turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly suddenly emerged in his mind. This chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did he feel like he was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it. He just glanced at Li Hao and did not speak. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and did not use their own time. Every time they would actually cause some troubles and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them were used for assistance. In the early period Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download the AIU app to see the latest content for free. Even if he knew, he did not condense the heart of life and death. Such chaos, not to mention whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through the reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao. His eyes changed a little. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is predetermined. Where will you and I be thousands of years from now? Home country, the light of civilization, the earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only in autumn, and you and I are just fighting to cross what is at the end of deep space. Download the app for free to see the latest content in the vast universe. The birth and death of a galaxy is only a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is predetermined. Where will you and I be thousands of years from now? Home country, the light of civilization, the earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only in autumn, and you and I are just fighting to cross the end of deep space. What is there? Chapter 606. Get the samsara eye at the right time. I finally know why you can live so long. It's him. It was that traitor who let you live. Your evil was used by him. You killed the hope of this world. The cloth wrapped around Black Sabbath cried out in despair. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where are you and I thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The chirping of insect lasts only one autumn. You and I are fighting for survival. What is at the end of deep space? In Li Hao's opinion, it is normal for enemies to live and die. There is no grudge. It only depends on the size of the fist. He turned his head and looked at chaos. Chaos at this moment killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. He became more and more powerful. It seems that he has the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original body is with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th level. How can they be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible, extremely powerful, beheading one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos does not feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website has not updated the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ads, and read the latest chapters first. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't fight like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with the power of the 9th order? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or longer? Time blocked the heaven and earth, and those 9th level clones were defeated one by one. It looked really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair was all white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novel. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in succession. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had tempted him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he didn't dare to take on time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply didn't want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it, and then there was chaos controlling time today. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment of his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, except for a few killed by Long Zhan, he has killed 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. him. In the past, the powerful men who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now he killed them one by one. So many people besieged him, and even the real 9th level could be killed, but now there are fewer and fewer, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He won't use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. The chaos at this moment seems to understand why Li Hao is undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all of the same level will be killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Each strong man was covered in blood, and at this moment they all looked solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had a flesh and blood body. Chaos, relying on the power of time, is constantly killing them. When he descended, there were more than 29th level clones, but now only half of them are left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not so strong and was besieging chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps chaos would have broken through. Chapter 606. Get the Samsara Eye at the right time. However, each 9th level strongman seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Someone turned around and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. This chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, just glanced at Li Hao, and did not speak. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and it was not their own time. Every time, it would actually cause some trouble and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them were used for assistance. In the early stage, Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive the red envelope, please download the AIU app to watch the latest content for free. Even if he could, he did not condense the heart of life and death. Such chaos, not to mention whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through the reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao. His eyes changed a little. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao never mentioned these. At this moment, chaos was surrounded by people and was breaking out. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep sky. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Download the app for free to see the latest content. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep sky. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of deep space? Chapter 607. The controlled Nagato. With Tendo Pain being controlled by Kota Amatsukami, there is only one last key step left to obtain the Samsara Eye. That is to go directly to where Nagato is and take away the Samsara Eye. At this moment, Konan finally rushed back to the tower. She flew down from the sky. The moment she landed, the paper behind her. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where are you and I thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The chirping of insect lasts only one autumn. You and I are fighting for survival. What is at the end of deep space? In Li Hao's opinion, it is normal for enemies to live and die. There is no grudge. It only depends on the size of the fist. He turned his head and looked at chaos. Chaos at this moment killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. He became more and more powerful. It seems that he has the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original body is with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th level. How can they be young? Time has been pushing. It is invincible, extremely powerful, killing one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He pushed time almost to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos doesn't feel much. Only those who have used time know that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download. Read the latest chapter for free without ads. The website no longer updates the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page. Download. Read read all novels without ads and read the latest chapters first. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't keep fighting like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with your 9th level power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or longer? Time blocked the world, and those 9th level clones were broken one by one. It looks really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair has turned white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novels. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in a row. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had already tempted him to the abyss. 1. Even as strong as the human king, he did not dare to take on the time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply did not want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it either, and then there was chaos in control of time today. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment of his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, except for a few killed by Long Zhan, he has killed as many as 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful warriors who were so rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, all represented themselves, but now he killed them one by one. With so many people besieging him, he could even kill the real 9th level warriors, but now there are fewer and fewer of them, and they were slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He will not use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter allows him to increase his speed to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. The chaos at this moment seems to understand why Li Hao is undefeated in 100 battles. 2. With this ability, who can compete? Almost all of the same level will be killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation spreads around. Every strong man is covered in blood, and at this moment they all look solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang is panting violently. Although it is just a clone, it also has flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, is constantly killing them. When he descended, there were more than 29th level clones, but now only half of them are left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not so strong and was besieging chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps chaos would have broken through. Chapter 607. The Controlled Nagato. However, each of the 9th level masters seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay is emerging from chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Some people turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. This chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, just glanced at Li Hao, and did not speak. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and did not use their own time. Every time, they would actually cause some trouble and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them were used for assistance. In the early stage, Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive the red envelope, please download the AIU app to watch the latest content for free. Even if he could, he did not condense the heart of life and death. Such chaos, not to mention whether he could reverse life and death. Even if he could, would he have enough energy to go through the reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao. His eyes changed a little. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao never mentioned these. At this moment, chaos was surrounded by people and was trying to break through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Download the app for free to see the latest content in the vast universe. The birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn. You and I are also fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Chapter 608. Being surrounded and killed by a joint force, successfully escaping the stand messenger in Konoha a bird passing . It was calculated. Kakashi thought about it and walked out from behind the wall. Even if it was calculated, it was necessary to come out to stop Zionin. This matter cannot be done without someone. If no one stops Zionin will get the Samsara Eye and leave the tower flying high. None of them. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, die. There is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment, and the world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but it is only autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's view, it is normal for enemies to live and die in the struggle of Taoism. There is no grudge, just the size of the fist. He turned his head and looked at the chaos. At this moment, the chaos killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. The more they fought, the more fierce they became. It seems that they have the advantage. It can be seen how powerful this 9th level original has come, plus the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really too harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos. You are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were already 9th order. How can they still be young? Time has been urging. It is invincible and extremely powerful, killing one 9th order clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He almost urged time to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great. But in fact, chaos does not feel much. Only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like eternal life. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times, and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos. Can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website no longer updates the latest chapter content, and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ad, and read the latest chapters first. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't keep fighting like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with your 9th level power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or longer? Time blocked the world, and those 9th level clones were broken one by one. It looks really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair has turned white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novels. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in a row. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had already tempted him to the abyss. 1. Even as strong as the human king, he did not dare to take on the time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply did not want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it either. And then there was chaos in control of time today. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment of his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, except for a few killed by Long Zhan, he has killed as many as 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a laugh and a loud noise, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th level emperor clone, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful warriors who were so rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, all represented themselves, but now he killed them one by one. With so many people besieging him, he could even kill the real 9th level warriors, but now there are fewer and fewer of them, and they were all slaughtered by him. Time is too strong. He will not use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme. Killing people, killing strong people. It turns out to be so simple. The chaos at this moment seems to understand why Li Hao is undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability, who can compete at the same level? Almost all of them will be. He killed them instantly. Hey! The sound of exhalation echoed around. Each of the strong men was covered in blood, and at this moment their faces were solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download and read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When it came, there were more than 29th level clones, but now, only half of them were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by Chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not strong and was besieging Chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps Chaos would have broken through. Chapter 608. Being surrounded and killed by a joint force, but successfully escaping. However, each of the 9th level masters seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from Chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Some people turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. This Chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, and just glanced at Li Hao without speaking. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time and space, and time that was not their own would actually cause some troubles and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them are used for assistance. In the early stage, Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but Chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download download the AIU app to watch the latest content for free. Even if he knows he has not condensed the heart of life and death, such chaos, let alone whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tian Fang looked at Li Hao with a somewhat changing look in his eyes. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment, chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is doomed. Where are you and I thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the human world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn, you and I are also fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Download the app for free to read the latest content. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is already determined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? The country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the world is 1,000 years. The chirping of insects is only autumn, and you and I are fighting for it. What is at the end of the deep space? Chapter 609, Obtaining the Samsara Eye. The conditions of the transaction. No, you can't die yet. Obito and Rin are still waiting for me to revive them. This is the only step left. Kakashi adjusted his posture in the air, stepped on the wall with one foot and then ran down quickly with inertia, pulling away. He then turned around halfway, formed a seal with both hands and ran to his feet. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a sense of sadness that the ending is already determined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, the fire of civilization, and the earth are nothing more than a speck of dust in the deep space. The starry sky is a moment and the human world is 1,000 years. The insects chirp for a lifetime, but autumn, you and I are also struggling to cross. What is at the end of the deep space? In Li Hao's opinion, it is normal for enemies to live and die in the Dao dispute. There is no grudge. It only depends on the size of the fist. He turned his head to look at chaos. Chaos at this moment killed many 9th level clones and many 8th level strong men. He became more and more fierce as he fought. It seems that he has the advantage. It can be seen how powerful the 9th level original body is with the power of time. But Li Hao sighed in his heart. Time. Sometimes it is really harmful. Just like when he first came into contact with time, that feeling made people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. He relied on time to defeat many enemies, but the price he paid was 4 reincarnations of life and death. If there was no reincarnation of life and death, Li Hao would have died long ago. Died in time. Chaos, you are not young. Millions of years ago, these people were 9th level. How can they be young? Time has been pushing forward and it is invincible and powerful, killing one 9th level clone after another. But is your lifespan really infinite? He pushed time almost to the 8th level. Every time, the consumption is too great, but in fact there is not much sense of chaos. I feel that only those who have used time understand that wandering in the long river of time is like being immortal. In the early stage, Li Hao simply used it a few times and his lifespan was exhausted again and again. He came to the end of his life. Chaos, can you reverse life and death? To read the latest chapter content, please download and read the latest chapter content for free without ad. The website has not updated the latest chapter content and the latest chapter content has been updated in the app. Great news! Exit the transcoding page, download, read all novels without ad, and give priority to the latest chapter. During the promotion period, users can also receive a gift package of 100 yuan of phone bills for free. If you can't fight like this, how long can you last? How long can you live with your 9th level power? 2 million years? 3 million years? Or even longer? Time blocked the world and those 9th level clones were defeated one by one. It looked really fierce, but didn't you notice that your hair was all white? How many people can resist the temptation of time? Li Hao, in fact, couldn't resist it. In the early days, he used time again and again, borrowed the power of the future again and again, and traveled to the past again and again. 818 novel. When did he wake up? It was after he died several times in succession. It was when his lifespan was cut in half, his memory was erased, his emotions were diluted, and when he had almost no desires, he realized that time had tempted him into the abyss. 1. As strong as the human king, he did not dare to take on the time, because the human king knew that he would most likely not be able to withstand the temptation of time. He was strong in one point, he simply did not want it. I know I can't resist it, so I don't want it. Li Hao didn't have the capital at first, but later he woke up, so he didn't want it either, and there was today's chaos in control of time. The chaos at this moment may be the most glorious moment in his life. More than 29th level clones, dozens of 8th level emperors. At this moment, in addition to Long Zhan killing a few, he has killed as many as 7 or 8 of the rest. Such a peak even surpassed the moment when he entered the 9th level in the past. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh and a loud bang, Chaos Emperor killed another 9th order emperor clone again, panting and laughing. At this moment he really reached a peak. Invincible. So many people besieged him. In the past, the powerful people who were rampant in front of him, although they were just clones, represented themselves, but now they were killed one by him. With so many people besieging him, he could even kill the real 9th order, but now there are fewer and fewer, and he slaughtered them all. Time is too strong. He will not use too much. Only 2 methods are enough. First, solidify time and space. Second, shuttle through the long river. The former makes the enemy unable to move, and the latter makes him speed up to the extreme, killing killing people, killing strong people, it turns out to be so simple. At this moment Chaos seemed to understand why Li Hao was undefeated in 100 battles too. With this ability who can compete, almost all of the same level will be killed by him in seconds. Hey! The sound of exhalation spread all around. Each of the strong men was covered in blood, and at this moment their faces were solemn. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download to read the latest content. Even the Lord of Tianfang was panting violently. Although it was just a clone, it also had flesh and blood. Chaos, relying on the power of time, was constantly killing them. When it came, there were more than 29th level clones, but now, only half of them were left. Many of the 8th level clones who came to help were also killed by Chaos. At this moment, if Hun Tian was not strong and was besieging Chaos with the 9 guard, perhaps Chaos would have broken through. Chapter 609 Obtaining the Samsara Eye. The conditions of the transaction. However, each of the 9th level masters seemed to have seen something, and their eyes changed. Chaos's black hair was almost grey at this moment. A faint smell of decay was emerging from Chaos. Everyone's face changed slightly. Some people turned back and looked at Li Hao, and some thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. This Chaos used the power of time, which was quite powerful, but why did it feel like it was decaying? Someone looked at the Lord of Tianfang. At this moment, the Lord of Tianfang seemed to have expected it, and just glanced at Li Hao without speaking. Time can kill people. The time monks traveled through the past and the future, solidified time, and space, and time that was not their own would actually cause some troubles and consume a lot of life. In fact, Li Hao rarely used time to fight in the later period. Most of them are used for assistance, and in the early stage Li Hao went through many reincarnations of life and death, but Chaos does not know the way of life and death. To receive red envelopes, please download the AIU app to watch the latest content for free. Even if he knows he has not condensed the heart of life and death, such Chaos, not to mention whether it can reverse life and death. Even if he can, does he have enough energy to go through reincarnation of life and death? He is the 9th level emperor. Tianfang looked at Li Hao. His eyes changed a little. This guy must know the disadvantages of time, but Li Hao has never mentioned these. At this moment Chaos is surrounded by people and is breaking through. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is nothing more than a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are still struggling to cross. What is at the end of the deep space? Download the app for free to see the latest content. In the vast universe, the birth and death of a galaxy is just a moment of mottled light. Looking up at the starry sky, there is always a kind of sadness that the ending is destined. Where will you and I be thousands of years later? Home country, civilization, fire, earth are just a speck of dust in the deep sky. A moment in the starry sky, 1,000 years in the human world. The chirping of insects in a lifetime is only autumn. You and I are still struggling to cross. What is at the end of the deep space? Chapter 610 Reconciliation. Beginning to understand each other. Besides the Samsara Eye, Konan glanced at the Samsara Eye wrapped in paper and sealed in her hand. This thing is undoubtedly the most important, but more important than the Samsara Eye is the world peace that Akatsuki pursues. But for her, in addition to the ideal of world peace, Nagato's life is also important. I want you to let Nagato go. Don't let your companions kill him, Konan said calmly. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Konan feels like she has a child, and this child has a real weight. At this time, Baiyu did not control her, and Konan felt that her body was much heavier. Konan tried to stay calm in front of her friends. Now Baiyu's son is the key to her and Nagato's survival. In the battle of ninjas, the chance of letting such an enemy go is very small. Konan must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Being a mother to a child who lacks love is nothing. Konan. Nagato looked at Konan in surprise and found that Konan bit her lips and didn't look at him. There were beads of sweat on her cold and beautiful profile, and she looked very hard. Konan always said that he suffered alone, but in fact Konan was the same person. Mom is so cunning, Baiyu said innocently. Mom knows that I need a living mother, right? So she proposed to change the conditions. What is your choice? Konan waited for Baiyu's decision. Okay, anyway, he is not important. If I can be resurrected, I can also bear the reincarnation eye. Let me create a new world for him, right? Baiyu wanted to look at Konan with his eyes wide open, but he didn't have any eyes at all. In fact, he didn't know what Konan looked like. Although Baiyu has the information of the original work, he knows that Xiaonan is a girl of the type of a queen, with blue-purple hair, a blue paper flower on her bun hairstyle, a cold and indifferent expression, a calm personality, gentle and considerate, and she is used to wearing the uniform of Akatsuki, and her figure cannot be seen. But the people in this world are not the same as the paper people in his impression. As a real cartoon-colored world, people have the same style of two-dimensional paper people, cute, beautiful, handsome. Sometimes there will be symbols expressing emotions floating in the air, and the expressions are also exaggerated enough, but the appearance and figure should be more three-dimensional and more real on this basis. For example, the skin is absolutely Q-elastic, just like Suzuki. Beautiful is really beautiful, and cute is really cute. There are also Sakura, Ino, Hinata, Red Bean, Itaki, and Izumi, all of whom are very beautiful girls, so the people you see are still a little different from the people in your impression. In other words, it would be better if you see it with your own eyes. He has a mother. Baiyu feels happy. Resurrection? Are you dead? Xiaonan asked subconsciously. If Baiyu was alive, she would have had a child forever. Unexpectedly, Baiyu is already dead. No wonder there is such such a ghost-like attack method. No, don't worry, Mom, I'm still alive. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment and then told, actually, I'm dying. My condition is not good, but as long as I have the samsara eye, I can be resurrected from the world of death. Then where is your real body? Zionin asked. In Konoha. Bai Yu didn't care about Zionin's temptation but was immersed in the fantasy of having a family. Konoha. Zionin and Nagato looked at each other. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, but Nagato met Zionin and Yahiko during his growth experience. After accepting Yahiko's ideals, he has let it go. He believes that the root cause of this tragedy is the war in the world. As long as there is no war, a peaceful world will come and people will not kill each other. And the ninja who taught them is Jiraiya, a very good-natured Sunin. After learning the skills of ninja, Nagato and Konan, under the leadership of Yahiko, founded Akatsuki, which yearns for peace. So neither of them has hatred towards Konoha. But since the death of Yahiko, both of them have felt the malice from the world, and their ideas about peace have changed a lot. In short, they have become evil. They believe that people may have the possibility of understanding each other, but the power of this world is actually concentrated in the hands of those culprit, and those people will never change their minds, otherwise they will not let the war continue. Keep appearing. Nagato and Konan decided to take the advice of the masked man, collect the tailed beast and revive the 10 tails. As long as the ninja world faces a disaster like the 10 tails, people will definitely unite, put down hatred, and understand each other. At that time, the only people who can stop the 10 tails are Akatsuki and the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain 6 Path. Nagato can revive Yahiko, but he thinks Yahiko's idea is too naive. He will stop them after resurrection. He only plans to let Yahiko see the world he and Konan created for him after completing the plan. As soon as you open your eyes, you will see world peace. This is the best gift for idealists. But let's talk about this later. The Rain Village was destroyed by Bai Yu and the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. This kind of hatred must be remembered, right? They didn't go up to Konoha. Then now, let me get the second samsara eye. Bai Yu controlled Konan and walked towards Nagato. Konan found this, bit her lip, and didn't speak. Chapter 610 Reconciliation. Beginning to understand each other. At this point, they have no way to turn defeat into victory. The best thing is this child who can save their lives. At this time, Nagato was still controlled by Kota Amatsukami, and he had the idea of a giving the samsara eye to Shisui. He had always misinterpreted Shisui's orders and acted in a hypocritical manner. At this time, Zionin and Bai Yu had reached an agreement and the two had a mother-son relationship. Nagato naturally gave up the idea of a struggling, ignoring the things that confused him. Nagato still had many questions at this time. You said you wanted to create a new world. Can you tell me what kind of world it is? Nagato looked at Konan and said. Konan turned her eyes away slightly, which made her feel unable to face her friend. It's so embarrassing to have a child before getting married, especially this child who kept calling her mother. Bai Yu said. The fundamental reason why this world is not peaceful is that people will kill each other for various reasons. My idea is to use the characteristics of the samsara eye that can revive people and create a world that can revive the dead. In this world, accidental death and being killed by others will no longer exist. Everyone has the right to live to the end of their lives. When killing does not bring benefits but will be punished, the war will end completely. Of course, this idea is just a vague framework. The specific plan needs to be tested after the samsara eye is available, but the most critical thing, I have already got it, is this pair of samsara eyes. Bai Yu raised Konan's right hand, and Konan, like Bai Yu, looked at Nagato. In the palm of Zionin's hand, there is an eyeball wrapped in white paper. This is the samsara eye. Nagato looked strange when he heard this, and seeing that Zionin wanted to speak out, he said, did you hear the information wrong? What do you mean by misheard the information? Bai Yu was puzzled. He wanted to make a habitual head tilt gesture, but found that he had no body at this time, only in the form of purple hermit vine wrapped around Zionin's human skeleton. Konan's forehead was sweating. She immediately shifted her attention and said, didn't the masked man in black Zetsu tell you? The stronger the person resurrected by the Rinnegan, the more chakra energy is needed to revive him. It's okay for just 2 people, it's not a problem for Nagato, but if this range is divided into the whole world, the chakra energy will not be enough. Nagato nodded. Ninjas need to consume chakra energy to use ninjutsu. The more chakra they consume, the more powerful the ninjutsu will be. The number of people who die every day in the world is too large. Even if the 9-tailed beasts are added, it is not enough. 1 reincarnation natural jutsu for each person. Nagato seemed to see his own death. To be frank, he risked his life, but he couldn't revive the number of people who died in the ninja world in one day. Bai Yu's idea was too whimsical. Of course, what's more hateful is that the masked man in black Zetsu actually deceived a child to come and beat them. The key is that this child really led people to beat them through. Chapter 611 Konan's Death. The resurrection mechanism of the samsara-born technique is to use the samsara eye to communicate with the power of the netherworld so that the dead soul can return to the ninja world, create a new body for it, and revive it. The stronger the resurrected individual, the more resurrected, the longer the death time, the greater the chakra energy consumption. If the consumed chakra energy exceeds the chakra limit of the samsara eye holder, the samsara eye holder will die due to exhaustion of chakra energy. In the ninja world, how many people die in a day? It is simply impossible to count. Even if it is counted, it is too late to appear in various places in the ninja world to kill the dying, revive the people who have gone. So Bai Yu's idea is just a fantasy and nonsense. Konan and Nagato both denied Bai Yu's idea. What Bai Yu said is simply impossible. Humans can't do it at all. Even 6 Paths Pain can't do it. How could Bai Baiyu do it. No problem, Baiyu said. Konan and Nagato were attracted by Baiyu's word. Do you have any way to solve the problem of chakra energy? Nagato asked. Konan waited for Baiyu to continue. She and Nagato had no way, but Baiyu had such a whimsical idea of a reviving everyone in the world, which should be some way to solve the problem. Let's listen first. If it doesn't work, they can still persuade Baiyu to resurrect the 10 tails down to earth and take this right path. In any case, Konan felt that Baiyu had taken a big step. People should be down to earth and not fly in the same place. When she and Nagato thought that human unity could be threatened by fear and the only enemy of all mankind, Baiyu actually wanted to resurrect all the dead to eliminate war. These are two completely different social appearances. Zionin didn't know what the future of the ninja world would be like if he followed Baiyu's method, but if there were really no accidental deaths in the world, homicide, war would no longer exist. In that case, the force would be weakened to the greatest extent and it would no longer be the biggest helper for ninjas to kill others. At that time, people might find another way to vent violence, but no matter what the situation was, it would be much better than the current world. This is also an important reason why she and Nagato decided to listen to Baiyu's opinions after they couldn't beat Baiyu's team. What exactly is Baiyu's solution to the problem? Baiyu thought since Nagato and Zionin wanted to listen, it would be fine to tell these two people. Everyone is a patriot walking on the same road for world peace but with different opinions and method. As long as he convinces these two people, wouldn't these two people become his companions? Baiyu put aside his opinion on Konan and Nagato and said, the second generation Hokage has developed a ninjutsu called the Impure World Reincarnation Technique, which can send the soul of a ninja from the pure land to the ninja world and then use the impure world to shape the body. At that time, the resurrected person will have an immortal body and inexhaustible chakra energy. Baiyu raised Konan's hand and explained his thought. I think that people who are resurrected by the impure world reincarnation have a certain upper limit on the use of chakra energy, and that person cannot use a ninjutsu that exceeds this upper limit. But the reincarnation technique, as long as the resurrected person is not a particularly powerful person, it will not exceed this upper limit. Resurrect fewer people at a time. Set a small goal. Resurrect 1,000 people at a time. Then you only need to resurrect people for 24 hours without interruption, and sooner or later you will catch up with the ninjutsu that dies every day in the ninja world. Baiyu looked at Nagato with confidence. Nagato raised the entire Konoha to the ground with a move of Super Shinra Tensei, which was bigger than him. Didn't he also resurrect those people? Baiyu believed that Nagato would definitely be able to surpass his limits in life after death. Unfortunately, he had just promised his mother to keep Nagato alive and not kill him. If he didn't kill Nagato, he would have a chance to break the record of the number of people resurrected. However, if he could convince Nagato and let him die willingly, it would be a good idea. The only choice was between her and Nagato. If Nagato didn't die, he would be the one to become an emotionless resurrection machine. In this process, it is essential to unify the entire ninja world. Let people know this operating model, agree with this operating model, and then give up the old wars in the past and welcome a brand new future. Baiyu spread his hands and said, so, two people are needed. One person becomes the ruler so that people are willing to follow this social model, and the other person becomes the body of the impure world reincarnation and resurrects the dead 24 hours a day. As long as this model lasts long enough, people will gradually give up killing as a way to resolve conflict. By then, the war will end, and the targets that the impure world reincarnation people need to resurrect will gradually decrease. No matter what social problems there are, solutions will emerge as the model is extended. What we have to do is just to create this unprecedented world and then leave things to future generations. Baiyu invited Nagato. Nagato, do you want to see such a world with me? Nagato had one eye bleeding, and he looked at Konan. Although Nagato has the Samsara eye and is very powerful, he has always been the one who pays attention to Yahiko. After Yahiko, it's him and Konan. It doesn't matter what he is like. What's important is Konan's opinion. Zionin asked calmly, your idea is crazy, and this world may not be suitable for your idea. In the process of executing the plan, there may be many people who oppose you. What do you plan to do? Chapter 611 Zionin's death. Baiyu said nonchalantly, then let them oppose. There may be many people who don't agree with us will die, but it doesn't matter. Just beat them all to death. Anyway, we can still revive them. Baiyu said firmly, you are crazier than us, I promise you. Xiaonan said, then I agree too. Nagato said afterward, after all, what they want to do in Akatsuki is to be enemies with this world. On the way to being enemies, it's nothing to walk on the same road with Baiyu. After all, they also cooperated with the masked man. Nagato thought of the masked man and immediately said, you know my information. It was the masked man who told you, right? Is that person maintaining the same cooperative relationship with you now? Masked man. Baiyu laughed. You are talking about Uchiha Obito, right? That guy has been killed by me in the Kamui space and he dares not come out now. Even if he comes out, I can continue to block his door, so there is nothing to worry about. As for Black Zetsu, just now, I have sealed it up. Without the permission of the players, it will never see the sun in its life. Let it sleep underground forever. Nagato was speechless. He thought that the masked man and Black Zetsu had betrayed them. Who knew that these two were killed as experienced monsters on the road? Zionin recalled the black barrier he saw in the sky before. It turned out that Baiyu was dealing with Black Zetsu at that time. What's your name? Zionin asked Baiyu. Baiyu said, my name is Baiyu, and my name should be Kyunju Baiyu. Kyunju. Nagato thought about the Uchiha clan outside and suddenly understood. Are you also dissatisfied with the current world and decided to re-establish a kind of order? Then I will take the same path as you. Well, I won't let you down. Baiyu finished his plan and said, my body is about to die. After I die, the Uchiha ninja outside will no longer pose a threat to you. Now you give me the other Rinnegan. When the time is right and I am resurrected, I will start the plan to save the world. Okay, Nagato agreed. Originally he was still misinterpreting Shisui's order, intending to extend the time to hand over the Samsara Eye and find a way to deal with Kota Amatsukami during this time. But at this moment Konan agreed with Baiyu's idea, so he naturally did not continue to resist. Moreover, Baiyu's idea was bolder than the masked man's idea, and it made him see more hope for world peace. Nagato naturally did not oppose Baiyu and planned to hand over the remaining Samsara Eye. Just when Nagato was about to dig out the remaining Samsara Eye, suddenly, a figure appeared behind Konan. Nagato's eyes had not been dug out yet. His eyesight was very strong, even if Shisui's movements were very fast. Just like teleportation, Nagato still saw Shisui's figure clearly. Uchiha Shisui appeared behind Konan, with the ninja short sword charged to his back. He held the head of Pain Tenda in his left hand, held the hilt of the knife in his right hand, and chopped at Konan. Nagato's pupils suddenly widened, and the ripples in his pupils seemed to slow down Shisui's movement, but what surprised Nagato was that he did not want to stop Uchiha Shisui's idea. The black crow, reflected in the Samsara Eye, reflected in Nagato's heart, give up resistance and hand over the Samsara Eye. Nagato watched this scene with tears in his eyes. Click. The knife in Shisui's hand passed through Zionan's neck, and a black bloodline splashed out at the moment when the head flew up. What happened? Zionan's sight was shifted, and he fell to the ground while the world was spinning. This series of events only happened in 1 or 2 seconds, and then the speed of time in the whole world suddenly became normal, and it became more colorful. Zionan's head fell to the ground, and the light in his orange-red pupils dimmed. He knew blood could not stop gushing out from the neck of the body standing on the ground. For Baiyu, who had no eyes and only knew the situation by reading and writing, he didn't know what was happening at this time. Still sighing, Nagato was really easy to persuade. Hey, give me the Samsara Eye. Nagato, a headless body, stood in front of Nagato, raised a white and beautiful hand, and asked Nagato for the remaining eye. It is very dangerous to keep the Samsara Eye in your hands. Give it to me. Nagato was going to give it. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the headless body in the black-red cloud robe in front of him, and Uchiha Shisui, who sheathed his sword with a puzzled look on his face, and Uchiha Shisui held the Tendu Pain in his hand. No, it was Yahiko. Yahiko's head, and on the ground, Konan. Nagato's eyes were blank, and he looked at this scene with a horrified expression, and he felt that his sky had darkened. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 612. The Runaway. Nagato _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ Yiniokuo _ Didn't I promise to give it to you? Why did you lie to me? Nagato shouted in rage. His brain was blinded by despair and darkness, and he looked at Baiyu and Uchiha Shisui with one eye red and swollen. Baiyu was puzzled, and he still held out his hand. Posture. Uchiha Shisui suddenly realized that something was wrong. As soon as he came up, he saw Konan asking Nagato for the Samsara Eye. Who is Konan? She is a woman, an enemy. If she is an enemy, of course she must be killed. Dare to intercept him. Isn't this courting death? But the question is, who can tell him? Why is Konan's headless body still talking and asking Nagato for the Samsara Eye? And it's Baiyu's voice that comes out. Who is Baiyu? That's the person who almost killed him. Even if Shisui is reluctant, he has to admit that Baiyu is a person who can be an enemy of him, a god. And now, he seems to have ruined Baiyu's business. Uchiha Shisui realized that he might have done something wrong, but now even if it was a wrong thing, it had already happened, and it was too late to turn back. Shisui, is that you? Baiyu asked doubtfully. I heard your voice. It's me. Uchiha Shisui said. You're just in time. Let me introduce you. Baiyu turned around to face Shisui, controlling Konan's arm and introducing. This is Nagato. Nagato, be good. I'll let Shisui remove your illusion. Can you do that? Shisui, yes, I can do that, but why do I feel like he's going to beat me up? Shisui looked at the vortex Nagato, whose forehead was bulging with veins. This guy was sitting on a puppet vehicle with 6 spider legs and a baffle. There was a cross with a broken upper part behind him, and more than a dozen black sticks were stuck in Nagato's back. At this time, Nagato looked furious and looked like he was going to beat him. Did he get out of Kota Amatsukami's control? Before Shisui could react, he saw the hairless corpse in front of him making a gesture to introduce himself. This is my mother, Konan. Mom, say hello to Shisui, Baiyu said. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, Shisui was unsure. He looked at the head under his feet and then at the headless woman in front of him who was introducing herself. When did this orphan have a mother? Go to hell. Nagato suddenly rushed towards Shisui. Shisui jumped from the spot holding Yahiko's head, and the green chakra energy gathered into a big hand, grabbing towards Nagato. The baffle on Nagato's car immediately rose and blocked in front. This baffle is very strong and thick and can resist hidden weapons and ninjutsu attack, but facing Shisui's Susanoo at this time, it was like a piece of foam board, and the green Susanoo arm directly pierced the baffle and crushed the car. At the moment the car was crushed, Nagato jumped out from it. His upper body was skinny, and the dozen black sticks stuck in his back did not shake at all. Nagato seemed to be unaffected by the black sticks, and he instantly appeared in front of Shisui. Instant body technique. Uchiha Shisui sneered. Before he could dodge with the same instant body technique, he saw Uzumaki Nagato raised a hand towards him, and this hand sent a huge suction force. This made Shisui's face change. Doesn't this move need to be charged? Why did Nagato come up and use this move on his face? The information is wrong. Baiyu is pitting him. Shisui immediately began to frantically try to escape, escape, but Nagato was already close to Shisui and Shisui had no way to leave. Even the power brought by the instant body technique was not enough to escape from the vortex of suction. Shisui quickly opened Susanoo. As soon as the huge Susanoo appeared, Shisui resisted Nagato's move. Moreover, this Susanoo was very tall and its head broke through the ceiling. Its open hands directly emerged from the balcony and slapped Nagato with a powerful force. The top of the tower was smashed by Susanoo and large pieces of falling rocks fell from the sky. Susanoo's arm was blocked by the suction. Baiyu realized that the balance was not right and immediately stood firm. What happened? Baiyu stretched out his hand to block the wind and jumped to other places to avoid accidentally hurting his mother. But when he raised his hand, he found that his palm could not touch his cheek. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Where is the head? Where is the head of this body? Baiyu thought of Shisui's appearance and Nagato, who suddenly attacked Shisui and then became angry. Uchiha Shisui, you are looking for death. Baiyu read to Shisui. Baiyu's reading speed was very fast and he rushed towards Uchiha Shisui in an instant, but Shisui's body was blocked by Susanoo and the strong chakra energy made Baiyu unable to enter at all, so naturally he could not kill Uchiha Shisui. As soon as Baiyu appeared, he hit Susanoo and then was sucked by Nagato's Wangxiang Tianyan and flew towards Nagato. Baiyu turned into a signal particle which was lighter than dust and almost reached Nagato's palm in an instant. Fuck you. Baiyu was filled with grief and anger. He had discussed the matter well but was disrupted by Uchiha Shisui. How could he not be angry and painful? If his real body was here, he would kill Shisui to vent his anger and then revive after venting his anger. He vented his anger after reviving. Almost at the moment of being sucked in, Baiyu retracted his thought. The incarnation he read was essentially still a substitute and a purple hermit, but it was his thoughts that controlled the actions, just like the spicy red pepper. Chapter 612 The Runaway Nagato. At this time, Baiyu's thoughts returned to the main body, leaving only pure stand particles that were sucked by Nagato and reached the palm of his hand. And Baiyu himself returned directly to the main body. He immediately started to write again and arrived beside Nagato. This time he did not have the idea of a euro taking side, nor did he think about asking the two to stop fighting. He was not in the mood to stop it at all. He had just recognized his mother and he had not felt the love from her mother but was chopped off by Shisui with a knife. Baiyu was now only sad and upset. Nagato killed Shisui and that counted. Baiyu regained control of Xionen's body. Xionen's body tilted because she was standing behind Nagato, so most of the power of the 10,000 things heavenly attraction was not aimed at Xionen. Xionen raised her hand and purple vines emerged from her palm. The vines rode to the position of the head and immediately bounced towards the head in the air. The head on the ground was immediately brought back by the purple hermit. Baiyu put his head back on his shoulders, fixed it with the purple hermit and then ran downstairs with the samsara eye in his palm. The purple hermit cannot affect matter for a long time without chakra energy, which means he cannot use his substitute to take away the samsara eye, and if he uses his substitute to contact chakra energy to form a puppet to take away the samsara eye, it would be a waste of effort, because Baiyu must take Xionen's body with him. At this moment Nagato is attacking Shisui insanely, but he is very clear-headed. As long as Xionen's body is still there, he can revive Xionen. The relationship between them as mother and son cannot be stopped by death. Let's see how he renews his relationship. Baiyu doesn't want Xionen's body to be broken by the aftermath of the battle between Nagato and Shisui, so he immediately controls Xionen and runs down the tower with the samsara eye. Due to the precision of his own movement, Baiyu cannot accurately control the chakra energy when controlling the substitute. This made him unable to fly over the eaves and walls, and he could only run down the stairs honestly. It was also the experience of controlling Xionen's body in this way that made Baiyu one step closer to the technology of controlling puppet. Baiyu's purple hermit fixed Xionen's head and the purple hermit drilled into the brain. Two vines connected to Xionen's eyeballs and he actually saw the image in front of him through the transmission between signals and restored his vision. This brought considerable convenience to Baiyu so that he didn't have to read the surrounding environment all the time when he escaped. After all, his body was on the verge of death and now he relied on a breath to hold on. He couldn't hold on for a long time. Now that he can see things through Xionen's eyes, this is a great improvement for Baiyu. Just when Baiyu ran downstairs and planned to give a reincarnation eye in his hand to attack it, suddenly he saw a large number of corpses between the stairs. These corpses were killed instantly by someone. Baiyu read it a little bit and knew that it was Kakashi who did it. This guy actually killed his way up from the bottom of the tower by himself and his actions were swift and terrifying. And now Kakashi's position was actually under the balcony. Baiyu wrote down the positions of Nagato, Shisui, and Kakashi, and without thinking too much, he immediately ran to attack his wife. First give the samsara eye in your hand to Ataki, let Ataka take it out and then find a way to deal with the other samsara eye. Nagato's eyes were red and he shouted angrily and his whole body was red and flamboyant. Uchiha Shisui desperately used Susanoo to block the close-range Wangxiang Tianyan. He controlled Susanoo to hammer Nagato, but when the green fist approached Nagato, even the space was distorted. This made it very difficult for Susanoo to beat Nagato's body. Do you want to use Koda Amatsukami? Shisui took action immediately. He used Koda Amatsukami and he was used to using the right-eyed Koda Amatsukami because there is a big difference between the right-eyed Koda Amatsukami and the left-eyed Koda Amatsukami. The right-eyed Koda Amatsukami controls for a short time and the effect will be naturally removed after the time is up. The left-eyed Koda Amatsukami will control the enemy for the entire life forever. The left-eyed Koda Amatsukami Ametsukami will also have a cooling time in years. So when Shisui uses Kota Ametsukami, he usually uses the right-eyed Kota Ametsukami to control the enemy for a short time. As long as the enemy is controlled by Kota Ametsukami, even if the control time is only a few hours, it can determine the outcome of a battle. However, Shisui has already used Kota Ametsukami on Nagato, which puts his right-eyed Kota Ametsukami into cooling time, and it will take several hours to recover. The loss of the right-eye pupil technique indirectly affects the state of Susanoo. The only choice left for Shisui is the left-eyed Kota Ametsukami. Damn it, if you want it, then I'll give it to you. Be my puppet and defeated opponent forever. Shisui roared, and the black shuriken-shaped pupil of the left-eyed Kota Ametsukami turned and immediately flew out of the pupil like a bird. Following Shisui's line of sight, he entered Nagato's Samsara Eye. However, the next moment, Nagato's attack not only did not end but became even more fierce. Turn into ashes in my palm. 10,000 things will be attracted by the sky. Nagato's palm was covered with a layer of purple crystal, and the suction between him and Shisui reached the maximum, and the surrounding space was completely distorted. Various colors mixed together and were sucked into the black ball in Nagato's palm like a whirlpool, and even Shisui and Shisui's green Susanoo changed shape under this suction that affected the space. This is your punishment for disobeying God. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 613. You are such a hateful guy Yi Nyokuo Under this extremely strong suction, Shisui's head was stretched like a big winter melon. Even if Shisui tried his best to stand still, he was still being sucked into the black ball in Nagato's hand. At this time, part of Shisui's green Susanoo had already touched the black ball, and it was being sucked in continuously. Damn it, why didn't the other gods succeed? Has your head lost its mind? I should have controlled you instinctively. Shisui shouted unwillingly. The whole person was pulled in the air like a noodle, about to be sucked into the black ball. Shisui did not expect that someone would lose his mind because of anger, making Kota Ametsukami ineffective. This kind of easily shaken character should not appear in a ninja of this level. He did not expect that a ninja from the Uchiha clan who possessed divine power like him would die here. At this moment, Shisui suddenly saw Kakashi in the distorted space. Hurry up and save me, Shisui shouted. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, holding Chidori in one hand, and quickly went around to Nagato's back. In Kakashi's judgment, Nagato's Wangxiang Tianyan was still in the activation stage and had not completely separated from the main body, so the direction of the main body was not controlled by Wangxiang Tianyan at all. Kakashi pinched Chidori with one hand and went around to Nagato's back. The chirping of thousands of birds rang in his ears, and he rushed towards Nagato in the flash of blue lightning. Swish! Nagato turned around and pointed his other hand at Kakashi. Get out, Shinra Tensei! Kakashi was holding Chidori, and before he ran to the end, he was blown away by a huge repulsive force, and the whole person flew out. Kakashi's figure hit the broken wall and flew out. For a moment, I only felt that the sky was clear. I even saw a large blue ocean behind me. Attract attention, that's it. Kakashi's body banged and turned into a ball of white smoke, disappearing into the sky away from the tower. The moment the ear-piercing chirping of the Chidori disappeared, Kakashi appeared on the other side of Nagato's body with a lot of blue light in his hand. Reikari, using Chidori to cover Reikari, using Shadow Clone to cover the real body. At this moment, Kakashi only had the last bit of chakra energy left. Reikari, it must succeed. Wow! The blue light of lightning in Kakashi's hand touched Nagato's shoulder. Nagato immediately tilted his head. The lightning cut Nagato's shoulder and disappeared from above Nagato's head. This Reikari, which was expected to cut Nagato's body in half with one move, only crippled one of Nagato's arms in the end. His Samsara Eye's insight is even better than my Sharingan. Kakashi reacted quickly and kicked Nagato on the top of his head, trying to bounce him off with the force. Nagato grabbed Kakashi's ankle with one hand, twisted it with a snap, and fell to the ground next to him. With a loud bang, Kakashi was thrown directly to the floor. The moment Kakashi fell, he was ready to bear the force to avoid further damage to himself, but he couldn't help coughing up blood. Nagato's attack on Kakashi at this moment, without any surprise, interrupted the tens of thousands of Kota Ametsukami's power can almost kill all the cages in a second, including Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye. But what puzzled him was that Nagato was actually in a state of rage at this time, and attacked them in a state of losing reason. Whether it is to control the ego, self, or superego, Kota Ametsukami will only work when the enemy is away. Kota Ametsukami is just an illusion after all. An illusion cannot control the main body when the person loses reason. Illusion manipulates the enemy by distorting the enemy's will and confusing the enemy's judgment so as to control the enemy's self to dominate the ego and superego. If the enemy's self loses its direction and falls into a crazy state, Kota Ametsukami cannot affect the opponent's will and thoughts to control the body's actions. This explanation is very complicated, but Shisui's control of Nagato at this time is different from controlling Obito. Obito's three selves are all controlled by Shisui because Obito is still conscious and can make his own judgment, and Shisui controls Obito's thoughts and affects Obito's judgment. It's like controlling a robot. If you turn off the robot, the body will naturally be unable to move. But now, Nagato has lost his mind, and Kota Ametsukami has also been shut down, so he can no longer control the other's body. As we all know, the reason why ninjas are powerful is that they fight with wisdom and target the enemy's weaknesses, and Nagato, who lost his mind, was less than half as strong as his sensible self, but Nagato, who was less than half as strong, actually suppressed him and Kakashi. This was too terrifying. Shisui drew his sword in an instant, and the blade light slashed towards towards Nagato like a white streak. Apart from Kota Amatsukami, his only powerful skills were Susanoo, his sword skills and instant body skills. Chapter 613 You are a hateful guy. His instant body skills under the inside of the Samsara Eye can hardly play the role of confusing the enemy. When Susanoo was sucked up by the Tensei Tenjin, most of his chakra energy disappeared and he could not use that kind of power at all. Shisui could only attack Nagato with simple basic swordsmanship. Nagato dodged it casually. Kakashi took advantage of this time and immediately turned over and jumped to Shisui's side. What's the situation? Shisui asked Kakashi. Kakashi looked tired and said, Chakra is gone. I can only use Reikuri once at most and then I will die. The Reikuri and Chidori used before only reduced his chakra energy to the warning line, but Kakashi's warning line is lower than that of ordinary people. His warning line is only half of that of others. The other half is to support the consumption of Sharingan. At this time, if a Reikuri is used, the remaining chakra energy is not enough to maintain the open state of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. It will cause the chakra energy of the body to lose balance and then bleed all the way and be squeezed to death by the Sharingan. So after Kakashi's last Reikuri, there is another Reikuri that he can risk his life for. Unfortunately, he just used up his last Reikuri. Now he can only fight for his life. Why did you run out of chakras so quickly? Shisui was surprised. A ninja without chakra energy is no different from a waste. Shisui said, you are older than me, right? Now is your peak period. Kakashi, don't you know how much chakra your family's Sharingan consumes? Kakashi suddenly realized that Shisui could close the Sharingan at any time and he didn't have to waste chakra energy like him, and his expression was suddenly filled with sadness. Shisui also realized this and changed the subject. Well, you seize the opportunity to attack. This guy is also scary enough. Let's join forces to kill him and take away the Samsara Eye. While speaking, Shisui handed the thing in his hand to Kakashi. It's not convenient to throw this thing away. You seal it first. We can use it when we go back. Kakashi took a look and found that it was the head of Tendo Pain. Good fellow. Shisui came up with the head of Tendo Pain, which really showed the spirit of working hard to the end. This person's mission experience in the Anbu is probably longer than his. Kakashi suddenly felt that he knew the reason why Nagato went berserk. You are really hateful. What hatred? Nothing. Yi Nyokuo reminds you. Remember to collect after reading. Chapter 614 The Black Crow is broken Yi Nyokuo What hatred? Shisui threw the head of Tendo Pain to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it with both hands and said hesitantly, nothing. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, he was furious. The silver white hair stood straight up. Damn it, why did you throw it to me? Kakashi looked panicked and didn't know where to throw it. Seeing Nagato's angry red hair floating up, he quickly threw the head in his hand to Nagato. Hey, why did you throw it away? Shisui rushed over. I was almost sucked to death just now, and I didn't want to let go. There must be some very important information hidden in it, which will be of great use to the village. Ah, you Konoha ninjas, die. Nagato punched Shisui in the face with a mad fist. The new world can't accommodate you scum. Not good. Shisui grabbed Tendo Pain's head with both hands and saw Nagato punching him. With this punch, Nagato's style changed. The whole person became indignant and twisted. Shisui got the head and was in a state of exhaustion. He should have rushed to the side, but he didn't expect Nagato to come up and block his position. Shisui didn't want to use his face to test how hard Nagato's fist was and how strong his physical skills were. He subconsciously raised Tendo Pain in his hand, thinking, this is your brother, your beloved relative. You must be reluctant to do it. Right then, there was a snap. Tendo Pain was knocked out by Nagato's fist. The head broke away from Shisui's palm and hit the broken wall on the side, and then it fell like a watermelon with a snap. Blood spurted out on the wall. Shisui, Kakashi, Nagato, Yahiko. Nagato woke up instantly and let out a cry of pain. Are you awake? When Shisui saw the mark of Kota Amatsukami reappear in Nagato's eyes, he was not afraid but said happily, this is none of my business. You flew out by yourself. Say less. Kakashi held his forehead. Fortunately he had never teamed up with Shisui before. If he teamed up with Shisui, the difficulty of this dungeon would have increased by several levels. Hey, are you brushing the dungeon now? It's okay. Shisui saw Kakashi's worry and he said confidently, only I can remove the god of the god. If he wakes up, it means that he will return to the state of being controlled by me. Although losing the head of Tendo Pain will reduce a lot of information, the boss behind the Akatsuki organization has always been Nagato, so getting him is actually a gain. After I get the Samsara Eye, it will be the same if I take his head back to the village. After Shisui finished speaking, he still had the leisure to make a yeah gesture to Kakashi, revealing a happy and simple smile. Go back to the village. Kakashi's eyes were complicated. He had only heard of the name of Uchiha Shisui before and had never met him, but after executing this mission, Kakashi found that Uchiha Shisui's thoughts were all about doing things for the village, and he had no selfish motive. In this operation, Baiyu and Shisui were the main forces. If Baiyu hadn't quickly disintegrated the ninjas of the Rain Village, their team would not have been able to sneak in so easily. After all, the Rain Village is a village. No matter how weak it is, 2 or 3 jonin can still be used. But this operation did not encounter any resistance, that is to say, Baiyu dealt with all those dangerous characters. This is the terrifying thing about speed-type ninjas, just like his teacher, the 4th Hokage, who changed the situation directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. When the enemy saw the 4th Hokage, they were all terrified, because when the speed-type ninjas were in action, killing people was like cutting wheat, and the enemy camp could not resist this supermobile killer at all. Although Baiyu did not use the Flying Thunder God technique, his speed was comparable to that of the Flying Thunder God god technique. What he thought was what he achieved. His body was still in the village, but his thoughts ran to the rain village. It was even more buggy than the spiritualization technique. Bayu's super strength was invincible when he did not know the intelligence, and Uchiha Shisui also played a decisive role. The strongest leader of the rain village, Uzumaki Nagato, was almost completely controlled by Uchiha Shisui's Kota Amatsukami. This mission can be said to be the most difficult but easiest mission for Kakashi to perform. He was almost carried away by others throughout the whole process, and now Kakashi looked at Uchiha Shisui. After Shisui found that Nagato had regained his sanity, he did not hesitate and directly grabbed Nagato's eyes to avoid any accident. For those who have the blood limit of the eye technique like them, the power of the eyes accounts for almost 80% of their own body. Once there is no Mangekyo, Sharingan, or no Samsara eye, it is almost equivalent to an ordinary Jonin. As long as Nagato's Samsara eye is taken off, Nagato's strength will drop rapidly, and no matter what happens at that time, it will not pose a threat to him. Just when Shisui stretched his hand to Nagato's eyes, this hand enlarged in Nagato's eyes, getting closer and closer. But just when Shisui's fingers touched Nagato's eyeballs, they were about to dig it out. Suddenly, a knife pierced Shisui's back. The white tip of the knife was exposed from Shisui's chest, stained with bright red blood. The blood dripped down along the tip of the knife. 1 drop, 2 drops. Shisui stared at the scene blankly. He lowered his head and then looked at Hitaki Kakashi behind him in disbelief. Chapter 614 The Black Crow Broken. You idiot, you want to kill me now? Shisui looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Shisui couldn't figure out why Kakashi turned against us at this time, for the Samsara eye, or his pair of Kota Amatsukami. A guy who was left with only half his life by a 3-Magatama Sharingan actually wanted to transplant the Samsara eye and the higher level Mangekyo Sharingan. Isn't Kakashi afraid of being sucked dry? Shisui opened his eyes wide and looked at Kakashi, whose face was in the shadow. Kakashi lowered his head and kept holding the sword. This time is just right. Kakashi did not raise his head. He didn't know whether he was on guard against Shisui's Kota Amatsukami or it was difficult to face this companion who fought for the village. Bayu left. Konan died. The entire rain village was ruined, and Uzumaki Nagato was controlled by your Kota Amatsukami. If you don't take action, you will take away the Samsara eye and leave. I think it's impossible to find such a good opportunity. You betrayer. Shisui spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to catch Kakashi. Kakashi clenched the samurai sword in his hand and twisted it violently. The blade turned on Shisui's chest and the sharp side scraped Shisui's heart and other organs. Shisui's face suddenly changed pale, bloodless. Shisui, when you became an Anbu, you should have such an awareness, right? You should know what we have been doing in the Anbu. Kakashi's eyes were covered by the shadow of his hair, and he couldn't see his expression clearly. Even his face was covered by the black mask. Shisui's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes opened wide. The 3rd generation asked you to deal with me. Didn't he agree to let me come to collect the Samsara eye? This is his order. No. The 3rd generation also asked me to kill you and Uchiha Taka during the operation. The Samsara eye is very important, but the order to kill you is higher than the Samsara eye. I know this is unfair to you, but after seeing your strength, I can't believe what will happen in the village after you return to the village. I'm sorry, Shisui. This is what I have been doing in the Anbu. Have a good journey. Kakashi drew out the samurai sword, turned the blade, and the white blade light cut through Shisui's body. A line of blood emerged from Shisui's body. Bright red blood splashed out, and each drop of blood emitted a not transparent color under the dim sunlight of the rain village. A true ninja is a machine that can perform tasks without any personal emotions. Kakashi slashed with a knife and he pulled the black mask on his face, staring at the ground with gloomy eyes. It is precisely because he cannot be truly ruthless that he has to restrain his emotions and wear a mask to prevent others from seeing it. Shisui was completely defenseless against his companion, which allowed him to succeed. This expression of wholehearted trust tore Kakashi's heart and soul, making his heart, which should have been numb, painful. Then the next step is to take away this Samsara eye and kill Uchiha Itachi. Bayu's body will either be notified by the village and know that the plan of this action is to bury Itachi and Shisui, or his body will be solved by the village at a critical moment. Kakashi stepped over Shisui's body and was about to continue Uchiha Shisui's previous behavior. Suddenly, I saw that the black crow in Nagato's Samsara eye was breaking, like glass, with obvious crack. The black crow broke. A bird passed by reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 615 Kakashi was seriously injured. Just now, Kakashi killed Uchiha Shisui at the right time. Calculated according to the speed of the two people's attack, Kakashi expected that when he killed Shisui, Shisui would just take out the Samsara eye, which was the best time to attack Shisui. If he missed this opportunity, with Uchiha Shisui's strength he would not have any chance, but Shisui himself seemed to care more about the betrayal, ignoring the Samsara eye and questioning him instead. Uchiha Shisui's emotional decision caused the Samsara eye to remain on Nagato, and he did not remove the Samsara eye immediately. At this time, the symbol of Kota Amatsukami in Nagato's Samsara eye shattered and disappeared. This means that Nagato is out of Kota Amatsukami's control. The effect of the illusion cannot continue after the person dies. No. Kakashi looked at Shisui. He released the control. Shisui's body was different from when he fell, which showed that Shisui took action. Kakashi immediately retreated, jumping over the wall very quickly. But the moment he jumped up, Nagato grabbed his arm and pulled him back. He was pressed to the ground. Bang! The entire ground suddenly sank. Nagato looked at Kakashi with a crazy look, wanting to continue to use Shinra Tensei to give Kakashi a fatal blow. With the power of Shinra Tensei, attacking the enemy at close close range will cause the greatest damage to the enemy. At that time, not only Kakashi will die, but the tallest tower of the Rain Village will also explode layer by layer. But at this time, Nagato discovered that after he used the Shinra Tensei, the power of the Shinra Tensei was weakened. Not only did it not achieve the desired effect, but it only stirred up a circle of dust around Kakashi. Has the loss of the other Samsara Eye made some ninjutsu unusable? Nagato stood up and did not give up the plan to kill Kakashi. He now has an unspeakable hatred in his heart, hatred for Kakashi and others, hatred for the Konoha ninja village. He has never seen a worse guy than the Konoha ninja in his life. Nagato hated Konoha from the bottom of his heart, and what made him feel even more heartbroken was that he, like Konan Yahiko, yearned for a peaceful world, and he also fell into hatred uncontrollably. Hatred is one of the causes of war, and it is an act of betraying ideals. This is why Nagato felt painful. He betrayed the ideals he agreed with his companions, but even so, he would kill these ninjas from Konoha, and then let the people of Konoha also taste the feeling of having their village destroyed. By then, these high-ranking Konoha ninjas would also understand the feelings of some people who were also displaced and homeless in the war, right? Kakashi looked at the dead Shisui with a blank look. Shisui's eyes were bloody, and there was no life. Obviously, before Shisui died, he destroyed the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan that could control the Samsara Eye. Since he was able to destroy his own eyes, it means that Shisui had the ability to kill him before he died. Kakashi's mind was spinning, and suddenly he couldn't tell whether Nagato broke through Kota Amatsukami's control because of the power of the Samsara Eye or because Shisui had released it. He didn't understand. Will I die? Kakashi looked at Nagato standing in front of him. Nagato held the black stick high in both hands, his expression twisted and hideous, his back to the sun, and pierced Kakashi's body from above, nailing Kakashi alive to the ground. After doing all this, Nagato staggered to chase the blue-haired woman running in the ruin. The girl with blue-purple short hair ran lightly in the Rain Village, and her figure gradually went away. Konan, you can't have any problems. You can't have any more problems. Like they said, I can revive you. I can revive everyone. It doesn't matter. They have failed. I want to find you back. Nagato jumped down from the top of the ruined tower. For a moment, it was much quieter here. Kakashi coughed, looked at the grey rainy sky, and slowly closed his eyes. The black stick sealed his chakra energy, causing his physical and mental state to decline, and he was unable to escape. What are you doing? Kakashi seemed to hear something, and he said casually, I'm waiting to die. Are you dead? It seems not yet. Kakashi replied. He opened his eyes, wanting to see who was talking to him, and wondering who was talking to him before he died. Is this an illusion of a person's life heading towards the end? Kakashi opened his eyes and saw the scattered green chakra energy floating in the sky. Kakashi seemed to see the back of Shisui leaving. The boy said in a joking tone, I have made mental preparations. From the day I joined the Anbu, I knew that the village might deal with me, although the result makes me sad. Please keep going. Kakashi was slightly moved. Have you forgiven me? Shisui waved his hand, said nothing, and disappeared in front of Kakashi without looking back. Kakashi found that at some point the black stick that sealed him fell to the ground next to him. When he recalled the green chakra energy that just dissipated in the air, he immediately knew that it was Shisui who helped him. Next to him, there was still Shisui's dead body. Kakashi was in a complicated mood. As a ninja of the village, he should have continued to perform the mission, but at this time Kakashi was confused, not knowing whether the mission was important or the feelings in his heart were important. Chapter 615. Kakashi was seriously injured. Resurrecting friends and the mission of the village. He chose the mission of the village because once the village launches an attack on the Uchiha clan, the scene must be a sea of a blood and corpses. If Shisui and Ataka do not die, they will return to the village and see the destroyed family, which will cause great trouble to the village. In this choice, he chose to kill Shisui and Ataka. Now Kakashi meets Uchiha Shisui, who regards his companions and the village as more important than his own life. Kakashi's belief is shaken, but if choosing companions is right, why did his father die, and why was he despised by the villagers? His father must have regretted his choice, so he chose to commit suicide, right? So he should choose the right path. He once chose his companions, but since he killed Rin with his own hands, he killed Rin whom Obito asked him to protect. Kakashi realized that as a ninja, he had no choice but to protect the village. He had no plans for his life, so he could only live with the flow. Protecting the village was the expectation of Obito and Rin. In order to better protect the village and avoid taking the same wrong path as his father, this was what he was doing now. Did I do something wrong? Why did Shisui forgive me? What should I do next? Kakashi looked at the rainy sky in confusion. I killed Shisui, and Shisui saved me, but what can I do in my current state? Kakashi stood up, and a few drops of blood fell to the ground. He covered the wound with one hand and picked up the black stick next to him that had just sealed his chakra energy. This is a good thing, better than his white fang short knife. Now that the chakra energy can only sustain the Sharingan, Kakashi's combat power has been reduced to the lowest, let alone Nagato. Now I'm afraid that if a Jonin comes, he will be exhausted. Just when Kakashi was confused about life, he suddenly saw Nagato chasing the woman with short blue hair. Kakashi didn't know why he was in the mood, but he also chased after her. In fact, until now, Kakashi still didn't know what to do. If he helped Baiu get the Samsara Eye, Uchiha Shisui would be resurrected by Baiu without any surprise. Resurrecting the dead is the concept and goal of their team. When Ataki and Shisui return to the village and see the situation in the village, they will definitely not give up. And he failed in his mission, he will also be hated by the villagers and end up like his father, White Fang. What's more, he just killed Shisui. Even if he helps Baiu, what will happen in the future? No one will accept a betrayer. there, right? Obito and Rin will never have a chance to revive again. Among various choices he did nothing, and in the end he did nothing. Snoo, will he be abandoned by the village? Will he become a traitor? Then, just like he did before, the Anbu in the village will come to hunt him down. I have lived a confused life. Kakashi didn't know what his fate would be, and he had the will to die. He just wanted to pay back what he owed Shisui. As for what happened next, he would think about it after he survived. What kind of mood did Shisui have to help the person who killed him? He should know that I will kill Uchiha Itachi next. Udiakuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 616 Grey World. Udiakuo_. The woman with short blue and purple hair stopped in the ruins and looked back to see a red-haired man running towards her. Give Zionin back to me, Nagato shouted. If you don't give it back, then I won't give it back. Baiyu raised Zionin's hands, made an X sign of refusal with confidence, and then said, go and stop him for me. Several zombie puppets wandering on the street walked towards Nagato. Nagato was so angry that he was fuming. He wanted Baiyu to come out. If he had the ability, he would not control Xiaonan. The two of them would fight alone. Thinking of Baiyu's clean and neat rejection gesture, he was so angry that he had to chase Baiyu madly. This momentum was unstoppable, but Baiyu had seen everything. Might Guy's kick was much more terrifying than this, and it also had special effect. Baiyu was not panicked. After commanding the zombies around him, he turned around and continued to run. He put one hand to his ear. Purple Hermit, let everyone gather and help me stop Uzumaki Nagato. I want to give the Samsara Eye to Itaki and then deal with him. Okay. The original body. Beside Baiyu, a translucent girl with long red hair appeared and floated towards Uzumaki Nagato. Purple Hermit was Baiyu's first stand and the one he had been in contact with the longest. The two of them complemented each other, and it was hard to say what kind of relationship they had. It was probably similar to a female clone, but even if it was a clone, it wouldn't like the original body, right? Baiyu found it hard to understand the Purple Hermit's dependence on him. As soon as the Purple Hermit appeared, all the ninjas in Rain Village who were killed by Baiyu and made into puppets ran towards Uzumaki Nagato. Originally, these zombie puppets were approaching the middle tower, but now they changed direction. Looking down from the sky, a group of people on the streets of Rain Village were running towards this side. Just a few people. You want to stop me? Black sticks emerged from Nagato's palms, and he used them as darts. He threw several black sticks out one by one, and sank into the heads of several ninjas one by one from the top of the head and out from the chin. These people shook for a while, and purple vines stretched open their skulls, emerged from the gaps in the bones, and finally turned into puppets that looked like half human and half corpse. The Purple Hermit retained the chakra energy of these people, so it didn't matter even if these people died. The substitute was a device that could store chakra energy more easily than life. At this time, Nagato destroyed these corpses, revealing the truth that these people had already died. Nagato realized that these people were no different from the dead. The fatal injuries of ordinary people had no effect on them. In this case, there was no need to worry about the fight. Nagato grinned. His face was distorted and weird, and he raised one hand. After losing one of his reincarnation eyes, Nagato was much healthier, and his arms had muscles. A black ball emerged from the palm of his hand, and the black ball gave off a strong suction force. Some stones, raindrops, and running water on the ground floated up and moved closer to the black ball. Nagato appeared in front of several ninjas in an instant, and the palm holding the black ball swept towards these people. All those who touched the black ball were quickly absorbed, no matter how tall they were. In this process, the faces of the people sucked in were deformed, their bodies were twisted, and their bones and purple vines were twisted, and they disappeared on the surface of the black ball together. In the distance, Baiyu suddenly curled up. The pain made him unable to control his energy. His body was uncoordinated, and blood was oozing out from all over. Baiyu experienced a time when he was compressed into a ball of more than 10 centimeters. A living person was compressed into a spring ball. This experience was really terrible. Baiyu showed a terrifying smile. The semi-finished Chibaku Tensei. The launch speed is really fast. His control over this move is higher than in the future. I remember it. Baiyu endured the pain, and chanted to Zionin again, controlling Zionin to run towards Itaki. He not only had to give the Samsara Eye to Itaki, but also got Rokakaka from Itaki. So finding Itaki and meeting Itaki was an inevitable thing. He just got from Itaki as he left. Itaki moved his position, and it would take some time to get there. Fortunately, Baiyu had the ability to read and write, and could clearly know Itaki's location, so he quickly found Itaki. The young boy was in a building, standing in front of a swaying window, looking at the grey sky outside the window, the slanting rain, and the long-haired man in the distance who was desperately chasing the blue short-haired woman with his moves to solve the zombie puppets one by one. Whenever Nagato solved the puppets around him, new zombie puppets would catch up and pounce on Nagato. Itaki noticed that Zionin was approaching here, and immediately hid himself, set a trap, and was ready to act according to the designed tactics at any time. But when Itaki noticed that Zionin's unnatural running movements were exactly the same as the zombies outside, he judged that this person might be controlled by Baiyu. Itaki, come out quickly, look what I got. Baiyu entered the room, clenched a fist, and showed it to Itaki. Itaki said, is it the Samsara Eye? Yes, you are so smart, ha ha ha. Baiyu laughed a few times. Itaki, what's wrong with this tone of coaxing a child? I'm older than you. Itaki wanted to refute and let Baiyu face the reality, then looked at Baiyu's current height and stopped talking. Itaki's fair face was serious, and he said seriously, I saw Nagato chasing this way. Did something unexpected happen? Chapter 616 Grey World. Well, I only got one Samsara Eye. Baiyu squatted down and spread his palm, revealing the Samsara Eye wrapped in white paper in his palm. Conan's white paper has chakra energy which can protect the samsara eye from being easily damaged. Baiyu handed the samsara eye to Itaki. I'll get another samsara eye later. You keep this one. Oh, and take this person's body with you. I'll use it. Itaki was stunned when he saw Conan's look. He was a little hesitant to speak, but he couldn't help but say, although I don't care. Your hobby is too unique, isn't it? You like Hungda's original body as a monster, but at least Hungda still looked like a human before she transformed, but this one is already a corpse. Itaki felt that his worldview could not keep up with Baiyu's XP. What are you talking about? Baiyu didn't understand. Wouldn't it be better to revive her with the samsara eye when the time comes? Itaki, you are really thoughtful. Itaki accepted the samsara eye with mixed feelings. After this matter is over, let's go on a date with Baiyu, otherwise I don't know when Baiyu will have a new hobby. Itaki took out Rokakaka. Rokakaka was covered by a black cloth cover, exuding a mysterious and chilly atmosphere. When taking out the pot of fruit, Itaki seemed to see purple onomatopoeias jumping out from under the black cover, one by one, looking mysterious and weird. Itaki felt nervous and he looked up at Baiyu. What is the use of this Rokakaka? This fruit can be equivalent to exchange some things, including making two people into one person. Whether it is soul, consciousness or memory, they will be combined together. As long as the method is correct, it can be called a universal holy medicine. In addition, it eats flesh and blood, especially flesh and blood with chakra energy. After eating, it will evolve. Compared with it, its attention-grabbing predatory instinct is nothing. Baiyu left Xionan and controlled Xionan to fall to the ground. Some purple vines continuously drilled out of Xionan's sleeves and formed a purple puppet outside the body. Baiyu reattached to the puppet, moved a little, and changed its own color. A little boy with short red hair, a bunch of hair on his head, fair skin, and beautiful appearance appeared in front of Itaki. Baiyu is now using Conan's chakra energy and found that this chakra energy has some induction to paper, which is obviously a chakra with special power. Baiyu took the potted plant from Itaki's hand. He could only identify the direction by reading and writing without his eyes. Baiyu pulled the blindfold and walked out the door. Then I'm leaving. You continue to move the location and I will find you when I grab the second samsara eye. Okay. Itaki used a scroll to collect Conan's body, waited for Baiyu to leave and prepared to move the location. When Itaki left here, he saw the damage to the rain village and could only keep telling himself that these people will be resurrected. They can all come back to life again. Baiyu can record the information of all the dead and it is not impossible to resurrect people. Anyway, there is the tireless resurrection robot Nagato. At that time, secretly asked Baiyu to agree to such a thing. My life is not as just as I imagined. Although I knew this a long time ago, otherwise I would not be numb to this ninja world. Itaki seemed to remember what Orochimaru said to him. It is meaningless for people to live. It is indeed meaningless. In this ninja world, wars have never stopped. As a ninja, you have to participate in battles again and again. As long as there is a battle, people will die and people will be injured. But this is something that cannot be stopped. War will not stop at the will of an individual. It will only temporarily dormant when everyone is scarred. Itaki thought of death only after he learned that human life has no meaning. Because as a ninja, if he is destined to hurt others if he lives, then in order not to become a part of the bad guys in the future, death is his best choice. It may sound a bit crazy, but he really thinks so. He realizes that ninja itself is such an existence. It can also be said that at that time, after seeing the horror of war, he did not want to become a powerful ninja according to his father's wishes. His father always told him to think about problems from multiple angles, but after he saw through the essence of the problem, he found that becoming a powerful ninja would kill more people in the war. Such people will be called heroes in the village and become reliable pillars in the eyes of their families. But in other villages there are also some people who do the opposite of the people celebrating around them and mourn in the cemetery. In this way, is life as a ninja meaningful? Death is not the end. Itaki ran over a corpse. He is a few years older now than he was then. It's like committing suicide, and when he is about to die, his life instinctively wants to survive. This grey world that is neither white nor black still exists in everyone's heart as always, just like the sky of this rain village, where raindrops keep falling one by one, never stopping. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 617. In the next 15 seconds, I will kill you _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ Yiniokuo _ In the grey rain village, the little boy with short red hair held a potted plant in both hands and ran towards Uzumaki Nagato on the rain-filled street. Around Nagato, one zombie after another kept rushing towards Nagato. These zombies are not unique, but they are entangled by purple plants, indestructible and tireless. Even if Nagato beats the zombies into a pulp, there will be a human-shaped purple skeleton crawling up from a pile of mud. Nagato tirelessly dealt with these zombies. At this moment, Nagato saw Baiyu running towards him, and Nagato immediately threw away a corpse and ran upstairs. Many ninja zombies on the street climbed up the high-rise building one after another, trying to catch Nagato. Nagato stood on the roof of the building with the vast environment around him and saw the red-haired boy running here at a glance. Are you here? Nagato looked at Baiyu impatiently. I'll kill you now. I'll kill you, and then let you Konoha pay for your blood debt with blood. When Nagato said this, he suddenly saw a person holding his wound and staggering into the field of vision of the samsara eye. It was Hatake Kakashi. This person should have been nailed to the ground by him. Nagato wanted Kakashi to die painfully, so he didn't break Kakashi's heart but pierced Kakashi's kidney with the black stick. He never thought that Kakashi could pull out the black stick. Nagato frowned and found that things were not simple. The black stick has the effect of disrupting the ninja's chakra energy energy. Once it penetrates the body, the chakra energy cannot be used. In addition, Kakashi's condition is not good and he should die in the middle tower. But at this time, Kakashi got rid of the predicament and walked over here. Nagato felt a little uneasy. At this moment he couldn't let Kakashi intervene in his fight with Baiyu. The boy with the same hair color as him has the ability that makes him feel tricky. Moreover, Nagato didn't think that Kakashi would get out of the predicament and would kindly join him to deal with Baiyu. These people are all Konoha's ninjas to him and they are not good people. Human Deo, go stop that guy, Nagato said. In the ruins not far from Kakashi, Renjiandeo pushed open a collapsed wall and stood up, walking towards Kakashi with an expressionless face. Nagato saw Kakashi through Renjiandeo's sight. Kakashi saw Renjiandeo. Can you still move? If I had known, I would have made you completely incapable of movement just like Shisui. But I also know your weakness. Kakashi stared at Renjiandeo. He took a soldier pill, put away the medicine box, and looked at Renjiandeo who was walking towards him. Renjiandeo walked slowly at first but suddenly accelerated and rushed over when he got close to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Renjiandeo Pain who was running towards him. He stood up straight, holding the black stick in his left hand and the white fang short knife in his right hand. At this time Kakashi had little chakra energy which could only be used to maintain the state of Sharingan being opened. Now even if he used a small ninjutsu, it might break the balance between his own chakra energy and Sharingan. So Kakashi could only choose to use physical skills to deal with Renjiandeo. And this is the most dangerous behavior, because in a close-range physical battle, once he is touched by the human path, his soul will be extracted from his body by the human path and he will die. Before, Kakashi had never wanted to fight the human path at close range, but now a physical battle has become his only choice. The fate of life is really unpredictable. Kakashi held the black stick and smashed it towards Renjiandeo's neck. Renjiandeo ducked his head and stopped in front of Kakashi, opening his hands to grab Kakashi's arm holding the black stick. At this time Kakashi held the white fang short knife in his right hand and stabbed it into Renjiandeo's body. Renjiandeo was about to grab Kakashi regardless of anything. Fight to the death. As long as you catch me, you win. Kakashi's Sharingan opened wide and the black hook of the three Megatama turned wildly in his eyes and the movement of the human way became slower and slower. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Kakashi used the Sharingan to concentrate his vision, the air in front of the human way was slightly distorted, but the distortion was not large and Kakashi had no time to think about it. After discovering that the degree of chakra energy extracted by the Sharingan was unusual, Kakashi tried his best to suppress the Sharingan at an ordinary level and prevent the Sharingan from losing control. If the Sharingan lost control, he would die. Under this extremely strong pupil power, the movement of the human way was completely still in front of Kakashi. Kakashi kicked the human way in the chest, pulling the distance between the two. Then he burst out desperately, attacking the human way all over his body with a knife and a stick. The human way was constantly attacked by Kakashi, swaying in place, and every time his hands and feet wanted to make the next move, they would be opened by Kakashi holding the black stick or the white fang. Human Deo was like a painting hanging in the air and was hit by Kakashi. During this process, Kakashi's Sharingan turned wildly without blinking, and with his excellent memory he quickly memorized all the black sticks on Human Deo. Then he found out that the positions of these black sticks were exactly the meridians and acupuncture points in the ninja's body. When Kakashi was nailed to the ground by Nagato with black stick, he realized the effect of black stick, and at this time he had a new understanding of pain's 6 paths. He knew these black sticks were made by Nagato and have the function of interfering with the chakra energy of ninjas. This interference is similar to the chakra energy of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 617. In the next 15 seconds I will kill you. If you think about it from another perspective, these black sticks can interfere with the enemy's chakra energy when used on the enemy. Then what is the use of using them on Puppet? Why did Nagato embed so many black sticks on Pain? Kakashi noticed this and immediately understood the truth of the matter. The human path is made of human corpses. He can't let the dead die again. The only way to deal with the human path is to break the human path's body with powerful ninjutsu. But Kakashi can't use any ninjutsu. After various fatal weaknesses of humans have no effect on Pain, Kakashi pries out the black sticks on the human path with the tip of a knife while hurting the human path. These black sticks are as long as iron nails, and they are very easy to dig in the flesh and blood. After a while, Kakashi removed more than a dozen nails. Kakashi's physical skills are not good, but in the competition with Might Guy, his physical skills are also at a decent level for the level of Jonin. At this time, fighting against the human path, he has become an all-round crushing posture. Nagato noticed this, and seeing that Baiyu was still a distance away from him, he immediately focused most of his attention on controlling the human path. People have limited energy. When Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain, most of his attention was focused on the heavenly path of pain, which made it difficult for him to control other pains. He could only let these pains play the combat power of the Jonin level, and sometimes he would lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Now Nagato's attention is focused on the human path, and the power of the human path is immediately fully activated. The only remaining reincarnation eye of the human path with long orange hair briefly lit up. This body of the human path has excellent perception ability, which is very consistent with the power of the human path. The human path can peek into human memories and extract human souls. This makes the human path positioned as an intelligence ninja among the 6 paths of pain. Originally, the most suitable person to become the human path in the ninja world should be the Yamanaka clan of Konoha village, but Nagato was taught by Jiraiya Jiraiya since childhood, and with the influence of Yahiko and Konan, Nagato did not think that Konoha would be the enemy of Akatsuki. After Yahiko's death, although Nagato's thoughts changed, he still did not choose to attack the ninjas of Konoha, although he knew that sooner or later he would go to Konoha to retrieve the 9 tails. But before that, Nagato had never hurt Konoha. Now Nagato controls the human path, and the strength of the human path is fully opened, except that it cannot compare with the heavenly path pain in hard power. The human path now has the strength equivalent to the cage. The eyes of the human path lit up, and the whole person's momentum became active, giving people a feeling full of vitality, not as lifeless as before. Kakashi noticed this and did not withdraw. Kakashi himself was not in a good state, and the current battle was just a one-shot battle. Once it stopped, he would be killed by pain. In other words, he had no chance to make mistake. Kakashi held the white fang in his right hand, and when the human path changed, he suddenly stabbed at the human path's head. The scarlet Sharingan even pulled out in the air when Kakashi swung the knife. Bright red light. Renjiandeo grasped the white-fanged short knife that was hovering 1 centimeter in front of him, and blood kept flowing down the blade. Renjiandeo said expressionlessly, "In the next 15 seconds, I will kill you." Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 618. Two people who understand each other stand messenger in Konoha Yi Nyokuo Just now, Nagato did not kill Kakashi but left Kakashi as a disaster. Now, he will not make the same mistake again. He must kill Kakashi before Baiyu arrives so as to avoid Kakashi causing trouble for him. Before, Nagato did not think that Kakashi, who was seriously injured, could beat Renjiandeo, but what Nagato didn't expect was that Kakashi, with his seriously injured body, could suppress the human path for so long, which was beyond his expectation. It can only be said that there is no mediocre person in the team arranged by Konoha to assassinate him. They are all elite ninjas of Konoha. 15 seconds before Kakashi could react, he was kicked out by Nagato. Kakashi adjusted his posture, got ready, fell on the ground for a few rounds, and got up from the ground as if nothing had happened, looking up at the human path. The whole process was all about skills, not a single blow. Now the human path gave Kakashi a completely different feeling. If the human path just now was played by the AFK system, then the human path now was controlled by Nagato, who logged into the account and was controlled by a high-level player himself. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Why is the opponent so difficult? It seems that Shisui played very easily. Kakashi smiled bitterly and took off his mask to prevent his impatient breathing from affecting the next fight. The other two people in the team could easily deal with the enemy, and he could only fight to a draw with all his strength. What should he do next? Where did Baiyu and Ataka go? Wouldn't they be satisfied with getting a Samsara eye and run away? But looking at Nagato's back just now and the actions he is taking now, Nagato's real body should be dealing with Baiyu. Why did Nagato still have time to log into his account and use the human way to beat him? Wouldn't Baiyu be tricking him? Kakashi couldn't help but think so. On the other side of the street, a little boy with short red hair was holding a potted plant and trying to run towards Nagato, but his short legs couldn't run fast at all. The little boy looked at the high-rise building besieged by ninja puppets with an expressionless face. Thousands of ninja zombies piled up under the high-rise building like a hill. These corpses piled up one by one, raised their hands to Nagato above the high-rise building, and climbed up desperately one by one. Baiyu seemed to have heard Kakashi's resentment and whispered, "No hurry, no hurry, I'm working hard to deliver the good. When I deliver Rokakaka, I'll let Nagato die." Baiyu must be in physical form to bring Rokakaka here, so he is delivering the goods to the door at this moment, according to a method he once dreamed of. Let Rokakaka devour the flesh and blood of thousands of people, including his stand, and eventually Rokakaka will become a monster that devours flesh and blood. This monster has a strong life force and the instinct to merge life. At that time, Baiyu will let the purple hermit take root in this monster, forming armor, and make this flesh and blood monster gathered by thousands of ninjas into a puppet. This will be the strongest puppet he has made since his debut. He will definitely kill Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu ran towards Nagato with a firm belief. "Are you waiting for your companion?" Renjiandeo walked towards Kakashi, and his shoes stepped on the glass shards on the ground, making a crisp sound. Kakashi got up from the ground, took off his mask, and revealed his delicate and clean face. "Can you answer a question for me?" Kakashi asked. Renjiandeo walked towards Kakashi expressionlessly. "They said Kakashi can only live for 15 seconds. 15 seconds, not a second more. It's not time stopping. Isn't it a waste of time to talk?" "Kakashi, don't try to delay time." Kakashi picked up White Fang from the ground, stood up shakily and looked at Renjiandeo. "Did you break through Kota Amatsukami's illusion by yourself, or did Kota Amatsukami's illusion break itself?" "The reason I ask this is because I seemed to see Shisui before I died just now, and he seemed to have said a few words to me." Thousands of people said that. Nagato rushed to Kakashi expressionlessly. "If you have any questions, wait until you die and ask him in person." Kakashi opened his eyes wide. What a fast move. The Sharingan can only barely keep up with his speed. Kakashi responded quickly, waving the white fang in his hand and slashing at Renjiandeo. Renjiandeo's body was a corpse. He had been chopped hundreds of times just now, and his spine was chopped out, but he couldn't cut it off. Instead, White Fang had a crack. When he looked closely, he found that Renjiandeo's spine was pierced by black stick. White Fang was stuck by the black stick, so he didn't cut off Renjiandeo's head. Now Nagato was in the battle himself, and Kakashi wielded White Fang and discovered something else. Every time he slashed, Nagato dodged it. Nagato walked in front of him as if he was taking a walk in the rain. pain, and those white blade lights avoided Nagato perfectly. What's going on? Kakashi was puzzled. Nagato punched Kakashi's body. Human Deo has excellent perception talent. I feel every knife you swing. With my physical skills, you have no chance to beat me. And this move at this moment. After Nagato finished speaking, Kakashi found that there were many more memories in his mind. These are Nagato's memories from when Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas when he was young, to meeting Yahiko Konan. The three of them lived together, and then followed Jiraiya to practice in the Land of Rain. Chapter 618. Two people who understand each other. Nagato's entire life appeared in Kakashi's mind. Nagato grabbed Kakashi's shoulders with both hands. Kakashi had been hit by Nagato's memory and had no ability to resist. The ability of the human way can watch human memories and release his own memories. Once this life experience is accepted by people in a short period of time, its effect is no less than the world's top illusion. It is a known obstacle. Feel my pain, and then die. After saying this, Nagato also watched Kakashi's memory, trying to find information about Baiyu from it. He will kill Baiyu later. Nagato can choose to watch Kakashi's memory in moderation, so he only needs to find memories related to Baiyu. But unexpectedly, Kakashi's life was so miserable, and Nagato was fascinated at once. Nagato also experienced Kakashi's life in a short time. The two read each other's memories. Kakashi finally understood what Nagato did and the ideals of the Akatsuki organization. Only when you put yourself in it you will know the ridiculousness of fate. The purest dream is betrayed by the cruel and cold reality. Nagato thought he was miserable enough, but after watching Kakashi's memory he found that there was such a desperate man in the world. Compared with Kakashi's experience, what is his experience? The most desperate man in the world is right in front of him. He lost his mother at a young age, and then his father, and became the laughing stock of the village. He grew up being pointed at by others. After graduating from the ninja school, he sent away countless companions and witnessed the death of two of his best friends. After that, the master's family also died unfortunately. So far, he has fallen into the darkest years of his life, and then sent away countless teammates. Even just now, this man gave up resurrecting his childhood companions for the village's mission and killed Uchiha Shisui. Obviously, Kakashi wanted to revive Uchiha Obito, Rin, and the fourth Hokage the most, but for the sake of the village and the creed of the ninja, this man betrayed his own ideas, gave up his own salvation, and was living the iron law of the ninja. Even if he was in pain, he had to go on like this. It can be said that this man is suffering while alive. There is not a second that he is not suffering from his inner torment. This is the greatest injustice born from this unfair world. Kakashi has suffered the pain of war and the pain of being a ninja all his life. Nagato grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and couldn't do it. In terms of misery, he couldn't compare to Kakashi. Kakashi also tilted his head and looked at Nagato with an expression of understanding. Nagato punched Kakashi in the face with an angry fist. Understanding you paralyzed. Nagato turned and left. You'd better not interfere with the fight between me and Baiyu. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to see you for a second. Also, your childhood companion is Uchiha Obito. That guy is also the culprit who killed the fourth Hokage, the masked man on my side. Baiyu didn't tell you about this. Your team is really interesting. They are obviously companions, but they are still scheming against each other. This is the biggest reason for the failure of your Konoha Ninja Village's operation this time. Of course, the biggest reason is that your third Hokage took this opportunity to exclude dissident. With such a Hokage, no wonder you live so painfully. The third Hokage has never enlightened you, but only led you to the path of a killing machine. He is far from Jiraiya. I have seen the most rubbish elder. At the same time, Nagato also knew one thing: how lucky it would be to meet a teacher like Jiraiya in this world. But people like teachers will not change this abnormal world. If this world is not changed, how many people will fall into such pain in the future? If everyone continues to adapt to this grey world, who will change this world and bring hope? Yahiko is dead. Konan is also dead. All the companions around him are dead. Until now, Nagato understands the true meaning of the dream that Yahiko and Konan want to pursue. He has always used the power of the Samsara Eye to realize everyone's dreams, and now he is the only one walking on this road. Nagato shifted his gaze and looked at the red-haired boy who came to the bottom of the building. Nagato knew that the battle that would determine the direction of this world was coming. He won, and he could revive his companions, and Akatsuki continued to uphold the ideal of world peace. Baiyu won. Konoha Ninja Village got the Samsara Eye, and since then, Akatsuki's dream of world peace has completely disappeared from this world. The ninja world will usher in the darkest period in history, a terrifying period ruled by Konoha Ninja Village. He is the last line of defense of Akatsuki organization. Behind him are people who are powerless to resist this grey world. Once he dies, those people will continue to live in this world of war. In the future, there will be constant tragedies like them and Kakashi. Baiyu looked up at Nagato, who was like a god above. Nagato also looked at Baiyu. Baiyu grinned and gently put Rokakaka in his arms on the ground. From now on, prepare to kill God. Are you ready to die? Uzumaki. Nagato. Ready, always ready, already ready. This unfair world must have people like Yahiko to stand up. A world without idealists will be as desperate as a pool of stagnant water. Jiraiya, thank you for teaching us. Now is the time to sacrifice your life for your ideal. Nagato jumped from a tall building. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 619 Kakashi's death Yiniokuo If you let me go, I can't go either. Kakashi fell to the ground, blood oozing out of the wound mixed with rainwater on the ground and slowly flowed down the sewer. Kakashi saw the figure of Renjiandeo falling to the ground with blurred vision. Knowing that Nagato has logged out of the account and returned to the body. Nagato is just like Bai-yu. The two are the same type of ninjas. They can go online anytime and anywhere. Kakashi smiled and looked at the dark clouds in the sky with a lost look. I don't know if it was an illusion at this time. Kakashi seemed to see the clouds in the sky move away a little, and there was golden sunlight shining through the cloud, casting golden light down. The rain seemed to have stopped. Kakashi closed his eyes and his breath of life gradually weakened. He didn't want to move anymore. He didn't want to care about Obito's affairs. It didn't matter what Obito wanted to do. Kakashi just felt tired. He couldn't find any reason to live at this time. Even the reason of living with the flow was not enough. Kakashi looked back on his life and found that he had never done anything meaningful except killing people, and he had no investment in life at all. People like him have no meaning at all except making the world worse and causing more tragedy for others. Well, that's it. Kakashi snapped the book in his hand, put it into the ninja tool bag, and walked towards the endless darkness ahead. It was pitch black here, and he couldn't see anything, not even the road under his feet. Kakashi didn't know what he would encounter next, but no matter what he encountered, he would not be shaken. The life of Hatake Kakashi was over, and he was dead. It's not possible that the dead would be as tired as when they were alive, right? I don't know how long it has been. Maybe a few minutes, maybe a few seconds, or maybe a few days. Kakashi thought he would get lost in this dark space until he forgot that he had become a lonely soul, and suddenly saw a flash of fire on the road ahead. Kakashi walked over and found the people by the campfire. He walked over with a relieved look and sat next to them. Hatake Sakumo glanced at Kakashi. I didn't expect you to die so young. Is this the first thing a father should say when he sees his son? Kakashi stared with dead fish eyes. Hatake Sakumo smiled silently, not knowing how to continue talking to Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, looked at the jumping flames in front of him, and took the initiative to find a topic. Have you always been here? Yes, I have always been here, Hatake Sakumo said, because I found that there are some things I can't let go before I die. Oh, Kakashi was moved. Could it be that he couldn't let go? Kakashi didn't ask so as not to be disappointed, otherwise he would not be able to rest in peace after death. The father and son fell into silence again. After a long time, Hatake Sakumo said, before I died, I remembered that I didn't teach you the true essence of my family swordsmanship. Kakashi, I knew it. Wait, why did you say it even without me asking? Can't you let me be moved for a while longer? Hatake Sakumo said. Kakashi, do you want that guy outside to die? Want to see the real White Fang? The real White Fang? Kakashi became interested but felt powerless. Forget it, it's meaningless. Suddenly, Kakashi calmed down, and he looked at the man next to him with wide eyes in disbelief. You just said that you can kill the guy outside. Who is it? Nagato or Hakutsuki? Kakashi was a little confused. He knew that his father was very awesome, but how could he be so awesome? Could it be that he is now not dead yet? Kakashi remembered the voice of Shisui that he had heard before, and suddenly realized that it was coming, and coming again. After Shisui, his father also came. Does he have a blood limit that he himself doesn't know about? Hatake Sakumo fiddled with the bonfire in front of him. Anything is fine. Anything is fine. Kakashi sighed, looked up at the endless darkness above, and remembered what Hatake Sakumo had just said, that he didn't pass on the essence of the Hatake family's swordsmanship to him before he died. No wonder he was so unskilled with the knife. It seems that he had only learned the basics before. Well, I can't tell my dad that White Fang was broken, but even if that's the case, I can't survive, right? I know my own affairs, and the injuries can't be saved. You can survive. Hatake Sakumo glanced at the young Kakashi and said, if you want, you can probably live for another 20 to 30 years. Kakashi looked at Hatake Sakumo in confusion. I still have some remaining life here. Hatake Sakumo looked at the flames in front of him. Is that it? No wonder I've been walking for so long and only saw the fire here. How did you do it, Dad? Kakashi asked with interest. Hatake Sakumo said, it's Hatake swordsmanship. Hey, Kakashi was shocked. How is it possible? Is this lifespan? What's wrong with lifespan? Didn't I cut off your dad's lifespan? Hatake Sakumo said with some pride. No one in the ninja world can do this. Only he can do it to this extent, but he is dead after all, and he can't go back to the ninja world, so there is no place to brag. Chapter 619 Kakashi's death. But in the long river of history, the sword saint is not enough to praise his realm. Now that Kakashi is finally dying of longing, how can I not tell Kakashi how powerful he is? Kakashi was speechless, thinking of Hatake Sakumo's behavior before his death. It really cut off his life. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Kakashi sighed. It's better to be intimate with heaven. Jiraiya-sama is in a good mood, and it comes with illustrations. Hatake Sakumo said, what is there to not understand? Kakashi, you have the same talent as me. You should know a truth. Everything in the world, there is nothing that can't be cut off. The premise is, do you have the technology and weapons to cut that thing off? At first it was the extreme nerve reflex speed of human beings, and later it was matter. After I could cut off all the solid things in the world, I began to pursue some ethereal things. I thought it was just my fantasy, an unrealistic pursuit, but when I died, I found that everything has its definite mass, even a light and weightless thought, just like the world of death. Now, where does it exist in the ninja world? Hatake Sakumo picked up a torch. My time here is boring, so I continued to practice. Kakashi, if you want to continue to live, leave here. I will let you see what the real White Fang will be like. Kakashi still couldn't understand what level Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship had reached. That should be an extremely terrifying level, right? Lifespan, thought. What else? I don't have any idea about resurrection now. My life is already very tiring. I have to touch the fish occasionally. Right. By the way, Dad, the Sandame owes me wages and didn't give me any, and I didn't get overtime pay at work. Kakashi complained. Hatake Sakumo was stunned for a moment and he smiled gently. Didn't I give you any either? Kakashi, well, they are indeed simple father and son. I'll go reincarnate after chatting for a while. Kakashi said, I hope I can live a little easier in my next life. Yet Hatake Sakumo was in a complicated mood. His invincible swordsmanship could not be passed on, and Kakashi didn't want his lifespan. As a father, he is so incompetent, so helpless. What's more helpless is that Kakashi no longer wants to live. No matter how many things there are, it doesn't matter. Reincarnation? He will become another person. The person named Hatake Kakashi will die. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 620. The fight started Yiniokuo. It has been a while since the group attacked the rain village. The rain in the rain village has never stopped. There is a shallow layer of water flowing on the street and people step on it, which will splash beautiful water. Itake ran in the drizzle and the brim of the black raincoat revealed a little beauty's cheek, and at this moment suddenly a beam of sunlight shone from the sky and the whole street was golden. Itake slowed down his pace and bathed in the beautiful sunset. The rain has stopped. Itake subconsciously took off the hat of his raincoat and looked back at the sky behind him. In the sky, the clouds were cleared and a red sun hung in the sky. The sky was as beautiful as a burning cloud. The golden beams of light could be seen through the clouds and fell into the village. The whole dark village was completely covered by the sun at this moment. In the village, many villagers who did not have time to evacuate looked up at the scene. At this moment, someone suddenly found a man with red hair who jumped down from a high-rise building and fell to the ground with an indomitable momentum. Look, it's a god. On the street covered by golden sunlight, Baiyu put down the potted plant in his hand with a smile. In front of him was a high-rise building surrounded by a layer of corpses. The potted plant was just placed on the ground, with Baiyu as the center. Some tiny purple vines spread from the mountain of corpses. Baiyu's childish face was filled with a happy smile. He opened his arms and moved his shoulders. The puppet parts on his shoulders made a clicking sound, and he clapped his hands vigorously. Okay, start killing gods from now on. Nagato stretched out a hand to Baiyu. Kill god. Can you do it? Why not give it a try? Baiyu noticed that Nagato's attack came from above and had to interrupt the progress of the purple hermit fusing with Rokakaka. He immediately picked up Rokakaka on the ground and jumped back to avoid Nagato's attack. Nagato's punch did not hit Baiyu, and his body swung in the air and kicked Baiyu. Baiyu raised his hand to block, and this time Baiyu blocked it, but he found that Nagato was very strong. When he caught the kick, his body was kicked up uncontrollably. There is a huge difference in strength between a child and an adult. Although Baiyu used a puppet body made by a substitute, the chakra energy in this body was Konan's chakra. There is still a certain gap between Konan's chakra and Nagato's. Baiyu was kicked away, and the vines around him immediately wrapped around Baiyu's limbs to adjust his body balance. Baiyu stood on the slender vines, holding the potted plant with one hand, and his chest automatically opened, revealing the empty interior. Baiyu put Rokakaka into the storage cabinet in his chest with an expressionless face to prevent it from being accidentally destroyed by Nagato. If Rokakaka could not swallow flesh and blood and merge with the purple hermit in the first time, then he could only look for another opportunity next. Nagato noticed this scene and suddenly felt strange. He turned his head and looked around, thinking that the potted plant in Baiyu's hand needed extra attention. Baiyu ran here with a potted plant in his arms, and the potted plant must have some use. Nagato looked around and found that the streets and the surrounding eaves were covered with a layer of purple vines. Under some vines there were broken human corpses and bright red flesh. Before, Nagato had seen the zombies controlled by these purple vines. After landing, he immediately planned to clean up the surrounding area to avoid being entangled by the zombies. However, after losing the other Samsara Eye, the most useful Shinra Tensei, the power has weakened a lot, and now it has reached the point where it is unusable. After judging, Nagato did not use Shinra Tensei, but immediately rushed towards Baiyu, who was standing firmly on the vines. Before, Nagato and Baiyu had fought and knew that Baiyu was not easy to deal with. He was the second most difficult character in the Konoha assassination team after Shisui. To defeat or kill Baiyu, you need to gradually determine what Baiyu's power is. Baiyu was kicked out just now, and now his feet were standing on the vines between the buildings. After reading and writing, he knew that Nagato was rushing towards him, so he immediately clenched his fist. Instantaneous body, triple instantaneous body. Baiyu instantly disappeared on the purple vines, turned into a straight line, and collided directly with the rushing Nagato. The two people punched each other. A circle of terrifying airflow exploded from the fist and stirred around. The body made by Baiyu's puppet was already solid. Nagato collided with it. At first he could hold on, but later his feet kept retreating under the strong impact, leaving two deep marks on the ground. The power brought by the instantaneous body technique will eventually disappear. After Nagato retreated 1 meter, Baiyu's power faded. There was a crack in Nagato's right hand bone, but he didn't change his face and attacked Baiyu with physical skills. Baiyu also kept fighting back. The physical fitness of the puppet itself is very balanced, and only after using explosive moves will it increase speed and strength for a short time. This makes the two people evenly matched when fighting in physical skills, but Baiyu has a unique talent for physical skills. When he meets someone who is stronger than him in physical skills, as long as the strength is not too outrageous, he can adapt to it through learning and surpass the past. Now Baiyu uses soft fist to face Nagato. Maybe the soft fist can't keep up with the attack power, but the defense is really strong. In addition, the purple hermit's reading and writing. No matter what kind of physical skills Nagato uses to attack Baiyu, Baiyu will block it in the first time. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 620 Fighting _Konoha stand user. If Baiyu possessed the chakra energy of the Hyuga clan with a sealing effect, the soft fist would be even more terrifying in his hands, because in that case Baiyu could use the acupuncture techniques in the soft fist. No matter how powerful the ninjas in this world are, chakra energy is the foundation. Once the chakra energy is sealed, even if the enemy has a pair of reincarnation eyes, they cannot use any power. During the fight between Nagato and Baiyu, the fracture of his right hand was recovered under the effect of chakra energy, but during the fight some new injuries continued to occur. Nagato calmly observed Baiyu's injuries and found that Baiyu was similar to the previous zombie puppet, and his body was not easy to destroy. On the contrary, his physical attack habits were discovered one by Baiyu. Swish! A black stick emerged from Nagato's sleeve. He held the black stick and knocked it towards Baiyu. Baiyu immediately took a step back, and several vines on his right hand quickly twisted into a strand shaped like a spear. The two men continued to fight with weapons in hand, from the street to the end of the street and from the ground to the high-rise building. It's useless. I know all your attack. Haven't you noticed yet? The moment you attacked, I was ready to deal with it. As Baiyu spoke, the tip of the gun knocked the black stick in Nagato's hand. Give me the samsara eye. Nagato, there is no result if you continue to fight like this. Although I said that I can revive the people I killed, this does not include people who don't even have corpses. Are you threatening me? Nagato's face changed, and he did not forget that Zionan's body was still in Baiyu's hands. Baiyu left just now, and he didn't see Baiyu with the samsara eye at this time. Obviously there are other Baiyus in the Rain Village to support. If Obito and Black Zetsu hadn't been killed by Baiyu as experience monsters before them, Nagato would not lack intelligence collectors at this time. Not to mention anything else, the White Zetsu under Obito and Black Zetsu are very useful intelligence personnel, but now he was the only one left in the Rain Village who could fight, and there was no time to investigate Baiyu's accomplices. Originally, Nagato had planned to kill Baiyu and then go directly to Konoha village to take back the samsara eye. After all, since Konoha had taken the samsara eye, it would be sent back to the village no matter what, so it was the most correct decision for him to go directly to Konoha village. But at this moment, Nagato heard what Baiyu said, which seemed to be threatening him. Threaten him with Konan's body. Nagato's face changed. It must be said that this threat was very effective. After all, although the samsara eye can revive people, if that person does not have a body, it will take a lot of chakra energy to make a body with the samsara eye. Once the power of the samsara natural art is fully unleashed, he, as the caster, will die on the spot. Therefore, if he has Konan's body in his hand, it will be much easier to revive. Baiyu could not read Nagato's next attack action, and knew that Nagato hesitated. This guy is easily persuaded, otherwise he would not have been persuaded by Naruto to give up his ideals, abandon the dark and join the light, and even use his life to revive the fallen ninjas of Konoha. Baiyu believed that he could make Nagato surrender to him with a few words. In fact, if Shisui hadn't disrupted the rhythm just now, they could all go home at this moment. I didn't threaten you, it was just a confession. Baiyu's face was calm, without sadness or joy, and said, do you remember what I said just now? Everything I do is for the peace of this world, and you are also fighting for a peaceful world. In this case, what's the point of us two pacifists fighting? Instead of fighting to the death and hurting the harmony, why don't you dig out the remaining eye and give it to me? I will revive Zionan's mother and all the people who died in this battle, and then you and I will create a new world together. Isn't that good? Baiyu asked. Nagato was moved, but thinking of the experience just now, he had promised to give the remaining samsara eye to Baiyu, but Baiyu's accomplice still killed Zionan, although it was an accident. But Nagato couldn't believe it. After all, if he took a step back, the entire Akatsuki would disappear completely. You said it so well. Then you return the samsara eye you stole to me, and I will take care of the resurrection. How about that? Nagato asked. This was his last test. If Baiyu was willing to return the samsara eye to him, it would mean that Baiyu was indeed a person who yearned for peace in his heart and could be trusted. But if Baiyu didn't give it, it would mean that Baiyu had selfish motives. Such a person could not be trusted anymore. He would personally take back the samsara eye and Zionan's body, even if Baiyu threatened him with Zionan and destroyed the body. At most, when the world ushered in peace, he would revive Zionan and Yahiko with his own life. Baiyu heard this and didn't expect Nagato to ask him for the samsara eye in return. Can he give it? Of course not. Baiyu's character is one of insecurity. Hearing what Nagato said, he could only sigh helplessly, and then raised his spear high. You weakling, you are really stubborn. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 621 Memory Irrigation _ a euro iya _ a superscript 1 aea degree ec 1/2. Baiyu was puzzled. Why could Naruto kill Nagato, but he couldn't? I've told you this, but you're still stubborn. If that's the case, then go and die. The purple spear immediately peeled off some vines from its body, and these vines quickly gathered into other spear tips. Baiyu held the spear in his hand and stabbed at Nagato fiercely. Nagato immediately opened his hands. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force was generated between the two, pushing Baiyu back. A with ring above. A with diuresis a 3/4. Although the power of this move was reduced a lot, it was still very useful to interrupt the attack rhythm of others. Nagato found that after losing one of the samsara eyes, the power of some of the samsara eyes exclusive ninjutsu was reduced a lot, but he didn't have time to test how many tricks he had to maintain the power. He could only try his best to test in the process of fighting, and then find out the tricks that can be used now. The ninjutsu that Nagato is using now includes Chibaku Tensei, Tensei Tenbai, and the human path enough memory extraction that he just used on Kakashi. As for other ninjutsu, there is no time to test them. It is not even known whether the samsara eye he currently possesses retains the most important samsara natural technique, so he must get the other samsara eye. After using the weakened version of Shinra Tensei to bounce Baiyu away, Nagato immediately raised his hand and aimed his palm at Baiyu. Tensei Tenbai. When Baiyu was bounced away, he immediately used his spear to stick to the ground to reduce the force of being pushed away by the repulsive force. But then Baiyu was sucked by Tensei Tenbai and flew towards Nagato. Baiyu was not panicked. His real body was not here. What was there to be afraid of? He was invincible now. I was going to convince you. Since you don't agree with me, all I can do is kill you and then take another samsara eye from your body. Baiyu flew towards Nagato and he raised his hand to grab Nagato. During the physical battle just now, Baiyu did not use the ability of the spellcasting curse on Nagato because the curse casting ability is invincible for weak players, but it is not good enough for masters. For example, Uchiha Shisui used his reaction ability, intuition, and Sharingan to avoid the spellcasting curse in a very short time. The reaction speed of a person is from the time when the eyes see it to the time when the body reacts, and this reaction time is very short. Uchiha Shisui shortened this time to the extreme that humans can train. It can be said that the guys who can use the instant body technique as a signature ninjutsu have terrifyingly fast nerve reaction speed. Another example is Uchiha Obito, who has the spirit of Denzo and used Izanami to wade a bloody road paved with his own corpse, which annoyed Baiyu. But now Baiyu is no longer hesitant and plans to kill Nagato and then get the samsara eye. This means that his moves will no longer be smooth and he can only concentrate on using the spellcasting curse. But for Nagato, who didn't know how to spell and kill, the attribute of first sight killing was maxed out. This trick can only work unexpectedly for the first time on people who don't know the situation. Afterward, Baiyu judged that it would be blocked by Shinra Tensei, so the first use is very important. Baiyu took advantage of the suction of Wanxiang Tianyin and flew towards Nagato. Nagato prepared his left hand to use memory transmission on Baiyu. The human way can view the enemy's memory and share its own memory. Nagato didn't know how many human memories he had viewed with the human way pain. These were ninjas who sneaked into the rain village from other countries to check the situation. Nagato caught these people, used the human way to break the brain seal, and after viewing the memory, stored all these memories in the human way's head. He himself did not accept these garbage so as not to cause cognitive impairment to himself. When Nagato used the power of the human way on Kakashi, he did not instill those garbage memories into Kakashi's head. The reason is that the entire Akatsuki organization and all the friends around him died. Nagato felt incomparable loneliness and longed for his pain to be understood by others. When he was sure to kill Kakashi, he showed a soft side and did not hit Kakashi hard. He did not use the full power of memory transmission. Who knew that this soft-hearted move made Nagato see the memory of Konoha poison Kakashi, which made him sick now. But at this moment, Nagato decided to use the life memories of these hundreds of people to deal with Baiyu, so that Baiyu's life would be washed by the memories of these hundreds of people, so that he would lose himself and have cognitive impairment. At that time, Baiyu would lose the ability to fight. Baiyu's body is very special based on the previous battle and Kakashi's conjecture. Baiyu's ninjutsu is similar to the spirit transformation technique, and the mind can leave the body to fight. But unlike the spirit transformation technique, Baiyu does not separate the soul but the mind and thought. Just like after the shadow clone technique is lifted, the memory will return to the body. Baiyu has the ability to send his own thoughts remotely. This also means that Nagato's method of extracting souls through the human way is useless against Baiyu. It can be said that the person fighting him at this moment is just equivalent to an avatar. Baiyu's real body is still in Konoha village in the land of fire. No matter how powerful the samsara eye is, it is impossible to get from the rain village to Konoha in one move. It is impossible for Nagato to climb mountains and walk for more than 10 days to rush to Konoha and then kill Baiyu's real body. In this process he will inevitably be harassed by Baiyu and exhausted. As a result, he was exhausted to death on the road by Baiyu. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 621 Memory Irrigation _stand envoy in Konoha _a bird passing _ So the way that Nagato can think of to solve Baiyu is to use the memory transmission of the human world to let Baiyu lose himself in the memories of many humans and never find the way to recognize himself in the memory maze. In this way, it can be said that Baiyu will be wiped out by him at the memory level. Baiyu's end will be more miserable than death. At this moment, both of them hold the belief that they must kill. One is ready to kill with a spell to destroy Nagato's heart. The other is ready to use the memory of other humans to erase Baiyu's self. Both of them touched their opponents at the same time. Die. Recite the curse and destroy the heart. Baiyu hit Nagato hard with one hand. In order not to destroy the samsara eye, I will not destroy your head. Purple lightning exploded on Nagato's chest. Nagato's eyes were startled and he heard his heartbeat stop after a violent beat. Then a sharp pain came from his chest and a trace of blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Nagato pressed one hand on Baiyu's head. Human path memory transmission. The memories of more than 500 people were immediately transmitted from the head of the human path several hundred meters away, received by the black stick and then instilled and downloaded into Baiyu's head. With the speed of the chakra black stick receiving signals, the speed of memory downloading at this time was also extremely fast. In just a few seconds, the memories of more than 500 people were downloaded into Baiyu's head by Nagato and then stored. Take these people's memories and return to your body. Later, I will go to Konoha in person and pay a visit. Nagato Nagato said with blood on the corner of his mouth and determined. Let you 3 generations of Hokage be prepared. My rain village will declare war on Konoha. In front of Nagato, the little boy with short red hair hugged his head with both hands and kept retreating backward. No, don't die. As the boy kept retreating, Nagato couldn't support himself and knelt on the ground. Nagato's heart was also destroyed by Baiyu. In the special vision of the Samsara Eye, it can be seen that there is a large purple bruise on the part of his broken heart. This bruise was impacted by the chakra energy when the heart was broken, forming solid fragments distributed around the heart. It looks like a black sun, but in terms of injury, it is still not as bad as Zionan's injury at that time. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 622, Shura Road Transformation _Yiniokuo_. Nagato dare not imagine what kind of pain Zionan experienced before. Probably 10 times the pain at this moment. In that situation, Zionan remained calm. Under Zionan's weak and thin appearance, her heart was stronger than he imagined. Nagato pressed one hand on his heart, ignoring the fact that he had been tortured for these years and numb to the pain, and only felt pain and sadness for Zionan's experience. Then Nagato looked at Baiyu, who had a splitting headache and was in cognitive confusion, and a happy expression of revenge appeared on his face. You haven't disappeared and returned to your body yet. Your ninjutsu is more powerful than I thought. Nak, you will lose your way in the memories of hundreds of people, and then you won't know who you are. Right. When Nagato said this, he coughed and spit out blood. I can't die just like this. It's just that my heart is damaged. Nagato stood up from the ground with all his strength. His body swayed, and he couldn't keep his balance and fell to the ground again. Nagato has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. The strong vitality from the Uzumaki clan made Nagato not die even if his heart was damaged by Baiyu. Of course, if this kind of injury is not treated, he will die in a few minutes. So Nagato decided to save himself. A with ring above. A with ring above degree A 3/4. I originally wanted to find another suitable corpse to transform into Shura Road. Now I can only transform myself into pain. Downgrading from outer path to Ashura. A black stick emerged from Nagato's palm and stabbed into his chest. Bright red blood came out of the wound. At this moment, Nagato suddenly remembered the Hell Road. The Hell Road holds the reincarnation art, which has the power to repair damaged bodies and resurrect the dead. Nagato suddenly thought of this at this time. If he could use the Hell Road to repair his body, it would undoubtedly be better than transforming himself into Shura Road. His mind was not quick, and now that he thought of this, he immediately controlled the Hell Road remotely. Nagato found that the Hell Road was still hiding in the village sewer, and it would take some time to rush over. After being controlled by Shisui Kota Amatsukami, they dug out one eye together. As a result, nearly half of the abilities of the ninjutsu lost their due power with the departure of the Samsara Eye. Although some ninjutsu can still be used, their power is not as strong as before. Nagato is somewhat unsure whether Jigakudo still has the power to revive people. If Jigakudo does not maintain this power, it means that the Samsara Eye that holds the Samsara natural technique has been snatched away by Baiyu. The Samsara Eye is being sent back to the hidden village of Konoha by the ninjas of Konoha. The Samsara natural technique is the key to resurrecting Konan, Yahiko, and all the dead people in the Rain Village. Nagato cannot give up. Nagato controls Jigakudo to rush towards him. During this process, Nagato did not stop transforming himself. Shurado has the power of human-machine transformation, which can fuse organisms and matter together, allowing matter to control the body, and also allowing flesh and blood to control the matter attached to the body. Nagato used the ability of the Samsara Eye Shurado to transform humans and machines to create the 6 paths of pain. Nagato took out the unused parts from the ninja tool bag and transformed his heart. Because of Baiyu's spell, Nagato's heart was completely broken inside his body. Some purple vines were hit by the chakra released by the broken heart before they could solidify. This caused a large number of purple fragments around Nagato's heart. These fragments and the broken heart formed a pattern similar to the sun under the skin of the body, which was printed on the chest without bias and looked a bit weird and mysterious. Nagato didn't have time to remove these glass-like fragments, so he could only make an artificial heart outside his body to replace the function of the original heart. This heart is similar to a human heart, dark red, with blood vessels like magma on the surface and connected to some black thin tubes which are connected to Nagato's body. After making it, Nagato used the power of Shuradu to connect the artificial heart to himself and directly pinned the heart on his waist like a ninja bag. At this moment, Nagato suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. He looked up and looked forward. The boy with red hair was seen holding his forehead with one hand and walking towards him with a trembling body. The boy lowered his head. His eyes were covered by a black eye mask and his finger pointed directly at Nagato. Nagato could see the pain on the boy's face. What's going on? Nagato looked at Baiyu in astonishment. Shouldn't you be unable to move? Are you crazy now? The cognitive impairment caused by the flushing of the memories of more than 500 people will be very terrifying. Almost no one can wake up from so many memories. Not to mention that Baiyu looks very young and has only experienced a few years of life. Compared with the lives of more than 500 people, how short are Baiyu's few years? Perhaps when he was attacked, his own memories were mixed together. Nagato saw Baiyu walking towards him and suddenly became alert. At this moment, it might not be Baiyu himself who was controlling Baiyu's body, but a monster that appeared from the combined memories of more than 500 humans. Although such a monster has confused cognition, Baiyu's power is real. Once controlled by such a memory monster, it is unknown what crazy things will happen. Baiyu staggered and pointed at Nagato. His brain was in a mess and he didn't know what his name was now. Chapter 622, Shura Road Transformation. transformation, but he still drove the body made of puppets and walked towards Nagato. A sea of a euro mixed memories. The soul is still the same soul, but there are many more human lives around. These lives make I unable to distinguish which one is the real experience of myself. It was like the memories of hundreds of people were broken into pieces of a puzzle, and Bayu's life experience was integrated into it so that he could no longer find out what his memories were. But in this situation, Bayu was redeemed. He saw a girl with long red hair appear in front of him. This girl looked exactly like him, just like a female version of him. The two of them were like twins, holding their hands together with their fingers crossed. Under the guidance of the red-haired girl, Bayu learned to read and write again. He used reading and writing to accurately find his life memories in the memory puzzle of hundreds of people. In this way, Bayu read and wrote again and again, and the purple hermit connected all his memories from birth to the present, and then he pieced himself together again in the memory fragments of hundreds of people. 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, 1 second, more and more memory fragments were connected, and Bayu's self gradually awakened. This action of connecting puzzles made a white space with a lot of complicated and chaotic memory space appear with a pattern of a tree. On the way to Nagato, Bayu regained his own personality. Now Bayu felt that his original body had a severe headache. The purple hermit could store human memories, but Bayu had never stored so many memories in his mind, which made him unable to adapt. Bayu's memories of others were at most I learned the skills of that person secretly, and I won't look at any messy things. Unlike now, there are hundreds of people's memories. The feeling at this moment is like receiving the childhood sweethearts and wives of these hundreds of people, which makes Bayu feel uncomfortable. He was forced to have experiences that do not belong to his age group. In addition, Bayu also learned a lot of ninja skills. Whether useful or not, he mastered a lot. The memories of these people are still in his mind, but they will no longer affect him. Because Bayu fixed his personality with the purple hermit, the purple tree took root in his brain, and the roots and branches of this big tree connected his memory and personality as Bayu. If the time is long enough, these memories absorbed by Bayu will be slowly forgotten by him after they are useless to him, and only the things that are useful to him will be left. At this moment, Bayu recovered himself, immediately strengthened his will, and walked towards Nagato. He wants to kill Nagato, then go home and marry a wife. Nagato took a deep breath, stood up and distanced himself immediately, throwing the black stick in his hand towards Bayu. Bayu could not dodge, and was hit on the white forehead by the black stick, and he fell backward. The attacks of both people had a great impact on each other. Nagato's heart was broken, and he could only transform himself into Shura path to prolong his life, which was not a good thing for an outer path other than the 6 paths of pain. Because the human body has various acupuncture points, if he transforms himself into a half human and half machine, all these acupuncture points will be invalid, which will make him unable to use ninjutsu and unable to extract more chakra energy. This is undoubtedly a destruction of his own blood limit. However, this is not a big deal. Nagato has been using the Samsara Eye ninjutsu. It can only be said that the Shura path transformation will have some impact on his potential and growth. Bayu was washed by the memories of hundreds of people and almost lost himself. If it weren't for the purple hermit's ability to search, Bayu would have died at this moment. Nagato stopped his own transformation and looked at Bayu. Things are getting complicated. I didn't expect that he could come out of someone else's memory. What should I do next? His real body is in Konoha village. I can't go to Konoha now. If I go to Konoha now, I will be exhausted on the road. The difficulty of Bayu is not how to defeat Bayu, but how to hurt Bayu's real body through this clone in front of him. If this cannot be done, then according to the information analyzed by Kakashi, Bayu's real body will continue to send this kind of thought killer. So solving this long-distance clone is the top priority. Just now, Nagato tried it. Using the method of memory irrigation can indeed cause Bayu to have cognitive impairment, but Bayu can find himself from the intricate memories. This is equivalent to the trick of memory transmission, which has no effect on Bayu. Even if he uses Chibaku Tensei, it only physically seals the puppet body used by Bayu, and can't hurt Bayu's real body at all. And Bayu's soul is not here. He can't extract Bayu's soul from the air. So this guy is invincible. There is no weakness. Nagato panted and looked at Bayu, trying to identify Bayu's other weaknesses. Kakashi observed me and found that my pain and the puppets made by Bayu have certain similarities. They are all using signals to remotely control the puppet. So there are 3 key points to defeat Bayu. The first is to use the signal flare transmission between the puppet and the main body. Use the power that can affect this signal and hack his main body through the signal channel established by Bayu. Just like making a computer virus and attacking others, my memory transmission is undoubtedly a powerful virus that can attack Bayu. In addition, illusion is also a way to transmit viruses, just like Uchiha Shisui used Kota Amatsukami on my 6 paths pain. Bayu and I have the same weakness, but the trick of infecting the main body with a virus has been cracked by Bayu, and the next 2 methods can only be tried. Should Kakashi be called a tactical master? Nagato was not good at this kind of battle, but after peeping into Kakashi's memory just now, he found that Kakashi had been thinking about how to attack Bayu Shisui and Ataki, and he also came up with many methods. Using illusion to attack the puppets and then attack Bayu's body is one method. In addition, there are 2 other methods that can attack Bayu's body from thousands of miles away. One is that Kakashi finds an opportunity to call back to the village and call for support so that the villagers can kill Bayu. Nagato knows the contact code, but he has no time to call, so he can only regretfully reject this easiest method. And the third one is Nagato was thinking about Kakashi's method and suddenly saw Baiyu climb up and rush towards him with his head down. Let's try the third method. Nagato finished thinking, and with an artificial heart hanging on his waist he went to Baiyu. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 623 Baiyu's weakness Yiniokuo After Kakashi's observation observe, every time Baiyu reads and write, only one clone will appear. This clone has the same moving speed as the fourth Hokage. When teleporting, many purple and red light spots will appear in the village, as gorgeous as firework. Nagato thought that Baiyu was related to the famous fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, so he asked about the relationship between Baiyu and the fourth Hokage at the beginning and wanted to know the information about Baiyu's speed ninjutsu. Then Baiyu told him that there was no relationship. Only then did he start to think about the difference between Baiyu's instant body technique and Flying Thunder God. Because of the information provided by a masked man who killed the fourth Hokage and always praised the fourth Hokage, Nagato had some understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage and knew that this ninjutsu needed to determine the spatial coordinates in advance to arrive quickly. And the masked man, well, Uchiha Obito's Kamui also has the same characteristics as the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, that is, as long as the coordinates are determined, you can cross the mountains and the sea and appear directly at the destination. Nagato did not believe in Uchiha Obito and had made a counter-tactical plan against him. Therefore, he understood Obito's power. Although Obito could move long distances like the Flying Thunder God technique, the Kamui was slow to activate and was not as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. In addition, it had the characteristic of ignoring physical attacks after activation and could penetrate through buildings. And Baiyu's telekinesis was different from the other two. Baiyu's body was in Konoha village, and he reached the Rain village with a telekinesis. Konoha and the Rain village are in two different countries, and the distance between them is so far that even a ninja would take more than 10 days to run. Kakashi and his group also rushed to the Rain village in a short time. While Kakashi and his group were on the road, Baiyu's body was still living a leisurely daily life in Konoha. Only a few hours ago, he arrived at the Rain village with a thought and joined Kakashi's team. This shows how fast Baiyu's telekinesis speed is. Speed type ninjutsu. Baiyu is now the undisputed first speed in the ninja world. Flying Thunder God technique should be ranked second. In addition to observing that Baiyu's telepathy speed is very fast, Kakashi also observed a weakness of Baiyu. That is, every time Baiyu telepathy writes the instant body, only one clone will appear, representing Baiyu himself. Unlike his 6 paths of pain, he can have multiple clones. This means that when Baiyu uses telepathy to write the instant body, he needs to focus all his attention on this clone. And because it is a signal transmission, there must be a signal channel between the Rain village and the Leaf village, allowing Baiyu to read to the Rain village at all times. This is because Baiyu uses too much telepathy, resulting in the signal channel between the two villages, which is not left deliberately by Baiyu. This signal channel is like a bridge across two countries standing above the cloud. Nagato has seen the purple channel on the clouds in the sky. Conan's previous mission to fly to the sky was to investigate the situation. Therefore, by this time, Nagato has collected most of the information related to Baiyu. Point 1. Very fast speed. 2. Consciousness projection. 3. When the consciousness clone is remotely deployed, a signal channel will be generated between the destination and the location. 4. Baiyu's consciousness projection does not have the ability to have multiple clones and can only focus on one clone. 5. It can ignore the ability to penetrate matter and use chakra energy to materialize the consciousness clone. In this case, if Baiyu's body cannot be killed, Baiyu is invincible. Baiyu assassinated the ninjas of the Rain village in preparation for collecting chakra energy, and using memory transmission to affect Baiyu's body is a plan made with the help of the key information of Baiyu's signal channel. It's a pity that this tactic failed. Baiyu has the ability to walk out of the memory maze, but Nagato is not afraid. Kakashi still has a backup plan for Baiyu. This ready-made tactic can be used directly, and because he is stronger than Kakashi, he can better realize Kakashi's plan. In Kakashi's speculation, when the main body of Baiyu releases the consciousness clone and focuses all its attention on the clone, what will happen if the barrier technique is used to lock up the clone of Baiyu in this situation? Speculation 1. The clone of Baiyu inside the barrier can fight independently like the shadow clone, but it will lose contact with the main body until all the chakra energy of the clone is exhausted, and the clone of Baiyu will dissipate, and Baiyu's main body will no longer know the situation of Yushinobi village because of the existence of the barrier. Even if the consciousness clone continues to be released, the signal cannot pass through the barrier to reach Yushinobi village, which means that Baiyu will no longer be a threat to Yushinobi village. Speculation 2. Baiyu's consciousness and clone are highly correlated. After the barrier technique is used to isolate and shield and cut off Baiyu's telepathic signal channel, Baiyu's consciousness will be locked in this barrier, and Baiyu's main body will become a vegetable. Kakashi planned to do this to lock up Baiyu with a barrier to avoid fighting with Baiyu, and even if he was lucky, he could directly achieve the second hypothesis and kill Baiyu's body in this way. After all, you can't beat him, but as long as you can find a way to lock you up, it's still a victory, and it's a tactical victory. With Kakashi's strength, making a small barrier is no problem. Chapter 623 Baiyu's weakness. But Nagato wants to play big. He is the god of Rain village. To make a barrier, you have to make a barrier that can cover the entire Rain village. And the sealing technique, Nagato thought about it. He seemed to know it. It's just that the Samsara Eye is too easy to use, so he has never used his family's skills. It takes time to make a barrier, so you can let the human path arrange it. In this case, my body will hold Baiyu back. Once the barrier is successfully arranged, it will form a situation of closing the door to attack Baiyu. Maybe the power of the hungry ghost path is needed to extract Baiyu's chakra energy. As long as all the chakra energy collected by Baiyu is absorbed by him, Baiyu will be like the rootless duckweed, unable to get any replenishment in the rain village, and will disappear. But Nagato didn't know whether he still had the power of the hungry ghost path. After all, he lost one of his samsara eyes. Although he could use some ninjutsu, the power was not satisfactory. If he didn't have the power of the hungry ghost path, he would probably have to fight a tug-of-war with Baiyu under the barrier of the rain village. He would have to deal with the chakra of thousands of ninjas in the rain village alone. While fighting with Baiyu's physical skills, Nagato immediately controlled the human path and gave orders to set up the barrier. The human path, who fell not far from Kakashi's body, stood up from the ground. At this moment, Nagato suddenly saw a crow resting on a telephone pole through the human path's line of sight. The crow had scarlet eyes and was standing on the telephone pole, looking at Kakashi's body and the human path, who was about to turn around and leave. Nagato dodged Baiyu's soft fist and thought, it's Uchiha Shisui's summoning beast. Shisui is dead, so this crow represents another person in the rain village. Uchiha Taki. The other samsara eye may be on him. Tnu. Renjiandeo raised his right hand and aimed at the crow on the telephone pole. Shinra Tensei. Hey! A breeze blew by. The hem of Renjiandeo's Akatsuki robe swayed, and nothing around was blown away. The crow screamed and flew up immediately, dropping many black feathers. These feathers fell from Renjiandeo's eyes, covering his sight. Then, Renjiandeo saw a pair of scarlet eyes from the gaps between these black feathers. In these eyes, the black three Megatama slowly turned. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 624 Attack is assist Yiniokuo_. The effect of the three Magatama illusion was transmitted to Nagato's brain through the eyes of the human way. Nagato just divided his energy to control the human way at this time, and was suddenly plotted by Uchiha Taki. Only the Uchiha clan can use illusions through sight in the entire ninja world. The three Magatama Sharingan uses illusions on the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Taki is too brave. Even if the Samsara Eye can instantly unlock the Sharingan illusion, Nagato is more or less affected. On the main body side, Nagato could have dodged Baiyu's attack, but because of this control, his body paused for a second and was attacked by Baiyu's soft fist. Baiyu slapped Nagato's abdomen with a palm, and there was an impact under the palm slap. If Baiyu had the special sealing chakra energy of the Hyuga clan, this palm slap could seal some of Nagato's chakra point. It would make the enemy weaker and weaker. Baiyu did not have the bloodline of the Hyuga clan and did not have chakra with sealing power, but Baiyu could read and write destruction, and used this trick in physical skills, which greatly enhanced Baiyu's physical skills. The effect was immediate, and Nagato was beaten to the point where he could not get up again. I destroyed one of your kidneys, Baiyu said coldly, not knowing the assist from his wife a few streets away, and only thought that his physical skills had improved again. Before, Baiyu asked his wife to hide, so he did not expect that there would be assists from his wife. Nagato didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. He had pierced one of Kakashi's kidneys in the central tower before, but now Baiyu broke one of them. It was difficult to get up all of a sudden. With the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, this kind of injury can't last long, and it will recover soon. The trouble is that when Baiyu attack, purple fragments will be produced in the body, which greatly hinders the recovery speed. But think about it, even if it is broken, he can install an artificial one. After all, he is now both an outer way and an Azura way. Nagato looked at Baiyu's height and felt that Baiyu was not hitting his kidney intentionally. This guy is too short. The next one is the kidney on the other side. Baiyu took advantage of Nagato's inability to get up and pursued. No, this guy did it on purpose. Nagato immediately supported himself with both hands, wanting to he had to dodge and wait until his body was almost recovered before dealing with Baiyu, who knew that just as he dodged, another crow appeared on the side of Renjiandeo. It was still the same illusion. It was still the same trick. The black crow disappeared in front of Renjiandeo. After Uchiha Taka found Renjiandeo up, he no longer insisted on recovering Kakashi's body, but hid his real body instead. Itaka used the clone technique to come and see the situation, because he found that Kakashi was dead and thought that Baiyu was fighting with Nagato, so he used Shisui's method to use illusion to influence Nagato through Renjiandeo's sight. Itaka's talent for illusion is excellent, but it is far from the top-level Koda Amatsukami, and can only affect Renjiandeo for a short time. But this time, Itaka came very well prepared, and he could use illusions like this many times. If it happens many times, it can create the effect of illusions stacked on illusions. Nagato's pupil shrank, and he immediately understood that what happened to Renjiandeo before was not accidental. It was a deliberate act by the boy named Uchiha Taki. Uchiha Taki is helping Baiyu. Nagato immediately untied the illusion and decisively cut off the connection with the human path so as to prevent Uchiha Taki from using illusions and continuously influencing him through the human path. The Samsara Eye can untie the Sharingan illusion, but it takes time from awareness to illusion and then to untie it. His battle with Baiyu, even if delayed for a second, is a huge threat to him. Now Nagato has cut off the connection with the human path. Kill that boy from the Uchiha clan and take back the Samsara Eye. Nagato issued the last order and changed the order to set up the barrier. Even if Pain does not have the order of the main body, he can act alone, provided that he moves within his signal range. His signal transmission ability is not as buggy as Baiyu that can transmit across across countries. Nagato can only control pain 6 paths to act in the Rain Village now. No matter how talented the Uchiha clan is, they become jonin at a young age and have 3 Megatama Sharingan. This may be amazing, but Ataki is facing the human path, one of the 6 paths. Baiyu can walk out of the memory maze. Then what about Uchiha Ataki? As long as Uchiha Ataki is caught by the human path once, he can be washed into an idiot who doesn't know who he is. Just imagine, the proud genius boy of the Uchiha clan, who has 3 Megatama Sharingan at a young age and has a bright future, is instilled with memory and becomes an idiot who only knows how to roll his eyes every day, can't even control his saliva dripping along his mouth, and can't take care of himself. What will happen? If Uchiha Ataki knew that there would be such an end, it would probably be a great blow to his body and mind, right? Baiyu was also instilled with memory before, but he was able to walk out of someone else's life. If it were Uchiha Ataki, would Uchiha Ataki be able to do it? Even if Uchiha Ataki had the help of Baiyu, it would not be easy for him to get out, right? When the human path heard the order from the real body, it immediately ran to the place where Ataki was hiding. But when Ataki came here, he used the clone technique, not the real body at all, so he was naturally not afraid of the human path. He summoned crows continuously. Before Ataki came, he planted the prepared transcription seals for the crows that signed the contract in advance. These seals contained the illusions he often used. 106,726 Chapter 624 Ataki's assistant. So when he uses illusion, he never needs to make a seal. As long as someone sees the crow's eyes, the seal will naturally take effect. This is his little secret. Ataki summoned a group of crows, letting these black crows cover him and disrupt the sight of the human way, and then carried him to the human way. The human way hurriedly dealt with the crows that flew over. Ataki took advantage of the human way dealing with the crows and immediately came to Kakashi's body. Just now, he accidentally saw Kakashi's dead body and wanted to recover Kakashi's body. He didn't expect that the human way who died with Kakashi was not dead. Now we have to hurry to recover Kakashi's body. Kakashi has the impure world reincarnation technique, which is one of the indispensable resurrection mechanisms like the samsara eye, so it is necessary to get the impure world reincarnation technique. Ataki was about to look for the impure world reincarnation technique and suddenly found Kakashi's fallen body pressing a scroll, which seemed to be what Kakashi wanted to take out when he was dying. Ataki took a look and found that it was the impure world reincarnation technique. When he took the scroll, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. Is it Ataki? Be careful, I set up a detonating talisman trap before I died. Ataki took the scroll and immediately retreated. If it's you, you can take it. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and then said, when Shisui is resurrected, help him tell him that I'm sorry. Shisui is dead too. Ataki looked at Kakashi's chakra clone. Kakashi was about to say it but suddenly saw the boy turned around and left. If you want to say sorry, say it in person. Let's give points. Saying sorry to someone is not sincere enough. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and disappeared beside the body. Renjiandeo drove away the crows and saw that Ataki was gone. In this short period of time, Baiyu found that Nagato paused again. He seized the opportunity and immediately took a step forward and appeared in front of Nagato in an instant. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Baiyu used the soft fist method he learned from his concubine Hinata Hyuga and immediately created a palm shadow. Under this endless palm shadow, Nagato was constantly attacked by Baiyu, and each palm strike brought a telepathic destruction. Soon, Nagato's bones were broken by Baiyu. In the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, the attack power of the fist does not need to be very strong. As long as it can hit the enemy and seal the enemy's chakra energy, it is considered a success. Therefore, in the secret of the soft fist, almost all of them are palm methods that burst speed in a short time and increase the attack speed. Ordinary ninjas were hit by the Hyuga clan ninjas and their chakra energy was sealed and they had no ability to fight back. Baiyu did not have the chakra energy of the Hyuga clan, but he had telepathic destruction. After a set of 64 palm strike, Nagato was directly beaten by Baiyu. Baiyu glanced at the artificial heart connected to Nagato's body and seemed to understand something. He kicked the ground and jumped in front of Nagato cleanly. He stretched out his right hand to Nagato to take off the other samsara eye. In the distance, Itaki's real body observed Baiyu's situation with binoculars and found that Baiyu defeated Nagato and nodded his chin lightly. My boyfriend's physical skills are getting stronger and stronger. This speed of progress is really terrifying. Itaki has been observing the battle between Baiyu and Nagato. Baiyu has improved from struggling to support at the beginning to being at ease and then to turning defeat into victory. The speed of progress is visible to the naked eye. Itaki has never seen anyone with such a strong talent for physical skills. He is also a genius, but ninjutsu and genjutsu are okay. In terms of physical skills, he has nothing outstanding, which is his weakness. Because his body is not very good, Itaki put himself in Baiyu's shoes and thought about it. If he fought with Baiyu, he would probably lose after a few moves. If he wanted to defeat Baiyu, he could only distance himself from Baiyu and use illusion and ninjutsu. However, even if he distanced himself from Baiyu, Baiyu could reach him instantly. However, it happened many times, so he still couldn't beat Baiyu. He was not Baiyu's opponent. Itaki smiled. He was happy that his boyfriend was so strong. Being strong meant that he would not die easily and could live for a long time. This long time was something he was looking forward to. It was also a luxury in this world full of war. After all, living peacefully was a very difficult thing, especially for them, ninjas. If they were unlucky and encountered a war period, they would probably go to the battlefield right after graduation. This was the general environment, and it was also the fate that ninjas could not escape. So Itaki didn't care how many girlfriends Baiyu had. had. One reason was that he was very confident in himself and Suzuki. Even if there were many good-looking people, Baiyu would not forget the two brothers. After all, in terms of look they are also very beautiful and they have attribute bonuses which are advantages that others cannot compare with. Second, he also joined halfway, so it is difficult to say anything to others. The third is that Baiyu's women may die at any time. Instead, it can reflect the importance of him and Suzuki. The Samsara Eye. Itaka looked at the Samsara Eye in the palm of his hand. With this thing, the boundary between life and death is not clear and can be crossed at any time. Even Suzuki, who has died, can be resurrected. Itaka thought about Baiyu's bad interest and Zionin, and couldn't help sighing. Baiyu might be collecting something. At this moment, Itaka suddenly saw a lot of golden light coming out of the place where Baiyu fought. In this golden light, several golden belts fluttered in the air. Sealing technique. Diamond seal. Yi Niao Guo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 625 Diamond Blockade Yi Niao Guo What? The situation has changed. Itaka shouted. A dozen golden wide bands suddenly appeared behind Baiyu, and these wide bands fluttered in the crimson sky. They only lightly touched the tall buildings on the street, and the tall buildings collapsed. These golden wide bands are the sealing technique of the diamond seal, which is one of the highest sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It can suppress the enemy's chakra energy and apply other types of sealing technique. In the case that no one inherits the wood release of the Senju clan, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is the only remaining power in the ninja world that can suppress the tailed beasts with the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If the user practices the diamond seal to the highest level, the released diamond seal will become a chain shape, and all the learned sealing techniques can be engraved in these golden wide bands, which can suppress the opponent with several layers of seals. Even if Nagato was broken by Baiyu, he could still release this sealing technique, but because he was not familiar with this sealing technique, the released diamond seal only had the most basic suppression ability. But even the most basic suppression ability, coupled with the chakra energy of the Uzumaki clan and the amplification of the Samsara Eye, is incredibly powerful. As soon as it appeared, it caused great damage to the surrounding high-rise buildings that blocked the space. Baiyu was also blown away in an instant. In the air, Baiyu's body had been deformed. The puppet formed by the purple hermit was indestructible, but after being whipped by the diamond blockade, Baiyu's whole body sank. Just like a crushed car, it cannot be restored for the time being. With a bang, Baiyu knocked down several buildings and fell into a ruin. Baiyu struggled to get up from the ground, unable to restore his body. His chest opened, revealing the plant Rokakaka covered by a black cloth inside his chest. Rokakaka was also strong. When protected by Baiyu, it was spared from the blow and is still intact. Baiyu took a look, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately adjusted his body and rewoven the combat body made by the puppet. On the other side, Nagato used the diamond seal to hold the ground, and the whole person floated up from the ground. A wide golden band was floating around him, and he looked more like a god than before. Is the diamond seal so powerful? Nagato was also stunned. When he was a child, his mother taught him that the Uzumaki clan sealing technique was used to seal hungry ghost, death god, and tailed beast. But Nagato traveled all over the world to find materials for the production of pain, but he didn't see any ghost or death god. He only knew that the tailed beasts were imprisoned in various ninja villages. This matter is enough to hear about it. If his mother was really so powerful, how could she be killed by an ordinary Konoha ninja? Later, he studied under Jiraiya. He had 6 chakra attributes and learned some ninjutsu, and there was no need to use the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Later, Nagato discovered his own specialness and the power of the Samsara Eye, so he threw the sealing technique behind his mind. Never thought that the Uzumaki clan sealing technique would be so powerful. Obviously, the sealing technique that comes with the Samsara Eye is not so effective. When Nagato was surprised that he was so awesome, he saw Baiyu pushing away the stone wall in front of him in the distant Vatra seal. Baiyu read it and he snorted and laughed. The power is very strong, but can you stop me? Baiyu stepped on the ground, took a step forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in the sky. He overlooked the entire land of the Rain Village and used his right hand as a navigation to read Nagato's position. Mother Konan's chakra energy is enough to use this trick. Baiyu looked at Uzumaki Nagato, and 20 slender and beautiful arms grew behind him. These arms stretched out and were as beautiful as flowers. The delicate hands each held different marks, and as these marks were combined, Baiyu burst out with amazing chakra energy. These chakra energies distorted the surrounding space just like flames burning on the body, which was the natural situation of high-quality chakra suddenly emerging from the body. Instantaneous body 10 times. Baiyu rushed towards Nagato, who was surrounded by a wide golden band at a very fast speed, and a purple track crossed the sky like a burning cloud. Nagato felt the danger, and the chakra on his body flickered. Strands of golden thin lines wrapped around his waist and swirled around the surrounding space to form a shield. The purple flame hit the golden shield, and there was a bang. Golden light shone everywhere, and a huge dent appeared on the surface of the shield. Nagato used all his strength to stabilize, but his face was extremely ugly. The guy in front of him was too strong and could break his defense. As soon as Nagato spoke, he saw the flames on the red-haired boy melt half of his face and part of his body. This is a natural phenomenon caused by excessive speed and friction with the air. Baiyu usually uses instantaneous body techniques below 5 times when traveling. This is the first time he has used instantaneous body techniques above 10 times. When he was in Konoha village, he used chakra energy to use 50 times instantaneous body to deal with Might Guy. This is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Bai Yu never considered what would happen when using the 50-fold instant body, nor did he consider the problem of air resistance. In his opinion, if there is air resistance, it must be caused by his burst speed not being fast enough. As long as his burst speed is so fast that the air cannot stop him, he can fly very smoothly. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There are more exciting things to come. Chapter 625 Diamond Blockade. What's more, when he was preparing to use the 50-fold instant body, he was not using his own body, so it didn't matter if it was destroyed. He was not under any pressure and didn't feel bad. Even now, Bai Yu didn't feel any pain when his 10x instant teleportation caused air resistance and burned himself. It was just that the pain of burning his skin made his body feel like dying. Nagato blocked the attack in front of him. He saw Bai Yu's body burning and melting, and immediately controlled the diamond seal to wrap around Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu wanted to escape, but he couldn't run away at all. The move he expected to kill Nagato only broke some of his defenses and didn't kill Nagato. Nagato's bones were shattered and his flesh was full of bone slag. If he hadn't used the diamond seal to maintain his mobility, he would have been paralyzed on the ground at this moment and couldn't get up. Now Nagato grabbed Bai Yu and immediately used the power of the Hungry Ghost Way to absorb chakra energy. Nagato was not confident in this move, just trying it. After all, he lost one of his reincarnation eyes and the power of some moves had dropped to the point where it was unusable. Now that she had used so much power, the power had not decreased, so Nagato guessed that the Hungry Ghost Way, Hell Way, and Animal Way ninjutsu that he had not used yet were all powerless. Who knew that the common sense use of the Hungry Ghost Way to absorb chakra energy actually worked at this time? The purple chakra energy on Bai Yu's body was continuously absorbed by the golden broadband and flowed into Nagato's body. This made Bai Yu's body gradually fade, returning to the state of a substitute, no longer having a physical body. Nagato knew that this would not save Bai Yu's life. After all, Bai Yu's real body was in Konoha, and the one who came here was a clone. He needs to further create a barrier to lock Bai Yu in and try Kakashi's method of staying. Nagato used the diamond seal to pinch Bai Yu's neck and watched Bai Yu struggle in his hand. It seems that God is not on your side. You took away one of my reincarnation eyes, which made me lose nearly half of my power, but the abilities I retained, every one of them restrains you. All-seeing heaven attraction, Chibaku Tensei, memory transmission, chakra energy absorption. Nagato recited word by word and saw that Bai Yu suddenly stopped struggling. This is the self-destruction of evil. It seems so. Bai Yu put down his hands and stopped pulling the golden wide band wrapped around his neck. Your diamond seal suppressed my chakra, and the Hungry Ghost Road absorbed these energies. But you know, my stand has entity through chakra. When these chakra energies are absorbed by you, they will return from entity to emptiness. When Bai Yu spoke, his body had completely faded, and a pot of plants covered by a black cloth suddenly appeared in front of Nagato. After the plant appeared, it fell from the sky. Nagato looked over. It's the pot of plant you've been carrying. Yes, it also has a unique ability to attract other people's attention. If you don't have attention, you can't do anything. When Bai Yu spoke, the black cloth cover flew up with the fall of the potted plant, revealing the shape of the plant below. Nagato stared at the plant blankly. Bai Yu had no entity, and the King Kong blockade couldn't catch him. He broke away from Nagato's control and flew to the side lightly. Now it seems that luck is with me. As soon as Bai Yu left, he immediately went to the nearest place and seized a body. After reattaching and transforming with the purple hermit, a little boy with short red hair walked out of the waste building. Bai Yu immediately rushed towards Nagato in a few steps. Nagato was attracted by Rokakaka, but he was not without the ability to fight back. Seeing Bai Yu rushing towards him, he subconsciously controlled the King Kong blockade to attack Bai Yu. The golden broadband attacked the ground, and the streets were like being bombarded by artillery shells with pits and depressions. Bai Yu dodged the diamond blockade all the way and quickly came to Nagato. Even though Nagato was controlling the diamond blockade to attack Bai Yu, he was still looking at Rokakaka as if it was not important that Bai Yu could affect his life. Bai Yu jumped forward and dug his fingers into Nagato's eye socket. At this moment, Nagato's ground suddenly bulged and broke, and a hand reached out from below, grabbed Nagato's feet and pushed down hard, forcibly dragging Nagato into the ground in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked at the deep pit in front of him and immediately jumped down and followed closely to kill Nagato. Nagato was taken by the Hell Road and evacuated in the wide sewer under the rain village. He saw Bai Yu jump down and followed closely. As soon as Nagato got rid of Rokakaka and could no longer see the plant, his concentration returned. He used the diamond blockade to destroy the passage in front of him. The sewer collapsed, blocking the road. Bai Yu couldn't get through, so he immediately notified the purple hermit to let the zombie ninjas jump into the sewer collectively and surround Uzumaki Nagato. The purple hermit got Rokakaka and cooperated with Bai Yu's actions to let many zombie puppets jump into the sewer. As long as one of the puppets saw Nagato, Bai Yu could possess him at any time. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 626 The Bee Still Fights _ the stand envoy in Konoha _ Yi Nyokuo _ Because of the frequent rains in the rain village, the underground drainage system is very complete and connected in all directions. The road in front of Bai Yu was destroyed and blocked by Nagato. He couldn't get through, so he asked the purple hermit to arrange other zombies to enter the sewer and approach Nagato. Bai Yu could read Nagato's location at any time, and Nagato could not escape his sight at all. The reason why he arranged the zombies to surround Nagato was just to send chakra energy to Nagato so that he could use chakra energy to obtain a real body. In the eyes of others, those thousands of puppets were all dead bodies, but in Bayu's eyes they were just the energy that he controlled to walk. After plundering the chakra of those ninjas, even without the bodies of those ninjas, the purple hermit can still take the chakra energy away from the bodies and act alone. The reason why these zombies must be controlled is because these meats are also valuable. These are all the best flesh and blood fed to Rokakaka. When the zombies were looking for Nagato, Bayu was not idle. He read the status of Kakashi and Shisui and found that both of them were dead. Yes, if Uchiha Shisui was still alive, it would be impossible for him to watch him and Nagato fight without coming to help. As for Kakashi's death, it is normal. After all, Kakashi was killed by Nagato once in the original work. Bayu appeared beside Shisui and wanted to take Shisui's eyes. This pair of Kota Amatsukami restrained everyone in the world, and it was easy to deal with Nagato, who called himself God. Shisui had told him through his actions that Kota Amatsukami could blacken Nagato, so as long as he got Kota Amatsukami and got the method to use Kota Amatsukami, this battle would be over. But Bayu found that Shisui had lost both eyes. Did they get destroyed before he died? Bayu looked solemn. There was nothing he could do about it, but Bayu thought of what Nagato had said before, saying that he would be killed if he did too much evil, and his heart was heavy. It seemed that after he came to the Rain Village, he would not have good luck against Nagato. Next, Bayu went to find Kakashi and unexpectedly found that Kakashi still had Kamui. This was good news. Bayu was in a good mood and immediately ordered the purple hermit to take away Kakashi's eyes. Then, he focused his attention and went to Nagato. Soon, Bayu learned through reading and writing that several zombie puppets had found Uzumaki Nagato. Bayu immediately abandoned the current body, appeared beside Nagato, and transformed one of the zombies beside Nagato into his appearance. Because this body still had eyes, Bayu regained his vision and saw the specific situation in front of him. Not far in front of Bayu, in the sewer, a man with orange hair and wearing a Akatsuki robe opened his hands and a purple Yama head appeared in the sewer. The Yama head was chewing Nagato's body in big mouthfuls. While chewing, Nagato's injured body was gradually recovering. At this time, it was the final stage of complete repair. As soon as Bayu arrived, Yama spit out Nagato. Nagato resurrected in front of Bayu. Yan Wang's reincarnation rebirth technique is also here, which means that the reincarnation birth technique is also in my reincarnation eye. It's incredible. The reincarnation eye you stole. Is it only Shinra Tensei and the animal power that I haven't used yet? According to Nagato's speculation, he should lose half of his power if he loses a reincarnation eye. Who knew it was not the case? As Nagato used the power of the reincarnation eye one by one, he found that he only lost the offensive and defensive tactics like Shinra Tensei. And the most important thing, the reincarnation birth technique that can resurrect the dead, is still here with him. So, what did Bayu steal? Nagato suddenly couldn't help laughing. Maybe the power of the animal world is also in my hands. Bayu's face was ugly. He didn't know this situation yet. Is it really like Nagato said? He wasted so much effort but only got a samsara eye with Shinra Tensei? This is unfair. Two eyes half should be the same. Is Nagato really the child of destiny? Bayu walked towards Nagato with a cold face, then just snatch it again. You also found out, right? My physical talent is better than yours, and now I have completely adapted to your attack rhythm. Except for the power of the samsara eye, you are no longer my opponent. So what if the samsara eye is powerful? Can't it be dug out? Oh. Nagato looked at Bayu and at the zombies standing behind Bayu, hiding in the shadows of the sewer. At this time, there are thousands of corpses hidden in the sewer, which is a huge force for the ninja village, and such an army is controlled by Bayu alone, and for Bayu, it is equivalent to his fate here. If Nagato wants to kill him, he must kill him at least thousands of times. Can Nagato do it? Can Nagato's tolerance rate withstand Bayu's thousands of chances? Bayu confidently attacked Nagato, and he was more familiar with soft fist and reading and writing destruction, and the zombies behind him are also his eyes. Hundreds of eyes staring at Nagato together, and Nagato's action flaws are bigger than before. It seems that you still don't understand. I, the hungry ghost, can absorb all your chakra energy. Nagato knew that the physical skills were not good and he could not beat Bayu. Facing Bayu's attack, he went up regardless, just to create an opportunity for the King Kong blockade to catch Bayu. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 626. The trapped beast still fights _ a bird passes _ Bayu was once again suppressed by the King Kong blockade under Nagato's desperate attack. He broke away from his body and possessed it again. Red, the beautiful boy with long hair, walked out of the crowd and attacked Nagato without saying a word. After more than 10 minutes, such attacks continued. Behind Nagato, more than a dozen bodies of Bayu were discarded. These bodies had their chakra energy extracted, but they still retained the appearance of Bayu. You are like a trapped beast that is still fighting, Bayu said coldly. Nagato threw Bayu's body madly and turned to fight the new Bayu. It's just a few thousand people. Can't I absorb them all? Do you know how much chakra energy I had to provide to the samsara eye before? Chien-kyunyi, do you know what else I have to do besides the samsara eye? As Nagato absorbed more and more chakra energy from others, his mind became more and more wrong. Not everyone can use the chakra energy of others like Bayu without side effect. The hungry ghost path only devours chakra energy, but the chakra energy also contains the personal will of the ninja. Bayu felt that if Nagato continued like this, he would go crazy sooner or later, just like he had been washed by the memories of hundreds of people and couldn't even stand, and almost lost himself. It's okay, you are all villagers of the Rain Village. You are the people I want to protect. It doesn't matter if you are with me. Purple Hermit, has the Kamui been delivered? Bayu asked. It has been delivered. A ninja zombie came over. Bayu possessed him and took the Kamui. This guy is really pitiful. Wouldn't it be better if he just listened to me? But he still wanted to resist. Bai Yu took off one of his eyes and pressed the Kamui into his eye socket. Let me try the power of this Manjikaya Sharingan. I really don't know why Kakashi didn't activate this power before he died. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 627 Kamui. Rain Ninja Village. In the underground sewer system, two groups of people stood in the wide pipe. One side of the road collapsed and blocked it tightly, leaving Nagato with no escape route. He could only walk out of the puppet army one by one. Behind Nagato, Bai Yu's corpses piled up more and more. These corpses had different expressions and pale skin. They were piled together casually like abandoned costume dolls. At this time, at a glance, corpses were everywhere. Bai Yu transplanted Kakashi's Kamui and immediately asked others to restrain Uzumaki Nagato. Several human-shaped puppets immediately walked out from Bai Yu and rushed towards Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato held one in each hand, and the flowing golden ribbon on his body resisted the puppets running over. Nagato absorbed the chakra energy from these puppets, and the chakra energy in his body increased, and the personal will contained in his body also increased. These people were killed by Bai Yu, and the idea of a euro revenge gathered, which affected Nagato's judgment, and he began to want to deal with thousands of puppets in the sewer alone. Just then, Nagato suddenly found that one of Bai Yu's eyes formed a strange Manjikaya Sharingan. Is it Kota Amatsukami? No, Kota Amatsukami should have been destroyed by Uchiha Shisui. I checked it. Uzumaki Nagato subconsciously pulled a corpse in front of him without looking up. Bai Yu focused his sight on Nagato and adjusted the focus of his sight. At the focus, the space was distorted and began to twist in a clockwise direction like a whirlpool. As the space twisted, the puppets in Nagato's hand and the diamond blockade floating around were pulled by this force, just like noodles in a bowl, kneaded together. Nagato was very familiar with it. He pushed the puppet in his hand away and took a step back. He was indifferent to stepping on the arm of the red-haired boy behind him. Instead, he laughed wildly and said, "You are indeed restrained by me." Nagato used his strength to get out of the place where the space was distorted and then activated the Wangxiang Tianyan, which reacted with the space sucked into the puppet in front. The two forces collided together, and the transparent ripples spread to both sides from the center line, radiating out continuously and then pulling towards Nagato's side, forming a strange landscape. After a few seconds, the linear ripples twisted, gradually turning from the center line into a dot, and the gravity increased dramatically. Stones kept lying around Bai Yu and approached the transparent dot. The dot gradually turned black. Bai Yu frowned and decisively ended the chakra energy supply of Shinwei. The Shinwei that collided with Wangxiang Tianyan in front lost its power support and should have disappeared, but it became Nagato's power, continuously expanding the range of Chibaku Tensei. Bai Yu did not dare to leave his body casually. His purple hermit's signal particles were lighter than dust. Once this happened, he would be sealed by Nagato. Bai Yu turned and ran to the back, letting the puppets around him block the knife until he was out of the range of gravity. When the signal particles were restrained by the gravitational moves such as Wangxiang Tianyan, he did not dare to release the telepathic destruction. He should have launched the telepathic destruction with the close attack of the soft fist, but it did not work. His physical skills were restrained by Nagato's memory transmission. Although he found a way to get out of the memory maze, his physical skills were suppressed by the Vajra blockade afterwards. In addition to Nagato's hungry ghost road check, chakra absorption makes physical skills with chakra energy ineffective. That's why Bai Yu planned to try Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito's Kamui would also be restrained by Nagato. This fight was not pleasant. Too aggrieved, Bai Yu didn't believe it. He still had a way. Physical skills with chakra energy will be restrained by you, so what about physical skills without chakra energy? Bai Yu hurried out of the underground and reached the ground. There were also hundreds of ninja puppets crawling to the ground with him. Bai Yu closed his eyes and the signal was connected between these puppets. Although it was impossible to make fine control, it was the simplest to let these ninja puppets execute the same command. Instant body, fly up to the highest place. As Bai Yu's voice fell, hundreds of ninja puppets in the rain village grew multiple pairs of arms behind them. These arms formed seals together, and the chakra energy in their bodies was stimulated together, and circles of rain were swaying on the ground of the street where they stood. Bai Yu flew with the puppet, and in a blink of an eye, they rose to a height of 1,000 meters. Here you can vaguely see the floating clouds and the beautiful sunset on the other side of the sea of a euro cloud. Bai Yu stared at the ground with one hand pointing downward. Start reading now. Target Uzumaki Nagato. Check his position. He's there. Use up all your chakra energy and use the instant body technique to crash into him. Smash him to death. Hundreds of ninjas immediately burst out the remaining chakra energy and crashed into him one by one. The purple hermit read and located the location, and for a moment it seemed that a fiery red meteor shower fell in the sky of the rain village. But what was strange was that this meteor shower formed a straight line after falling. Nagato was still dealing with the puppets controlled by Bai Yu underground, and at this moment Nagato suddenly found that the space around him was rippling with familiar ripples. One foot stepped out of the space and then quickly retracted. Nagato took a look and waited for several minutes. No one came, so he immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Since you are here, why don't you come to help?" Obito heard the voice, popped his head out of the Kamui space and looked around. Chapter 627 Kamui. Obito found himself in an underground place. Judging from the environment, it was the drainage pipe of the rain village. Only in the special environment of the rain village would such a drainage system be established. Who of you threw some messy things into my space? Obito asked. He was living well in the Kamui space with potato chips and coke, and he could read novels when he had nothing to do. Suddenly, a corpse flew in and almost crushed him to death. Obito was not afraid of being crushed, but there was no flat ground in the Kamui space. All of it was stone pillars towering into the sky, and he was almost crushed by a corpse. You know, in this Kamui space he can't activate Kamui casually, otherwise part of him will return to the ninja world. Obito also saw that the corpse looked a bit like Baiyu, so he dared to go out for a walk. Who knew that when he returned to the ninja world, Obito saw Nagato fighting with his own people. The guy whose body was smashed by Nagato was still wearing the forehead protector of the Rain Village. What's going on? Obito was confused. What happened? Did you lead the Akatsuki organization to attack the Rain Village? Nagato looked at Obito coldly. Haha, just kidding. Obito adjusted the mask on his face and said in a cold tone, what's wrong with your eyes? What about the other one? It's your good deed. If you hadn't sold my information, would the Rain Village be attacked? Nagato didn't stop and killed several puppets in a short time. The method of killing is to absorb these chakra energy with the hungry ghost way. Without chakra energy, these corpses no longer have the ability to move. How can you talk to me? Uchiha Obito looked at Nagato in disbelief. He was always full of majesty in front of Nagato. Nagato looked back at Obito. Don't pretend. The people who attacked the village told me that you are Uchiha Obito. Obito was stunned for a moment and said with some regret, well, it seems that Uchiha Madara's name can't suppress you. I knew that guy is useless. It's you who is useless. How long are you going to talk to yourself? Hey, I'm here to help you. Obito slowly walked to Nagato and asked, by the way, did you kill the red-haired guy? Nagato was about to answer, and suddenly he and Obito felt the terrifying pressure from the ground. This pressure was accompanied by a person who could see the picture when he heard the sound. Nagato, stand there and don't move. I'm here to send you off. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 628 Three-Party Gathering. In the sky of Rain Village, a group of black dots flew down. These black dots were burning with flame. The black dots were dead bodies that were made into puppet. The flames were the flames produced by friction with the air after the speed increased to the extreme speed in an instant. These people with flames on their bodies had hideous faces and distorted expressions. Under the wrapping of flame, only a skeleton was left on their bodies, and there were even flames coming out of their eye socket. As these people flew down from the sky, a series of burning skeletons swiftly and ruthlessly hit the ground. Boom boom boom. Pieces of explosions continued to sound. The ground seemed to have been hit by a shell, and a huge pit appeared. The edge of the pit was still burning with flames, as well as scattered gravel and broken bone. At the center of the pit, a deep pit appeared. Below the pit, a red-haired man was wearing a shield that absorbed chakra energy to block the power from above. In the sky, there were skeletons burning with flames passing through the pit and falling on Nagato at the bottom. Nagato thought Baiyu was using ninjutsu, so he used the hungry ghost way that absorbed ninjutsu chakra energy. Who knew that after the floor above his head cracked, people and corpses would fall in? Nagato noticed something was wrong, and after kicking away several corpses with physical skills, he was nailed to the spot by the impact of the corpses. Nagato immediately launched the diamond blockade, and the golden ribbon floated lightly in the air, continuously pulling away several puppets, and then formed a shield to block his head. The impact of the corpses falling from the sky made Nagato struggle to bear it, and even blood oozed from his clenched teeth. At this moment, a boy with short red hair came into the dark underground passage. The boy came to the side and watched Nagato being hit by the corpse and unable to move. Is it the diamond blockade again? Now even a sneak attack can't be done, right? Uchiha Obito was about to help, but he stopped immediately when he saw the boy with short red hair. Obito was a little relieved after noticing that Baiyu had lost both eyes. This kid should not have discovered him. In this case, let's go back quickly. Obito activated Kamui, and his body gradually became empty. At this moment, Obito suddenly saw Baiyu open his left eye, and a Mangekyo Sharingan was transplanted in this left eye. Baiyu stared at Nagato, who used the diamond blockade. He used Kamui again and twisted the space, trying to tear apart the defense of the diamond blockade and tear apart Nagato's body. Who knew that just when the diamond blockade was twisted, Obito, who used Kamui to enter the other space on the other side, was hit by the golden ribbon and was suddenly beaten back to the ninja world. The Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui in Baiyu's hand is the eye of Uchiha Obito. Both eyes belong to Uchiha Obito, which means that when the two Mangekyo Sharingan use Kamui, the coordinates from the ninja realm to the alien space are very close, and the locations are all on Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was caught off guard and hit back by the Congo blockade. He appeared next to Baiyu, looking at the Congo blockade distorted by space, showing an incredible expression, and then looked at Baiyu with an incredible face. Baiyu was using Kamui with all his strength and suddenly realized that there was someone around him. He swept his eyes with the remaining strength. As his eyes moved, the pressure on Nagato was relieved, and then a distorted space appeared in the process of Baiyu's scanning, and immediately saw Uchiha Obito. Baiyu smiled contemptuously. You dare to come over? Obito's face was ugly. Following Baiyu's sight, he felt the space on his body fluctuate. He was very familiar with this kind of space fluctuation, which was his Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique Kamui. But how could Baiyu have Kamui? And that eye? Uchiha Obito seemed to have thought of something, and a person's name appeared subconsciously in his heart. Kakashi. When Baiyu saw that it was Uchiha Obito, he looked at Uzumaki Nagato again without caring, wanting to break through the defense of the diamond blockade and go in to kill Uzumaki Nagato, while Nagato was constantly suppressed by the corpses falling from the sky. Now Uzumaki Nagato has no spare energy to use other samsara Samsara Eye ninjutsu, it is the best time to solve it. As for Uchiha Obito, this weighs, as long as he dares to move he can kill him with just a thought. Now Kakashi's Kamui is here with him. If Obito is his enemy, the Kamui space is no longer a safe refuge. He will make the huge rock that fell from the collapsed cave in the Second Ninja World War and did not kill Obito fall on Obito. You guy, what did you do to Kakashi? Uchiha Obito shouted to Baiyu. Don't get me wrong, I don't care about that guy's life or death. Uchiha Obito waved his hand and explained, I let him live so that he can see how big a thing I can do. Obito wanted Kakashi, who got his Sharingan, to see how far he, the last one, could go. After he truly saved this hopeless world and created a new world, he would take off the mask named Uchiha Madara at the last moment and let Kakashi, the idiot, see who the real mastermind was. Obito wanted to see the idiot's unbelievable eyes, but Obito didn't expect that the eyes he gave to Kakashi actually appeared in the hands of another man. Obito is very want to know why. Uchiha Obito saw that Baiyu was still indifferent and immediately added, so before I complete the goal, that guy can't die anyway. He must see that while he is living a negative life, I am doing positive things. I will stand at the end that he can never reach in his life. Chapter 628 3-Party Convergence _ The Stand Messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ Who cares about you? Baiyu said calmly. You. Uchiha Obito was stunned. He didn't expect Baiyu to say this. Who cares about your feelings? Are you a child? Is your mind stuck at the time when Lin died? Haven't you grown up at all in all these years? I'm fighting here, and you're still arguing there. Baiyu said indifferently. Say another word. Be careful, I'll kill you. You should know that the eye that can reach your Kamui space is now in my hands. Your Kamui space can no longer be your absolutely safe refuge. Safe refuge? Uchiha Obito stood in place. Baiyu noticed that Obito was not arguing, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, he was a waste who only lived in his comfort zone. Uchiha Madara really found the wrong person. Just watch me kill Uzumaki Nagato. Baiyu said. Kill Nagato? Uchiha Obito clenched his fist, and white fleshy collars grew on both sides of his neck. One by one, the rotating scarlet Sharingan grew on Obito's clothes like ornament. I know you are strong and can kill me again and again. I also know that if I try to stop you, I will probably repeat the previous process. This time, you who have the key to Kamui will definitely kill me. No, what buff are you giving yourself? Baiyu looked at Obito in disbelief. He moved his eyes slightly, and the diamond blockade immediately reacted. Nagato wanted to escape. Baiyu immediately suppressed Nagato with Kamui again, but Nagato's chakra energy was very strong and it was not easy to transfer to the Kamui space. Obito clenched his fist and ignored Baiyu, but continued. Even if I know my fate, don't say it. Baiyu was a little panicked. If he hadn't been unable to pull out, he would have forced Obito offline. Now that Obito was talking, he was really panicked. If you want to fight, fight quickly. Baiyu shouted. But you must not touch Nagato's eyes. That is the only way for me to give the world hope, and it is also a way for me to surpass Kakashi. Now even Kakashi has died in your hands. I can't bear to see you take away the Samsara Eye. I will turn Kakashi's death into motivation. He will become the fuel for me to complete my plan no matter what, and give me a hand. Kakashi has become fuel? Baiyu was shocked. He understood Obito's thought. The more wrong and stupid things you do, the more grief and anger you feel in your heart, and the less you have a way out. This caused Obito to have to complete the Moon Eye plan. Only in this way can we revive everyone and save our past mistake. He was also like this, so he cruelly killed so many people, abandoned the ordinary life he wanted, and embarked on this path of unscrupulous means. It can even be said that it is not an exaggeration for him to go to hell after his death and never be reborn. But even so, he still wants to complete his plan, because he wants to revive Sasuke and Izumi. The mistakes that Uchiha Obito made in the past, as well as the things that made him regretful, shaped the 6 paths. Obito and Naruto, who controlled the power of the 10 tails with his own will, shaped Uchiha Obito's weapon. Compared with Kabuto Yakushi, Uchiha Obito is the real late bloomer. But damn, he even used his best friend as fuel. How does this guy want to kill him? One Uzumaki Nagato is hard enough to deal with, and here comes another Uchiha Obito? Is God going to play with him like this? Comparing weapon, my weapons are not any less than yours. I didn't play house all the way. Baiyu gritted his teeth, and the corpses behind him immediately pressed on him and slapped his shoulder with his palm. Even if this Mangekyo Sharingan is thrown away, I will kill you. Concentrate all the chakra energy on me. I want to maximize the use of Kamui. It doesn't matter even if this Mangekyo Sharingan is shattered by me. Do you all want my eyes so much? The voice of Uzumaki Nagato came from the diamond blockade. One or two of you want to steal my Samsara Eye. I am the child of destiny that Jiraiya teacher said. Nagato was furious. In Nagato's view, Baiyu and Uchiha Obito are both villains, the bad guys who stop him, the child of destiny. Now these two people want to steal his Samsara Eye and want to prevent the world from having peace. It's really bad. No, that eye is not yours, Obito said in astonishment. Baiyu felt the pressure from the diamond blockade and his expression was moved. Nagato, listen to my advice. Then the eye is definitely not yours. Give it to me right now. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. You are all liars. Nagato held the Chibaku Tensei in his hand. He had never used it completely before. This time, he made the Rain Village feel the pain. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 629 Space Distortion Yiniokuo Nagato held the Chibaku Tensei in his hand. This is a sealing type of move. The 6-path sage once used this move to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Before, Nagato was worried that the moves he used were too powerful powerful and would destroy the rain village. So when using the Samsara Eye, he restrained his strength very much. The moves such as Chibiku Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan only exerted 20 to 30% of their power. But at this moment, Nagato felt the danger. Not only Baiyu wanted his eyes, but even Uchiha Obito, who he thought would support him, wanted his eyes. Now the three parties gathered here, and he became the prey of the other two people. If the Samsara Eye was taken away by these two people, not only would the Akatsuki organization be completely destroyed, but even his friends would not be able to be resurrected. What's worse, these two people kept saying that they would save the world, but Nagato had seen through the evil hearts of these two people. Once the Samsara Eye fell into the hands of Baiyu and Uchiha Obito, they would never use the Samsara Eye as these two people said, but would cause great damage to the world. Nagato considered himself the child of destiny and was also responsible for letting the ninja world see the dawn. Naturally, he was unwilling to let the Samsara Eye fall into the hands of Baiyu and Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Nagato had made up his mind. Even if it would destroy the rain village, he would kill these two people. As Nagato's willpower was high, the black ball in his palm expanded in vain, and the terrifying suction force made the surrounding objects roll towards the black ball. Before, Nagato would remove the ninjutsu after a while when using Chibiku Tensei. Now that Chibiku Tensei lasts longer, its power is multiplying every second. Even he cannot hold Chibiku Tensei for too long, otherwise he will be the first person to be caught and sealed. Nagato felt the impact of the burning corpse above stop, and knew that Baiyu's ammunition was exhausted. Under Baiyu's divine sight, he struggled to break free from the shield-like diamond blockade. This made the diamond blockade reveal a gap that could throw the Chibiku Tensei out. Outside the diamond blockade, Baiyu stood not far away coldly, with the corpse behind him putting his hand on Baiyu's shoulder. Behind this corpse was another corpse, and behind the other corpse were zombies hiding in the tunnel. These corpses put their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them, and transmitted the chakra energy to Baiyu through the purple hermit. Baiyu continuously transferred the chakra energy he obtained into the Manjakaya Sharingan in his left eye, making this eyeball stained red with blood, and the surface of the eyeball, which seemed to be made of glass, showed traces of broken glass. A powerful force that distorted space pressed on Nagato, causing the diamond seal to distort along with space. If Nagato had not used the pupil power of the Samsara Eye and the Chibiku Tensei in his hand to resist, he would have been transferred to the Kamui space by Baiyu in a minute. Baiyu stared at Uzumaki Nagato without blinking. He made up his mind that even if this Manjakaya Sharingan was exploded by chakra energy, he would kill Uzumaki Nagato here and get the Samsara Eye. Baiyu used Uchiha Obito's mind reflection technique Kamui to suppress Nagato firmly in place. Even if Nagato opened a gap in the diamond seal, he could not send out the Chibiku Tensei. The space in front of Nagato was twisted, and the Chibiku Tensei in his hand was also twisted, fighting against the power of Kamui. For a moment, the space in the underground passage was strange, like a multi-dimensional space, losing the definition of length, width, and height. Ordinary Uchiha clan ninjas use the Manjakaya Sharingan and special pupil technique, which only provide a little chakra energy to activate the pupil techniques in the Manjakaya Sharingan to create special effect. It is also using this special effect to cause damage to the enemy. But Baiyu is different from the people of the Uchiha clan. He is born with sufficient chakra energy and has a nouveau-riche mentality. He uses ninjutsu as powerful as possible without worrying about the consumption of chakra energy. This makes Baiyu use the Manjakaya Sharingan differently from other Uchiha clan ninjas. Although other Uchiha clan ninjas have more chakra energy than ordinary ninjas, they also need to be careful when using ninjutsu. But Baiyu is like a member of the Senju clan. He relies on the abundant chakra energy to use the chakra energy to upgrade the level of ordinary ninjutsu and exert terrifying power. If ordinary C-level ninjutsu, using theoretically sufficient high-quality chakra energy, can increase the effect of ninjutsu by one level to B level, then the chakra energy used by Baiyu is to forcibly break through the upper limit of a C-level ninjutsu, and then blast all the way until the chakra energy is exhausted. At this time, even the garbage ninjutsu can exert a powerful power. Force. Not to mention that Baiyu is now using Uchiha Obito's Kamui. This ninjutsu, even in the ninja world, is among the best in terms of effect and power. As Baiyu increased the power of Kamui, the range of Kamui was no longer limited to Nagato, but expanded. Uchiha Obito was on the side, using the dozen pairs of eyes that had grown on his clothes to see with his own eyes that the distorted space spread from Nagato to the top and bottom. Thousands of small pipes, once swept by the space wave, the surrounding walls, ground, and water pipes were all distorted. Is this still my Kamui? Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded. He didn't recognize this ninjutsu. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 629 Space Distortion. With the current power, even a tailed beast of the level of the Nine Tails will be pinned to the ground and unable to move, and will eventually be imprisoned in the Kamui space. Right? This is the top attack power and ceiling power. Moreover, once Baiyu decides to cancel Kamui, the things that have been sucked into the Kamui space will not exist in the ninja world. This makes Kamui also unparalleled and the sharpest weapon in the world. Obito took a step back in panic, and then inexplicably felt that Nagato looked at him angrily. Uchiha Obito steadied his steps. Baiyu's Kamui was connected to his Kamui space, which made him not afraid of Baiyu's Kamui. Even if he was teleported to another space by Baiyu's Kamui, he could come back. So, the person who is most likely to break the situation at this moment is him. Is the protagonist really the last one to appear? Don't be so arrogant. Kill that kid, Nagato said angrily. This Uchiha Obito is too unreliable. reliable. He was deceived by such a fool for so long. Uchiha Obito, are you sure you want to help Uzumaki Nagato? Do you think his black ball will hit you or me? Baiyu said. The current situation is that Nagato is just dragged by the power of Kamui and he is not sucked into the other space by Kamui. Nagato is now probably on the edge of the ninja world and the other space, and he pulls himself out through the pupil power of the Samsara Eye and the gravity-based Chibiku Tensei in his hand. The two sides wrestled, causing Nagato to be nailed in place as if he was suppressed by the Kamui space, but in fact he was not. Baiyu was also restrained. Baiyu needs to use Kamui and cannot move at will. It's just that as the attacking party he is in a much safer situation than Nagato. The premise is that Uchiha Obito does not take action in the current situation unless his power is greater than Nagato's. This situation will continue until both sides are injured. Moreover, once he cancels Kamui at this moment, Nagato's body will not be torn apart by Kamui, because Nagato is also trying to break free and pull back a part of his body that is about to reach the alien space. Baiyu paid attention to Obito and found that Obito was walking towards him as expected. Uchiha Obito chose to help Uzumaki Nagato. Idiot, your best choice now is to watch us both lose and the fisherman benefit. Baiyu commented mercilessly, pointing out Obito's mistake. Obito walked towards Baiyu in the blind spot of Baiyu's sight. Uchiha Obito said, I understand, but you are always the biggest threat to me. You have Kamui in your hand and you can reach my absolutely safe refuge, so as long as I kill you, I will still be invincible in this ninja world. As for Nagato, do you think that person didn't leave anything on him? Uchiha Obito said, and instantly came to Baiyu's side, pushing away the corpse behind him that provided chakra energy for Baiyu. Uchiha Obito put both hands on Baiyu's head, pinched Baiyu's chin with one hand, and used both hands to twist Baiyu's head off with a click. Baiyu's eyes stared at Nagato. As his head was taken off by Uchiha Obito, his sight of Nagato also turned around. As Baiyu's sight twisted, everything in the space within the Kamui range in the sewer twisted. It was like being upside down, forced to exist in front of Baiyu's eyes, and Uchiha Obito looked at the scene in front of him as if he was standing upside down on the ceiling, but in fact he was a down-to-earth person. Baiyu's body fell to the ground and was sucked into the twisted space. His head was held in Uchiha Obito's hand. Baiyu didn't want Obito to take advantage of him, so he was forced to stop Kamui. With the disappearance of Kamui, there was no power in the space to restrain Chibiku Tensei. The volume of Chibiku Tensei suddenly expanded 3 times. It was like a huge black ball hanging in the air. Nagato let Chibiku Tensei out of his palm. Except for the suction from Chibiku Tensei, the space around him returned to normal. In order to avoid falling to the ground, Nagato jumped around on the surrounding walls and finally stood firmly on the ground. Baiyu closed his eyes and said slowly, you made a wrong decision, Uchiha Obito. Hey, the corpse is talking. Uchiha Obito looked at the head in his hand in surprise. Nagato was about to tell Uchiha Obito about Baiyu's information, suddenly saw behind Obito a red-haired blindfolded boy holding a samurai sword piercing Obito's back. The tip of the knife pierced through Obito's heart, revealing a white blade flashing with cold light, and some blood flowed down the sharp side of the blade, and the blood was sucked away by the Chibiku Tensei and flew into the dark sphere. The surrounding stones also flew towards the Chibiku Tensei in a frenzy. At this moment the Chibiku Tensei is fully powered. This is a ninjutsu that can create the moon. Yaishokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 630 Joining Forces. Baiyu attacked from behind and stabbed Uchiha Obito to death. Nagato watched from a distance, laughed, and said with a somewhat abnormal mind, it is obviously you who are both injured. Good death, good death. Once the Chibiku Tensei is fully used, the power will accumulate, unless Nagato takes the initiative to stop the Chibiku Tensei. Otherwise this black ball will expand endlessly and will destroy the Rain Village, destroy the Rain Country, and then swallow up this ninja world. Nagato naturally will not see that scene happen. All he wants is the death of Baiyu and Obito. At this moment Uchiha Obito was killed by Baiyu, and then he only needs to deal with Baiyu. Baiyu drew out the samurai sword, kicked Uchiha Obito's leg with a cold face, and kicked Obito towards the Chibiku Tensei. As Obito's body was sucked into the Chibiku Tensei, the head transplanted with Kamui in Obito's hand was also sucked in. Baiyu turned around and used the multiple times instant body technique to evacuate the place without any reluctance. Let the large army quickly leave the range of Chibiku Tensei. When Nagato saw Baiyu leaving, he knew that the battle had not continued, but it was also a surprise that Chibiku Tensei could seal Uchiha Obito. Now that the troublemaker is dead, it will be his turn with Baiyu again. This time Baiyu has no Kamui. Let's see how Baiyu can fight him. Nagato immediately made seals with both hands. The black ball suspended in the air immediately stopped suction and expansion. Then, the gravity that had not completely disappeared continued to drive the surrounding stones to fly into the black ball in the sky. After a while, the black ball was submerged by the gravel and formed a stone ball. Follow the normal steps. Next, we must use the repulsion of Shinra Tensei to push the Chibiku Tensei out of the ninja world and throw it into the sky to accompany the moon. But Nagato couldn't waste this kind of chakra energy. After sealing Uchiha Obito's body and Kamui, he was about to chase Baiyu. Suddenly, he heard an annoying voice from the side. Are you all scumbags? So ruthless. Uchiha Obito covered his chest sadly and walked out from the side. Only another Kamui was sealed by the Chibiku Tensei. When Uchiha Obito realized that he was attacked, he activated Izanaki. Thanks to Baiyu, Obito's proficiency in using Izanaki is catching up with Kamui. It's impossible not to be familiar with it. Nagato's eyes twitched, wondering how Uchiha Obito was resurrected. He clearly saw Obito's body fall into the Chibaku Tensei with his own eyes. That body shouldn't be a clone. Nagato suddenly became wary of Obito. In addition, Baiyu and Obito said that the Samsara eye was not his eye, and Obito said that another person had set something on him. Nagato was depressed. Could it be that what these two said is true? If it is true, then when did all this start? Has the Akatsuki organization grown to this point, and has it always been in the eyes of these people? Nagato felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, shrouded by a huge conspiracy. Uchiha Obito had made a joke, and his expression became serious. He said coldly, "What's the matter with Baiyu? Do you have information about him? This kid is more difficult than before." Since he decided to deal with Baiyu with Nagato, he naturally had to know the latest information about Baiyu. "Well, I can tell you, provided that you tell the things about the Samsara eye." Nagato looked at Obito. "Why do you say that my eyes belong to someone else? This matter?" Uchiha Obito was a little silent. He found that it made no difference whether to say it or not at this point. Although he was Uchiha Madara's agent, his situation was no different from Nagato. Perhaps after solving Baiyu, the two can continue to cooperate. As for Uchiha Madara's will Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara himself is dead. What can an incarnation of will do? Uchiha Obito immediately told Nagato about Uchiha Madara, and said that Madara, like him, wanted to bring peace to the ninja world. Gathering all the tailed beasts and resurrecting the 10 tails can unite the people in the ninja world and make them realize the value of peace. But given the bad nature of human beings, they will try every means to make the peaceful world no longer exist. Uchiha Obito pointed out a clear way for Nagato. Only when the Moon Eye plan is successfully implemented, all human beings in the world will be at peace. Those who want to live in peace can live in peace, and those who want power and realize their ambitions can also realize them in their dreams. The warmongers and ambitious people among them will have no resistance and live in peace as we hope. 128,038 World. We'll talk about this later, Nagato said with a cold face. He looked around. This area was almost destroyed by Baiyu and him. The matter of Konoha village arranging ninjas to attack Yugakai village must have a result. Nagato said, Baiyu is a clone of consciousness in Yugakai village. His real body is still in Konoha. I need you to go to Konoha to kill his real body. Is the real body in Konoha? Uchiha Obito woke up. I was wondering how there could be such a fast instant body in the world. It turns out to be another way, another kind of super speed. Since he is in Konoha village, leave the matter of dealing with his real body to me. I will go to Konoha village to deal with him. Well, Uzumaki Nagato was in a bad mood. He learned about Uchiha Madara's plan. He found out that his whole life was actually controlled by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Chapter 630 Joining Forces. Uzumaki Nagato thought of Obito saying that he was restricted by Uchiha Madara, and made up his mind to complete the full body Shuridu transformation as soon as possible. No matter what restrictions he has, when there is no flesh and blood on his body except for the Samsara eye. Let's see how Uchiha Madara can control him. Baiyu ran out of the sewer with a heavy heart. The current situation is too unfavorable for him. He used Kakashi's Kamui to attack Nagato, and actually let Uchiha Obito and the Kamui space return to the ninja world. Returning to the ninja world would be fine. Normally he could kill Obito however he wanted, and he didn't take Obito seriously at all. But the trouble is that Uchiha Obito and Nagato have joined forces. With Uchiha Obito's power, he can teleport back to Konoha village over a long distance. This puts his body in danger. Once the body dies, this operation can be said to have failed. And the only Samsara eye that was snatched was the garbage Shinra Tensei and the animal path power. The Samsara natural technique that he and Itaki really needed was still in Nagato's hands. At this time, Baiyu suddenly felt desperate. How much did this world hate him that he was so unlucky? But Baiyu could only suppress his inner despair and the depression of wanting to die. If even he was desperate, what should Itaka do? In the team that came, only he and Itaka were left. Itaka was delighted to think that their plan was successful, and he also got a Samsara eye so he could revive Sasuke and Izumi and live a normal life together. As a result, right and wrong, success and failure, turn around and nothing. Baiyu put one hand on his chest, feeling distressed. He didn't want to tell Itaki about this desperate thing, so he hadn't told Itaki about the Uchiha clan until now. According to Itaka's parents' word, he didn't want Itaka to endure this kind of unbearable pain and despair. He only thought that if he won this time and got the Samsara eye, he could revive the dead Sasuke and Izumi. After experiencing death and pain, Baiyu realized how many miracles in ordinary life were delayed by his indecisive character. Even if Itaka knew about the family affairs, he could help Itaki. He could revive all the dead. Who knew it would become like this? Baiyu's face was cold, and he ran out of the underground passage. Outside was a starry sky after a heavy rain, and behind him were teams of ninja soldiers who had long been dead. Right here, perform the flesh and blood sacrifice ceremony and call on Rokakaka. Then, on the main body side, Baiyu stared at the dark soil on the ground with a faint black flame burning in his cold eyes. If I can kill Uchiha Obito once, twice, I can always kill him. What if another Kamui falls into his hands? I won't lose. Yi Niaoguo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 631 Postponement The stand envoy in Konoha Yi Niaoguo Baiyu cheered up again. He looked around and found that it was dark. He looked up at the sky. Crystal purple stars flickered in the night sky and the moon was hanging in the sky. Thousands of dollars. Baiyu could feel the humid air of the rain village and the coldness brought by the environment after the heavy rain. The purple hermit sent Rokakaka over. Baiyu immediately took Rokakaka into the building next to it. It can be seen that this was a residential building before, and there was no one in the building at this time. All the people in the rain village went out to take shelter. Bai Yu placed Luo Ka in the middle of the hall and ordered the corpses to move towards Luo Ka. The leader used a knife to bleed from his palm, but the blood had already coagulated, so he dripped the blood into a basin. The strange plants seemed to come alive. Bai Yu didn't watch. He walked outside the building, stood at the door, and looked at the ground in front of him, which was reflected by the bright moonlight and raindrops. They didn't come. Chasing me means that they have already designed a battle plan for me. Will Obito go to find my original body? He should. He and Nagato are originally a group of people. Bai Yu silently looked at the moonlight on the ground, but he didn't have the heart to look at the surrounding scenery. He likes to look at the scenery the most. In the village, he often plays with Ino. Bai Yu thinks that watching beautiful scenery is a manifestation of paying attention to every bit of life, and it is also a yearning for life. At this time, recalling the bits and pieces of the past few months, Bai Yu found that just as he imagined, the good times have passed, and every day of life now is far away from that kind of beauty, and it is impossible to experience such a life. Although he has always cherished the time at that time, time still slipped through his fingers. Bai Yu diverged his thought, read the location of Nagato and Obito, and found something. He could read Nagato accurately before, and now he can read Uchiha Obito, and the same is true. It's as easy as opening the door and seeing the scenery outside the door. Has part of the purple hermit been implanted in their bodies? Bai Yu grinned. No wonder it's so easy to determine their location. Nagato can use his strength to resist my spell. What can Uchiha Obito use to resist? Use those Sharingan to use Izanami to extend his life? Bai Yu laughed. Uchiha Obito's hard power is much worse than Nagato's, and he can't defend against his spell casting, which is why he was able to kill Uchiha Obito several times before. Bai Yu looked at the central tower. The top few floors of the tower were destroyed by their battle. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato returned to the central tower, and I don't know what he was doing, but it is obvious that the battle has ended. Everyone is recovering, and it is self-evident what Uchiha Obito did. Bai Yu is raising Rokakaka. Uchiha Obito went to Konoha village to find his body, and Uzumaki Nagato didn't know what he was doing. At this moment, the street, except for the creepy chewing sound coming from behind him, it was extremely quiet. Bai Yu stood at the door, bathing in the moonlight, closing his eyes and enjoying the tranquility at this time. It was as if he had returned to the past, sitting on the eaves and looking at the stars. A young man jumped down from the eaves next to him and came to Bai Yu's side. Itaka looked back at the situation behind him, and before he noticed what was happening inside, his eyes were covered by Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, "Don't look." "Okay." Itaki agreed. In fact, he had guessed it when he heard the voice. Bai Yu moved his hand away and stopped blocking Itaka's eyes. At this moment, Bai Yu heard a laugh. Bai Yu asked a question in confusion. Itaka saw Bai Yu standing on tiptoe and explained, "Nothing." "Oh." Bai Yu turned around and sat on the steps. "Come and watch the stars with me for a while." "Okay." Itaka sat down next to Bai Yu. The two looked up at the sky. Itaka was a very smart man. He guessed that something might have happened, otherwise Bai Yu would not have been able to prepare here. With Bai Yu's personality, he would continue to waste time with Nagato. "Are you in trouble?" Itaki asked. "I can help you." "You help me? How?" Bai Yu said. "Itaki is a chunin. He is useless in this battle, and he can't change the situation. How can Itaka help him? He only has himself now, and he can only rely on himself." Bai Yu missed Chuan a little. He looked at the moon and remembered Chuan holding his hand and looking at him tenderly when he was sick. Bai Yu's heart was about to melt. Chuan was so gentle. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he immediately said, "I can solve it myself. You have to believe me." Itaka looked at Bai Yu and didn't say anything, knowing that Bai Yu didn't believe him. This person has always been indifferent to him. Bai Yu was afraid that Itaka would die. Seeing Itaka silent, he was still worried that Itaka would go to help, and said, "Be good." "Be good for what?" "Be good." Bai Yu said. "Yeah." Itaka responded, "I'll give you the remaining samsara eye when I get it, and you can only go back alone on the way back." Bai Yu said. Itaka knew this. Kakashi and Shisui were both dead in the team that came here. On the way back, he was naturally the only one left. Bai Yu was also a clone projected by consciousness. After snatching the samsara eye, she would not stay with him. Probably only when he encountered something critical on the road and called Bai Yu would see him. Chapter 631 Postponement. "I know." Itaka put his hands on his knees and sat obediently. Bai Yu found that Itaka was indeed very obedient, which was good and satisfied him. He didn't want to lose anyone anymore. Losing someone you care about will be very painful. In another place, Uzumaki Nagato began to design the Shura road for himself, with the human road and hell road standing beside him. The human road was ordered by Nagato to capture Uchiha Itaki, but did not find Itaki in the rain village. The boy had very secretly concealed his track and moved all the time. In addition, his main focus was on dealing with Bai Yu and Uchiha Obito, so the human path was not smart enough and he could not find Uchiha Itaki. He was led around by Uchiha Itaki for an entire afternoon and did not even see him. After that, his battle with Bai Yu was terminated by Uchiha Obito, so he called back the human path and transformed him into the Shura path. In addition to Bai Yu, he also had to face Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, who had long been dead. His flesh and blood body was no longer enough to cope with the current situation. In order to survive better, Nagato decided to transform himself into a complete machine and get out of the control of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. The enemy was still in the village, so he performed a major operation on himself. Nagato was not panicked about this matter. Bai Yu came over, and he would fight. It was not like he had never fought before. What's more, Bai Yu was here, and Uchiha Obito went to Konoha to kill Bai Yu's body. If Bai Yu dared to come and fight him, he might die before him. Baiyu, who has the power of telepathy, cannot be unaware of the danger of Uchiha Obito. In this case, Baiyu can only deal with Uchiha Obito first, which gives him the opportunity to upgrade secretly. Nagato now has to hurry up to transform himself, so naturally he has no time to care about Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi has a Samsara Eye, Nagato found that it is a rubbish Samsara Eye, and its ability is not as much as his Samsara Eye. When he found out about this, Nagato almost laughed and mourned for Baiyu's luck. He was too smart to plan, but he worked in vain. However, since Uchiha Obito appeared, his luck has not been very good, because he learned from Obito that he was a tool to help Uchiha Madara nurture the Samsara Eye. This matter made Nagato feel bad, so he planned to take advantage of the time now to complete the transformation of the mechanical Ashura. After all, once Uchiha Obito and Baiyu decide the result, he, the holder of the Samsara Eye, will have to face one of them. Whether it was Baiyu or Uchiha Obito, he had no ability to continue to resist. If Baiyu defeated Obito, no one would deal with Baiyu's body, and he would be exhausted to death by Baiyu. And if Obito defeated Baiyu, he could control him by using the backup left by Uchiha Madara. Therefore, it was putting the cart before the horse and wasting time to not seize the time to upgrade himself and go to Uchiha Itachi instead. Nagato immediately began to design a plan for his own Shura Road body. The transformation of Shura Road is to merge oneself with the machine, and the flesh and blood control the material. This transformation uses the power of the Samsara Eye so that people and materials will not have an immune reaction, just like the machine has life and can be perfectly integrated with the transformer. According to Nagato's idea, the maximum transformation should be half human and half machine transformation. Only in this way can some weapons of the new era be used, and the Hell Road can have half flesh and blood to exert the power of ninja. However, since he could not check what Uchiha Madara had done to him, Uzumaki Nagato decided to remove all his flesh and blood, leaving only the Samsara Eye on his body. The ability of Shuradu to transform himself into a machine allows him to use the Samsara Eye even if he transforms his whole body into a machine, as long as the Samsara Eye is there. By mastering the abilities of the sixth path through the Samsara Eye, he can complete a thorough transformation. The principle of this plan is to use the Samsara Eye to transform himself into a machine using the Shura Road ability, and the proportion of his own flesh and blood and matter will break the balance, forming a situation where the flesh and blood are fully controlled by matter. This makes it possible for him to continue to control the Samsara Eye. Nagato's ability comes from the Samsara Eye. He transforms himself through the ability of the Samsara Eye, and then uses the special power after the transformation to control the Samsara Eye, which will form a delicate balance as if the left foot steps on the right foot and flies to the sky. If the Samsara Eye only has the power of Shuradu's human-machine transformation, then this control method is nothing but a fantasy, but the Samsara Eye has many special abilities, which makes this idea a practical plan. At the end of this process, the new body will no longer have the old things, only the mechanical body controlled by the Samsara Eye. He will become a special existence. As for what kind of existence, Nagato is not clear now, but he is mentally prepared. At that time, the Six Paths ability can feed back to himself, and he will be superior to the Samsara Eye. Not only can he completely get rid of Uchiha Madara's control, but he can also upgrade his combat power in all aspects, and this Samsara Eye will be the only flesh and blood organ in his body. If the Samsara Eye is not his, then after the transformation is completed, his own mechanical transformation rate will be as high as 100%, and the Samsara Eye will become a truly transplanted human organ for him. This transformation is very bold, almost completely abandoning himself from the human species. At that time, is he using the mechanical body to control the Samsara Eye, or is the Samsara Eye controlling him through the power of Shura Road? Which side is controlling the other? With the death of the old body, where is he? Yi Niao Guo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 632 Design Ideas Yi Niao Guo All these things were not in Nagato's consideration. At this moment, as he absorbed too much chakra energy, he had gone crazy. The only thought in his mind was to survive and realize Akatsuki's ideal. To carry out the Shura Path transformation of the whole body, first the ability of Shura Path needs to be activated. Nagato had already done this when he fought with Baiyu before. Baiyu destroyed his heart, and he made a mechanical heart for a short time. This means that he has fallen from the outer path of the six paths of reincarnation to Shura. In future battles, he will not stay out of it, but become the pain who truly masters the battle among the six paths of pain. Pain means pain. Nagato knew this very well, but except for the time when he met Yahiko and Konan, he was happy, and there was no time in his life that was not painful. After Konan's death and the destruction of the Rain Village, he had nothing to worry about, which made him more and more crazy about his ideal. He knew Nagato has already realized that he will become Shura, the dawn of mankind, and bring dawn to the world. This is why he decided to transform himself into Shura. Of course, he avoided Uchiha Madara's trap with a mechanical body. This is the reason why he abandoned his flesh and blood body. After activating the power of Shura, it means that he can start the transformation of flesh and blood, allowing a large amount of non-human substances to be integrated into the body and gradually replace useless organs in the process. The replaced organs and limbs can be upgraded from generation to generation with the advancement of technology, so Nagato is not worried about his lack of strength. In addition to the fact that the main body of Shura can be infinitely upgraded with the rise of technology in the era, the Samsara Eye controlled by the mechanical Shura will also be his most powerful power. Using the Shura's ability to transform humans and machines, he transformed himself himself into a robot, the proportion of matter will be much greater than flesh and blood, which will lead to the change from flesh and blood controlling matter to matter controlling flesh and blood. This will also allow the mechanical body to control the samsara eye. At that time, it will be energy that will determine one's own combat effectiveness. Once the energy is exhausted, one will lose the ability to move. However, the samsara eye is very peculiar and has the power to control gravity, repulsion, soul, regeneration, and so on. Even if one loses chakra energy, one may not be unable to move with a mechanical body. What's more, the samsara eye also has the power to extract the chakra energy of others for his own use, which makes him even more free of chakra energy to use. Just like Baiyu, isn't chakra energy everywhere? Baiyu kills people, that's real killing. He kills people and can also revive them. So when he kills people, it's not considered killing, but borrowing chakra energy from people. And chakra energy is a renewable resource for humans, and it can be extracted again in a few days. So he can kill once, use the chakra energy of humans to fight, and then revive people after using it up, and return the chakra energy so that the people he killed will be resurrected again and become complete people again. At most, those people will be weak for a while. This method of use is like letting the people around him merge into one, and then disperse back after merging. This is the power of the collective. Nagato realized that he was not alone. Then thinking further, he can merge the human group and make them his power. Then can he merge other machines and let the mechanical puppets bring him stronger power? This idea, like a flash of lightning across the dark mind, brought Nagato the road ahead. In the past he was focused on the heavenly path and other pain powers were not explored. Now that he has discovered it, he realizes that he used the samsara eye wrongly. He used the samsara eye to go the wrong way, and he should let the great power gather in one body. In the past he was weak and could not support the samsara eye, so he came up with the 6 paths of pain to share the pressure. But with the idea of a Shura Road, Nagato realized transforming himself into Shura Road and then controlling the abilities of the other 5 paths is the real way to use the samsara eye. Shuradu's ability to transform humans into machines allows him to perfectly fuse matter and flesh together, which means that he has the possibility of becoming infinitely stronger. How could a strong body not be able to withstand the consumption of the samsara eye? Since Nagato absorbed the ninjas from the rain village plundered by Baiyu, his body has been filled with all kinds of thoughts and obsessions of the rain village ninjas. These people have died with the passing of their lives, but the chakra energy has left their obsessions and now accompanies him. On the road of Shura, he will not be alone. First of all, it's an energy problem. I have absorbed a lot of chakra energy in my body. These chakra energies make it easier for me to use the samsara eye, but with the mechanization of my body, my flesh and blood body will be replaced by mechanical limbs, and the replaced part will lose the basis for using ninjutsu to extract chakra. And because of the loss of the acupuncture points and meridians in the human body, the 6th series ninjutsu can no longer be used. But the power of the samsara eye alone is enough for me to stand at the top of this world. After the Shura Road transformation, I will be stronger than before. There is also the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. This pure knowledge-based power is also a system outside of ninjutsu. With the samsara eye and the sealing technique, I am still very strong. As Nagato thought about it, he found that his active thinking had deviated from the direction, and he knocked his head quickly and returned to the issue of energy design. My dear, there is more to this chapter. There are more exciting things to come. Chapter 632 Design Ideas. As his own flesh and blood are replaced by machinery, he will not only be unable to extract chakra energy, but also lose his current huge chakra, unless these chakra energies must be stored first and they can be used again after the transformation. Nagato did what he thought, and he took his mechanical heart to the workbench. The mechanical heart merged with his original flesh and blood heart. It was a foreign body that merged machinery and flesh and blood, and could feel the beating below from the mechanical parts covering the surface of the heart. This heart still had flesh and blood, which did not meet his idea of a 100% mechanization of Shura Road, because if there is still flesh and blood in his body, there is a possibility that Uchiha Madara will set a trap. That place is unsafe and should be abandoned. Nagato remade an artificial heart. He wanted to make a core to store energy. Such materials are very rare, but there are some in the rain village. After all, in order to make 6 paths of pain, he has been collecting materials very carefully. Nagato quickly made the second heart. This heart is now pure without any flesh and blood, and only has the function of storing energy. Nagato first used the power of the hungry ghost to extract most of his own chakra energy and compressed it in the heart. It is very difficult to compress so much chakra energy together, and it will form a ninjutsu explosion at any time. But Nagato can also use sealing technique, and he remembered the sealing techniques at this moment. The diamond seal is both offensive and defensive, and it also has a suppressing seal effect. It is simply too useful. The same is true for other sealing technique. After thousands of years of research by the Uzumaki clan, the sealing efficiency is much better than the sealing technique that comes with the samsara eye. Nagato thought of the other sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and gradually experimented on his mechanical heart, and finally completed the transformation of the mechanical heart as energy. This heart stores most of his chakra energy. Once it explodes, the rain village will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Only if he stays conscious and uses sealing techniques and hungry ghost abilities can he suppress this violent chakra energy. After that, it is the transformation of hands and feet, which is not difficult for Nagato. However, before the transformation, Nagato first made a puppet body. After the puppet body is made, it will be divided into several parts to gradually replace his own limbs and organs. Because of the special ability of the Shura Road. The puppet body does not need to be very delicate to use, and with sufficient energy it can barely be used as a first-generation version. In the future he can replace new parts for his body as the times upgrade. But at this time, Nagato encountered a new problem. This problem is still very serious. He had never imagined this problem before, and now that he encountered it he found that it was very difficult to complete the mechanical transformation of the whole body. I can only say that it is a beautiful idea with great prospect, but there are many problems. The first is the problem of head transformation. In the past, Nagato used corpses to make pain, and the pain after making it also maintained a certain vitality of life. For example, the three first created pains, Tiendeo, Rendeo, and Jigakudo, are actually corpses, but they are controlled by him in the same way as puppet, but except for the chakra signal stick, there is no puppet material on their bodies. Only Shurado will have human-machine transformation, which is also the characteristic of the combination of Shurado and technology. Now Nagato needs to undergo a full body transformation, which means that the head also needs to be replaced with mechanical part. And now a very difficult problem has arisen. That is, how should the mechanical lump think? People can think because they have a brain, but the iron lump has no brain. Even if it is replaced with a wooden head, it still has no brain. People without brains, even if they are transformed into Shurado, have no wisdom at all. Even if his soul is forcibly fixed on Shurado by Rendeo and Jigakudo, it is useless. After all, Shurado hardware does not support him to think. How can he control this body to fight without a brain? Will he end up killing himself? Although he can use the Hades reincarnation technique, the soul that floats back cannot command a mechanical body without a brain. I seem to understand where Uchiha Madara set the restriction. He transplanted the samsara eye into me when I was a child. The closest thing to the samsara eye is the brain, which is why I can't get rid of his control no matter what. The Uchiha clan is also good at illusions, and he is very likely to attack my brain. The more Nagato thought about it, the more likely it was. I'm afraid this is also the reason why Uchiha Madara is confident that the spokesperson he supported can control him. No wonder Obito will join hands with me to solve Baiyu, because in Obito's eyes, even if I have the samsara eye, I will not be his opponent, so how should I change my head? Nagato fell into thinking. The two most important organs in the human body are the brain and the heart. I can still solve the problem of the heart, but how to solve the problem of the brain? Nagato originally planned to gradually replace his own flesh and blood. The body is completely replaced with machinery, but now he found that his brain cannot be replaced. This made his plan to transform himself into a 100% mechanical Shurado fail. This is a problem that Nagato has never encountered before. After all, pain uses a flesh and blood body, and the brain is still the original brain, but the Shurado is to completely replace the head with machinery, and flesh and blood other than the samsara eye cannot be retained. Otherwise Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara may plot against him. He cannot fail and cannot be controlled, so he has to do things in an extreme way to use the limited time now to transform himself out of control. Otherwise, when the samsara eye is taken away by Obito using Uchiha Madara's backhand, he will lose all his chances. The brain is the only thing that is useful. Other parts such as teeth, cheek, skull, etc. can be replaced with stronger materials. In addition, the nervous system that controls various parts of the body is also the key to the brain's ability to control the limbs. A completely mechanical body also needs corresponding replacements to be used, but I can't imagine any machine that can replace the brain now. Maybe when the technology of the ninja world advances, we can see the possibility of replacement, but now, I don't have a machine that can replace my brain. Wait, Nagato suddenly had an idea at this time. He may not have a machine that can replace the function of the human brain to control the mechanical body, but he can replace his brain with someone else's brain. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 633 Mechanical Ashura _ the stand in Konoha. This is a genius idea. It turns out that the samsara eye can be used in this way. Nagato thought of his previous method of attacking Baiyu by transferring memories. Wouldn't it be better if he used this method instead? The problem he faced was to get rid of Uchiha Madara's control, so he had to remove all his flesh and blood, and he was stuck on the problem of the brain. But he originally planned to discard his own brain, so wouldn't it be better to replace his own brain with someone else's? If he discarded his own brain, he could just use someone else's, right? Yes, that's right. After a person dies, some of that person's memories will remain in his brain cells, but I can use the power of the human way to extract all of that person's memories. In this way, that person's brain will become a blank. Then I will transfer my own memories into it and replace this brand new brain with the mechanical body. In this way, I will complete the replacement of my own flesh and blood. If the technology of the ninja world advances in the future and there are machines that can replace the human brain, I can also completely abandon the human brain and use the iron brain. Ha ha ha, the biggest difficulty has been solved. Yahiko, Konan, did you see it? There is always a way out. Nagato laughed. Without further ado, Nagato immediately went out and brought back a person's head. There are not many other things in the village. People who died in the war are everywhere. Just pick up someone who looks smart on the road. After whitewashing the brain, Nagato used a scalpel to cut open the brain, carefully took it out, and then copied his own memory and let the human way transfer it into the new brain. Nagato remodeled the limbs that would be used later on the operating table. A puppet that was torn into pieces and could be seen as a simple human figure was made. There was nothing about this puppet that belonged to him. It was all made of various materials. If these things were used to help the disabled, they could be called prostheses. Of course, it was still a prosthesis now. Nagato was very satisfied. This was the first version of him. He would install powerful weapons in the future depending on the situation. As for now, Nagato did not install any weapon. Everything was made according to how strong and durable it was. After all, the current firepower was not as powerful as the 6 paths ninjutsu. As for whether the brain would die without bones and flesh as nutrition, this was not a problem in terms of restorative chakra energy. With the addition of the Hell's King of Hell resurrection technique, even if the brain reached its limit and died naturally, it could be resurrected forcibly and then used again. Preparation is complete. Start transplanting the prosthesis. Although Nagato could use the Shura Road ability on the new puppet, transform it into a Shura Road and then attach the soul to it through suicide. But if he did that, his original body would die. His original body has the Samsara Eye, and once the Samsara Eye loses control, his own balance will be broken. At that time, he will also die as Shuradu, so he can only divide the modified mechanical body into multiple prostheses and then transplant them one by one to himself. It sounds troublesome, but such rigid things must be done according to the rules, and no shortcuts can be taken. The operation was completed by Nagato controlling the human path and the hell path, and he himself lying on the operating table, silently commanding the 2 pains to perform the transplant operation on him. First, the leg, all removed and spliced a euro with mechanical leg. As soon as the flesh and blood body touched the mechanical leg, they were perfectly fused together under the power of Shuradu's human-machine transformation. It's like a dilapidated ship that is constantly replaced with new part. During this process, Nagato once died, but his soul is still in his body, and he can control the Samsara Eye before death, repair himself through the power of the Samsara Eye Hell Road, and in this process more perfectly merge the old body with the new body. The ninja's chakra energy stores the ninja's spiritual power. The ninja can use this method to create a clone that leaves the body, and the clone also has the ability to think. This also allows the ninja to have the special phenomenon that even if the main body dies, the clone can exist alone for a period of time. The phenomenon is ultimately due to the existence of chakra energy. Therefore, even if the ninja himself dies, his clone will still act according to the will of the main body. Using this method and idea, Nagato can use the Samsara Eye before death to revive himself, because at the time of death people are not completely cold and there are still some nerve reflexes in the brain cells. With the effect of chakra energy, some special abilities can naturally be driven. Under this splicing, Nagato forcibly completed an unprecedented human-machine transformation and gradually lost his past self in the process of transformation and turned into a new person. This new person, the heart stores a large amount of chakra energy, the head uses someone else's brain, the brain stores Nagato's memory, and the eye socket is embedded in the steel, which is the only remaining Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye is not connected to the flesh and blood nerves and is directly fused with the steel. It looks very strong, but under Ashura's transformation, the steel material not only retains its original characteristics but also adapt to the existence of the Samsara Eye. For the Samsara Eye, the material of steel is also flexible, just like the original human eyes are based on their own eye socket, which is a natural thing. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 633 Mechanical Ashura. This is also the ability of the Shura path of the Samsara Eye, otherwise the brain in the head will be in pain if it is locked in an iron shell. When this Samsara Eye rotate, it can clearly see the soul fixed on the steel body by the human path. This soul is nailed to the body of the robot. Not long after, the soul adapts to the new body. Nagato opened his eyes. He moved his new body and found that there are still many defects. These defects are things that puppeteers will not consider. After all, no one wants the puppet to have the ability to think independently, and naturally they will not consider whether the puppet can hear sounds or feel pain. The 5 basic senses of human beings are vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Now I have lost all 4 senses, only vision is left. Nagato looked at his old body with nostalgia. That innocent person who had hoped for the world and lived in pain was killed by his grown-up self. I will never feel pain again, nor will I feel pain, but I still know what I am going to do. Maybe I have forgotten how to speak, and I will install a special voice function in the future. Nagato walked out. In addition to transforming into a Shura Road, Nagato also kept something for himself, which was the gravel formed by the chakra energy left when Baiyu destroyed his heart. Baiyu can use this gravel to locate, and he needs to use this gravel to let Baiyu locate. In this way, Baiyu can find him, and he can kill Baiyu. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 634 Flesh Without Soul. In the quiet and humid rain village, there is no light. Looking around from the high-rise building, you can only see buildings of different heights hidden in the shadows and some of the moonlight shining through the cloud. In front of a tall building, a long line of people lined up on the street. These people looked at the people in front of them silently and moved forward as the team slowly moved forward. The oppressive, dull, and dark environment in the building breeds painful sounds. It's as if countless people are wailing and squirming inside. After a person dies, the soul will leave the body and go to the Pure Land, but the human body cells contain personal memories and emotions. The power of Rokakaka made these soulless flesh come alive. These flesh without souls but only with emotions and memories will feel pain and wail when they find themselves in this situation, but in fact they are not the real person. At most they are clones that have inherited the original human memory and emotions. Therefore, Baiyu did not think that he had killed a person twice. He was dealing with a person without soul. It is just a body of a soul. Baiyu once dreamed that he was accidentally swallowed by Rokakaka in the underground base of the root in order to save Itaki and became a part of the flesh and blood monster. Later, he used the purple hermit to form an outer shell and reached a symbiotic relationship with the flesh and blood blood monster, so he left Konoha village. It was not a good dream, and Baiyu still remembers it vividly, otherwise he would not have brought Rokakaka here to try it out. What Baiyu did not expect was that the things in the dream were actually real. In reality, Rokakaka's performance after the fusion of flesh and blood was exactly the same as the situation in his dream. This also means that he can still use the method in the dream to control Rokakaka. With Baiyu actively feeding food, the growing Rokakaka did not leave to forage alone, but ate the line-up meal. Baiyu only waited for the monster to swallow it up, and then drove the monster to launch the final attack on Uzumaki Nagato. Be safe, I have some things to deal with in the village. Baiyu and Ataka looked at the stars for a while, then stood up and said goodbye. He was going to the village to deal with the problem of Uchiha Obito. As for Uzumaki Nagato, Baiyu read and wrote that Nagato was resting and recovering in the central tower, and did not walk around. Obviously, the previous battle was not easy for Nagato, but no matter how this person rested and recovered his physical strength, the ending was already determined. Now Nagato is probably waiting to die in despair. This sad guy is just a tool for Uchiha Madara to nourish the Samsara Eye. Whether it is him or Uchiha Obito, under the current circumstances they will not let Uzumaki Nagato go. And Uzumaki Nagato, for the childish ideal of the Ten Tails to deter and produce peace, must protect the Samsara Eye. This leads to Nagato dying at the hands of one of him and Uchiha Obito. But before that, Baiyu needs to deal with Uchiha Obito. This waste is more troublesome than he thought, and is the only one who can kill him in advance now. After dealing with Uchiha Obito, he had nothing to worry about. Can we revive them afterward? Itaki asked. Baiyu looked at the long line of zombie puppets in front of the building, and suddenly remembered that Ataka had stabbed his family for the lives of more people in the village. It's normal to be concerned about this matter now. After all, Ataka has always been a kind person. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so afraid of Ataka before. Even if Ataka had been sticking to him, he didn't dare to accept it. In addition to Sasuke's reason, there is another reason that Ataki and Sasuke are sisters. Ataki is a thorny one. He is really worried that Ataka will get up in the middle of the night and chop him. Or he bullied Sasuke and Ataka chopped him. Anyway, he is very afraid of Ataki, but it doesn't matter. He won't live long. If Ataka will revive him, it means he will forgive him, and if he doesn't revive, it's okay. He has always been unhappy when he is alive. Maybe it's better to die. Baiyu noticed the depressed thoughts in his heart and immediately began to think in the opposite direction. He wanted to live very much. There was nothing wrong with living in pain. Anyway, he couldn't die. Baiyu said, that's what I think. Itaki relaxed in his heart. People have been dying in this world all the time. This is something that cannot be changed. As a ninja, he had committed suicide once before. He knew that living was the instinct of life. He could only choose to adapt to this bad world like other people and accept his fate. This is why he didn't stop Baiyu when he saw what he did. However, with the Samsara Eye, resurrecting the dead is something that can be done easily, so he asked Baiyu at this time. Well, because Baiyu didn't like him very much, so it was a request. I don't think Baiyu will agree. However, Baiyu agreed to resurrect the dead, which made Ataka happy. He didn't think Baiyu had a conscience, but that Baiyu cared about him a little bit. It was a joy that his feelings were not in vain and he had something to gain. But such things should be asked as little as possible, otherwise it would be a bad thing to consume feelings all the time. Just when Baiyu and Ataka were saying goodbye, suddenly the two heard a snapping sound from the window. They turned back to look at the place where the sound came from. They found that the window was pushed open and the windowsill was very clean, with only white moonlight, and they did not see what made the sound. Ataka looked carefully and noticed some sticky handprints on the open glass window. Chapter 634 Flesh Without Soul. After a while, the two saw a tentacle full of palms resting on the windowsill. What is this? Ataka was shocked. He knew what Baiyu was feeding, but this kind of thing didn't look like a summoning beast, right? Baiyu quickly grabbed the corner of Ataka's clothes and pulled him back. Don't look over there. You have to leave here. Ataka looked at Baiyu at a loss. Baiyu said, next, you leave the rain village and come back when everything is fine here. This thing can block me when I go back to deal with the affairs of Konoha village. Baiyu also needs Ataka to bring back the Samsara Eye, otherwise he will not let Ataka stay. In such a dangerous environment, even if he was afraid of Ataka, Ataka was still his wife. Ataka nodded. I'll listen to you. Yet, Baiyu smiled and then warned him worriedly, don't look at it. I understand. Ataka watched Baiyu leave and he left the building immediately. Before, Ataka walked around in the rain village to avoid the human world, and he was already familiar with the situation in the rain village. He came here to see Baiyu. Now that Baiyu has left, he has to hide again. Otherwise, even if Baiyu got the remaining Samsara Eye, he died, and no one could send the Samsara Eye back to the Konoha ninja village. No matter how powerful the Samsara Eye is, it is also human flesh and blood. If it is not protected for a long time, it will naturally necrotize. In this way, their action this time has failed. So even if he did not fight, his own responsibility is not small at all. And now, it is the most dangerous situation. Baiyu left and returned to the ninja village to deal with things. Now he is the only one left in the rain village. In the rain village, besides the monster raised by Baiyu, there is also Uzumaki Nagato. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 635 Obito returns to Konoha _ the stand in Konoha _ Yiniokuo _ Konoha village. After the Uchiha clan left, the whole village relaxed. After a simple meeting, the third Hokage announced his abdication and asked the village's senior ninjas to choose several ninjas to run for the position of Hokage. But in fact, Jiraiya has been secretly selected. At this moment, Jiraiya came out of the izakaya and was trying hard to get rid of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. After failing to persuade Tsunade he wanted to run away at night. He was still busy looking for the child of destiny, so he had no time to be the head of Konoha village, nor did he have time to care about Uzumaki Naruto. If he stayed in the village, according to the prophecy of the immortal, the whole world would be destroyed. But Naruto was clinging and refusing to let go, which made Jiraiya very worried. He could not kick him away, so he could only give him a test question, and if Naruto passed the test he would accept him as his disciple. In the izakaya, the candle light flickered. Tsunade lowered her eyes and drank a little. Shizune with short black hair was beside her. This time she came back. Tsunade thought she would have a home, but in fact she was still a homeless person. Tomorrow she would leave the village and continue to wander outside. As for whether to settle down in the village, Tsunade was afraid that the Senju clan would be excluded by the villagers like the Uchiha clan in the future. Although Tsunade did not like the people of the Uchiha clan, the current village made her feel strange, and it was not the same atmosphere as when the first generation Hokage was there. It would be better to let the Senju clan become a legend, which would be good for everyone. The most important reason is that they are afraid of having a clan member die in front of them. After the incident with Bai Yu, her original fear of blood became more serious. Tsunade has seen it. When she looks at her palm, her hand will tremble constantly, as if the blood in the past is still on her hand. On such a night, Uchiha Obito's figure appeared on the roof of a house in the village, and he had a clear view of the situation in the village. It's really peaceful. Uchiha Obito looked at everything in front of him. Why didn't Lin live such a peaceful life? A kind girl like Lin should live a happy life. Something must have gone wrong. Otherwise, why can't people who want peace live a peaceful life but have to live in war all the time? Uchiha Obito put away his emotions. He didn't think about these things before, as long as he was with Lin. Now he doesn't think about these things either, as long as he finds Bai Yu and kills Bai Yu. He wants to create a world for Lin. Nagato said there is a purple signal channel in the sky, and the place it points to is where the white moon is. Uchiha Obito looked up at the sky. In the black sky, the stars shine, as dazzling as the Milky Way. In the rain village, you can't see such a beautiful scenery. What people can see is the depression of the humid sky accumulating dark clouds and drizzle. People passing by also hold umbrellas, and you can't see the expressions under the umbrellas and raincoat hood. Obito looked at the sky, and there was no purple channel that Nagato said. Isn't the white moon in the village? Obito thought about it but couldn't figure it out, so he went directly to find the nearby White Zetsu. And from White Zetsu, he learned what happened in Konoha village and the news that the Uchiha clan left Konoha. As a condition for the Uchiha clan to exchange with Konoha village, the white moon has been taken away from the village by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito was in a complicated mood. His expected plan was that if the family could not stand the oppression of the village, they would leave Konoha. At that time, he could contact the family and complete the Moon Eye plan with the overall strength of the Uchiha clan. After all, he was too useless. When he finished his training and returned to the ninja village, he thought he was fearless, but he was taught a lesson by the fourth Hokage. After making Madara angry to death for unknown reasons, Obito reflected deeply in the past few years and decided to find helpers, but his invitation was rejected by Uchiha Fugaku. Obito thought that things would not develop as he imagined. He gave up hope for the Uchiha clan and instead tried to persuade Uchiha Itachi to leave the Uchiha clan with him. Itachi was the genius he favored, the genius he carefully cultivated to be able to comprehend Tsukuyomi in despair, and the one who could replace him as the next Uchiha Madara. But then he was entangled by Bai Yu, who forced him into Kamui and made him afraid to come out. The Uchiha clan's affairs were over. Obito didn't expect to learn about the Uchiha clan leaving Konoha village now, so Uchiha Fugaku rejected his invitation before, and now he is taking the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. What is his plan? Since Uchiha Fugaku planned to take the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, why didn't he join forces with him? Did Uchiha Fugaku really not approve of the Moon Eye's plan? Or did Uchiha Fugaku's angular corners in his youth have been rounded by the third Hokage? Obito couldn't figure it out, and he didn't need to figure it out. He just had to find the Uchiha clan and kill Bai Yu's body. Obito followed the direction given by White Zetsu and chased after the Uchiha clan's convoy. Because he didn't remember the corresponding coordinates along the way, Obito was running wildly in the forest with his leg. He needed to walk again before he could use Kamui to go to the place he had been to before. As for places he had never been to, it would be very dangerous if he teleported there at will. Bai Yu had been observing Obito. After he explained the matter to Itachi, he went straight to kill Obito. In the dark wood, Obito was running on the tree, and a red-haired boy suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 635 Obito returns to Konoha. There is nothing much to say between Bai Yu and Obito. He is tired of killing Obito. Shimura Danzo can run to the third generation for protection. Who else can Obito find? Obito's only supporter is Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara is still waiting in the Pure Land. Black Zetsu was also sealed by him. Who else can help Obito? When Bai Yu appeared, he raised his hand. Once this hand touched Uchiha Obito, Obito would be killed immediately. Bai Yu's palm hadn't fallen yet. Obito shuddered. With this feeling, he knew that Bai Yu was coming without guessing. In the few hours when Bai Yu was chasing him, he ran all over the ninja world. He had already practiced Bai Yu's killing rules with his life. Absolute one-hit kill. Obito didn't even look back, using the survival instinct trained by Bai Yu to quickly activate the Kamui run. After the Kamui is activated, the longest duration of its own hollowing is about 5 minutes. From the beginning ninja world to the Kamui space endpoint, there is a gap, and this gap is the distance between the two spaces. When Obito passes through this gap, the power of Kamui will be consumed consumed all the time. The longer he stays in the gap, the greater the consumption. He can only hold on for 5 minutes at most. After 5 minutes he will be bounced back to the ninja world because he has not been to the Kamui space for a long time. At the same time, in this gap, as long as he does not walk out of the gap between the two spaces, the enemy cannot hurt him and he cannot hurt others. And because he exists in this gap, the power of Kamui has been continuous, so he has always maintained a state of shuttling between the two spaces, which can allow his image and sound to be transmitted to the ninja world. Since his image and voice can be transmitted to the ninja world, people in the ninja world can naturally attack him, but in the gap between the two spaces, the width is infinitely wide and the length is infinitely long, which means that his retreat is infinitely far, and the enemy's attack is also infinitely far for him. The enemy's attack hits his body image, which seems to be zero distance, but in fact, as long as there is a gap of 0.1 mm under the inside of the Sharingan, he can use the power of Kamui to transfer this part of the attack to another place. Whether it is transferred to the outside world or the Kamui space, his image can be seen in both the ninja world and the Kamui space, but the enemy cannot attack him, and he cannot attack the enemy. This is the secret of Kamui's virtualization. Virtualization is not Kamui's ability, but an effect produced by his use of the characteristics of space through Kamui. Just like when Kamui is activated, space will be distorted. Spatial distortion and virtualization itself are both spatial reactions caused by his activation of Kamui to go to another world. After observing Baiyu using the Kamui of the other eye, Obito guessed that the power of the Kamui of the other eye is to teleport others. Two divine powers, one to teleport oneself, the other to teleport others. This is the real secret of divine power pupil technique. After divine power is activated, there is a beginning and an end. This process is twisting space, shuttling, virtualization, and arriving. Using divine power to tear people's limbs and virtualize oneself are just spatial phenomena produced in the process of launching teleportation. Whether it is teleporting oneself or others, space will be distorted by divine power. It's like arm wrestling. You are exerting force and others are also exerting force. When the two forces collide, some resistance will be generated. If the power of divine power is greater than that of the enemy will be taken away by divine power. If only a part of it is taken away, then after the teleportation is over, part of the enemy's limbs will be torn apart by space. Whether it is virtualization or using space to tear the enemy's limbs, it is just an application of the characteristics of space itself. Byakugan is too ambitious and wants to twist Nagato's body and teleport Nagato to the Kamui space, but Nagato himself is also exerting force. The chakra energy and diamond blockade in Nagato's body are resisting the power of transmission, so he can't be easily teleported away. When Obito teleports himself, he will transition from the ninja realm to the Kamui space, and in this process he can rely on the power of Kamui to keep himself in this gap, which creates a space state of virtualization. In the gap of space, he can directly use Kamui to teleport to other places in the gap of the enemy, and the things stored in the Kamui space can also be transmitted by him at any time. And to teleport something, you must clearly know the coordinates and mass of that thing. When the fourth generation explained the knowledge related to space before, Obito didn't learn it well, and only Kakashi and Lin listened. He got Kamui, and he just used sight and physical contact to transfer things. Sight means seeing the thing and having an impression in the mind. For Obito, having an impression is enough, while physical contact means grabbing others during the battle. Because his Kamui is to teleport himself, the power of Kamui spreads around him. If he catches the enemy, he can take the person away with him. Obito tried to transfer Baiyu and tried his best to catch Baiyu, but he couldn't take Baiyu away. Obito didn't figure it out before. Just now, after learning about Baiyu from Nagato, he realized that the person who had been killing him was not Baiyu's body, but the signal clone. This signal is like a cloud of smoke. He transferred a part of it, and Baiyu's body was still in the ninja world, and the smoke would keep coming to kill him. The key is that the speed of smoke transmission is ridiculously fast. This led to him not being able to do anything with Baiyu without finding Baiyu's body. Unless he hides in the Kamui space and doesn't come out, he will never be able to do anything with Baiyu. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 635. Obito returns to Konoha. After all, Baiyu can find him at any time and attack him for up to 5 minutes, and as soon as the Kamui ends, Baiyu can immediately launch a one-hit kill on him. So after he couldn't do anything with Baiyu, Obito would hide in the Kamui space and not come out. And now, Obito knows Baiyu's weakness. Baiyu's weakness is the body. He doesn't have the coordinates of Baiyu's body and can't teleport to Baiyu's body, so he needs to personally investigate where Baiyu is in order to kill Baiyu's body. Obito only knows that the Uchiha clan's convoy left Konoha with Baiyu, and he can only look for the Uchiha clan's convoy in the direction pointed out by Baizetsu. In order to catch up with the Uchiha clan's convoy and find the real body of Baiyu, Obito can't hide in the Kamui space and not come out, which means he must move in the ninja world. As long as he is in the ninja world, Baiyu will attack him continuously, so he must maintain his own virtual state and rush in the gap between the two spaces. The attacks launched by people in the ninja world can only cause damage to objects in the ninja world and cannot penetrate the space to attack him, so he has 5 minutes to rush. 5 minutes later, Baiyu will launch a special move on him on time, so at that time he needs to seamlessly connect to Izanaki and return to the Kamui space after resurrection and recovery with the help of Izanaki. But Obito has already realized that he has to rush with his life. No matter how powerful Baiyu is, it is impossible to kill him with Izanaki. Obito did not take the route route that the Uchiha clan left, and now he needs to rush to the place where the Uchiha clan appeared. After Baiyu appeared, Obito observed the purple channel. This means that Baiyu's will returned from the rain village to the land of fire to deal with him, and Baiyu came to attack him, which means that the purple channel that originally involved the rain village was broken, and a new purple channel would appear, pulling from the main body to him. This gave Obito the direction of Baiyu's location. Uchiha Obito was shocked, calmed down, ignored Baiyu who had been disturbing him behind him, and ran towards the direction where the purple channel appeared in the sky. Obito knew that when he found Baiyu's main body, the matter would be over. In this process, he and Baiyu were racing against time. The key to determining the outcome between the two was whether he found Baiyu first or was killed by Baiyu on the way to find Baiyu. This was a competition where the two sides could not see each other fighting. Once the competition was over, one of them would die. Baiyu was behind Uchiha Obito, constantly attacking Obito. Once he stops attacking Obito, Obito will stop hollowing out, which will give Kamui time to rest, thus extending the use time of Kamui in disguise. Obito has transplanted the cells of the first generation of Mito, so as long as he has a short rest time, the chakra energy will be continuously restored, and once he attacks Obito, Obito will hollow out himself again. So the way to kill Obito is to attack continuously for more than 5 minutes so that Kamui can remain in the open state until Obito's Kamui ability can no longer hold on. Yaishokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 636 Catch up _Yaishokuo_. If there is enough time, Baiyu will kill Obito sooner or later if he chases him like this, or lock him in the Kamui space. But this time, Baiyu does not have so much time. At this moment, Baiyu has already felt that his body's breath has weakened, and he happened to meet Uchiha Obito, who is best at delaying time. Baiyu continued to attack Obito with an expressionless face, but in his heart he was thinking, what made his luck so bad all the way? Logically speaking, when Uchiha Shisui controlled Uzumaki Nagato, their plan had already succeeded. The Samsara Eye was within reach, but what happened afterwards completely changed this result. It was also from then on that the originally good situation collapsed all the way. First, he negotiated with Nagato, and Nagato voluntarily handed over the Samsara Eye under the influence of Kota Amatsukami. Later, Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared and killed his stepmother. The death of Konan's mother caused Uzumaki Nagato to go completely crazy. When he gave one of the Samsara Eyes to Ataki, Shisui and Kakashi died in Nagato's hands one after another. Kakashi's death was understandable, but Uchiha Shisui, such a strong man, was killed by Nagato without making any sound, which Baiyu could not understand. Things have already happened, and he can only continue to fight. Even if he is alone, he must continue to fight. However, the process of Baiyu fighting with Nagato was not smooth. The remaining ability of Nagato's Rinnegan can restrain him in almost all aspects. The 10,000th this animal path is likely to exist in the Samsara Eye that he snatched, but Baiyu has other ideas now. Logically speaking, the abilities of the two Samsara Eyes should be divided in half. Kakashi's Kamui and Uchiha Obito and Kamui are two kinds of Kamui, far and near. The two eyes of the Samsara Eye should also have different powers, but the remaining Samsara Eye of Uzumaki Nagato has too many skills. It breaks this common sense. It's as if Uzumaki Nagato is really the child of destiny. So Baiyu is thinking, maybe both Samsara Eyes have all the 6 paths ninjutsu. Otherwise, it can't explain why Nagato can use so many 6 paths ninjutsu when he only has one Samsara Eye left. This is also his only hope now, but his luck is very bad. This speculation is untenable. For example, when he was restrained by Nagato, he thought of Kakashi's Kamui and wanted to use Kamui to attack Nagato, but he unexpectedly let out Uchiha Obito, who was beaten into the Kamui space by him before, and Uchiha Obito can be said to be the only person in this ninja world who can kill his body. So Baiyu found that his luck was very bad, so bad that the idea he regarded as hope would not come true. Perhaps the Samsara Eye he snatched could not have all the 6 paths ninjutsu. He did not have the Samsara natural technique at all, and only had a Shinra Tensei and the animal path. On the way to the Uchiha clan convoy in the wood, Uchiha Obito ran away desperately and had no intention of fighting Baiyu at all. Fighting with Baiyu now, except being exhausted by Baiyu, has no meaning. Only by finding Baiyu's body can we win. So Uchiha Obito did not fight with Baiyu and rushed all the way. The speed of a ninja running at full speed is very fast. After transplanting the cells of the first generation of Hokage, Uchiha Obito's body has strong endurance and can always maintain the speed of a ninja running at full speed. At this speed, it was only a matter of time before Obito caught up with the Uchiha clan's convoy. After chasing all the way, the two finally saw the Uchiha clan's convoy. When Baiyu saw the Uchiha clan's convoy, he sighed heavily. On a carriage, there was a purple crystal stone. The crystal stone was formed by the gathering of purple hermit, and under the smooth surface were vines as thin as silk thread. He knew. Now this purple crystal is much smaller than when it was in Konoha village. It stores the chakra energy that Baiyu plundered from hundreds of ninjas. This is also the reason why Baiyu can survive until now. It can be said that Baiyu's original blood volume has been emptied to the bottom. This purple crystal is his last blood volume. Once it is used up, he will die immediately due to the involvement of disease and ambutoxins. Chapter 636 Catch up. Baiyu spits out purple black blood and slowly climbs up from the inside of the crystal. The purple crystals turned into vines again and penetrated into Baiyu's skin. In this process, the chakra energy contained in them also entered Baiyu's body. The wills of those killed by Baiyu boiled in the chakra energy and caught fire. Like a lens landslide and tsunami shouting in Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu had a blank expression on his face, raised his arm and wiped the blood on his cheek with the back of his hand, which was delicate and had traces of sewing. He stood on the carriage with a weak body and steady feet, looking up at Uchiha Obito, who was rushing in the woods behind the convoy. Uchiha Obito also saw Bai Yu at a glance, as well as the corpse with a hand exposed in the body bag behind Bai Yu. When Bai Yu stood up, other people in the Uchiha clan convoy also noticed this scene and looked at Bai Yu, and they also saw Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito stood on the branch of the forest. He wore an orange mask with black stripes and a black samurai suit, but the collar was a piece of white fleshy like a tree, inlaid with more than a dozen Sharingan. This collar seemed to grow out from the neck. Now 10 Sharingan on the collar have been closed, and the remaining 3 Sharingan remain open. Along the way, Obito was consumed by Bai Yu a lot of Sharingan, but fortunately he found Bai Yu at the last moment. When Uchiha Obito appeared, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were shocked. This dress and this dress are exactly the same as the legendary masked man. Clan leader. There was an unbelievable shout. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment and looked at this person expressionlessly. That is, the body has no eyes, otherwise Bai Yu's expression would be much more vivid now. Obito is a brainless person. Hearing the clan members call him clan leader, he became happy instead. You idiot, the clan leader is there. A ninja from the Uchiha clan held his forehead and sighed helplessly. The Uchiha ninja who called Obito the clan leader just now looked back and saw Uchiha Fugaku getting off the carriage. On the carriage behind him, a young, beautiful and fair-skinned woman pulled open the curtains and looked outside. But isn't the clan leader a masked man? The Uchiha looked at Uchiha Fugaku tremblingly. When he saw Uchiha Fugaku's emotionless face, his heart was suddenly pressed by a stone. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 637. Using Izanagi to attack the stand in Konoha. On the road in the forest there was a convoy of the Uchiha clan. The environment around the convoy was illuminated by the light of torches. Uchiha Fugaku, the leader, got off the carriage and looked at Uchiha Obito along the line of sight of his clan members. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't see at all. His poor eyesight made him only see the surrounding fire. Fugaku came down to see what happened when he heard the noise. Uchiha Obito stood on the branch, looking at his clan members and the red-haired boy with fair skin standing on the carriage. The boy had no eyes. His eyes were covered by a black eye mask. His little face was cold, and there were traces of stitches on his arms and legs outside the hospital gown. His thin body gave people a feeling of being sick. Bai Yu looked at Uchiha Obito. No matter how much he tried to stop him, Obito still rushed to him. Who are you, and do you have any grudge against us? Uchiha Fugaku walked to the front and asked. There is no hatred, but we are very close. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Chief Fugaku. Uchiha Obito jumped down from the branch. The surrounding Uchiha clan ninjas immediately responded and took out their weapons. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. He didn't expect that the person chasing him would be Uchiha Obito. Wasn't Uchiha Obito controlled by Shisui's illusion and escaped accidentally? How dare he come to chase the Uchiha clan? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by Shisui? Unless Uchiha Obito learned about the current situation of the Uchiha clan and knew that Shisui was not in the clan. Fugaku's face darkened. Obito must have made full preparations to come to the Uchiha clan, but after he rejected Uchiha Obito's invitation, what else could Obito do to the Uchiha clan? All Uchiha Fugaku could think of was the Sharingan. Obito needed their Sharingan. Fugaku thought of attacking, and a look of regret appeared in his eyes. This time, he still couldn't see Attacker's growth. You see me, but you don't know who I am? I understand. Uchiha Fugaku, you really have those eyes. You are almost blind now. Right. As Obito spoke, he rushed towards Bai Yu in the Uchiha clan's convoy. His target was Bai Yu, not the former clan members. The surrounding Uchiha clan ninjas saw Obito rushing over and immediately went to meet him. Although they didn't know what Obito's purpose was, they still attacked Obito when they saw Obito's aggressive behavior. 2 samurai swords that reflected moonlight and firelight slashed at Obito from the left and right. At this moment, Bai Yu also launched a stand attack. The purple illusory figure jumped out of his body in one step, and under the bright firelight around the carriage, it flew from the air to behind Obito, so fast that it seemed like teleportation. The rest of the people could only see a flash of purple light, and then a figure came behind Obito. 2 Uchiha clan ninjas were holding samurai swords and attacking Uchiha Obito. Their attacks passed through Obito's body without the feeling of cutting flesh. The blade clearly sank into Obito's upper body, but there was no resistance, as smooth as if it was cutting the air. The 2 people's faces suddenly changed, not knowing what was going on. Obito opened his hands, and the iron chain and sickle slipped from his sleeve. He held the wrists of the 2 ninjas, and the iron chain bound one of them. The sickle quickly crossed the chest of one person and the throat of another. In the blink of an eye, 2 Uchiha clan ninjas died. Without knowing the information, Obito's Kamui first sight killing ability was also very strong. For ninjas who did not know Obito's information and had a low tolerance rate, Obito would kill them almost immediately. Have you materialized? Bai Yu asked softly. Obito looked up at Bai Yu, and the 2 bodies beside him fell to the side. The purple figure had already punched through Obito's chest while Bai Yu was talking, and blood was gushing out from Obito's heart. We have come to this place. It is not appropriate to dawdle, especially when the clan leader also has the Manjakaya Sharingan. We can't fight leisurely. Obito coughed up blood. I dare not bet on what the Manjakaya Sharingan pupil technique of the clan leader Fugaku is. I was killed by you here on purpose, because only by death can I use that ninjutsu. The ninjutsu that you absolutely cannot avoid. After Obito finished speaking, the body fell forward and fell to the ground one after another like the other two bodies. The people around looked at each other, but some people looked at the bodies with ugly faces. Izanagi, this traitor controls Izanagi. Deliberate. Bai Yu frowned, immediately changed back to the purple hermit to protect himself, and he jumped off the carriage. But he didn't know what the ninjutsu that Uchiha Obito said was absolutely impossible to avoid was. From beginning to end, Obito didn't touch him. Obito didn't have the brain to predict that he would use the purple hermit to kill Obito. So what would be the ninjutsu that Obito said was impossible to avoid? Bai Yu couldn't figure it out. The people around him immediately made way for Bai Yu. Bai Yu walked towards Obito's body. He opened his hand, and purple vines emerged from Obito's wound, and green branches and leaves grew on the vines. Under the control of the purple hermit, Obito's body slowly stood up from the ground. Bai Yu couldn't do anything to Obito, who used Izanagi. As long as Izanagi was successfully activated, it would slowly take effect. Although Uchiha Obito was dead, he would be resurrected under the effect of Izanagi. Chapter 637. Using Izanagi to attack. After resurrection, the corpse in his hand will be useless and will disappear automatically. But before that, he can use the purple hermit to open Obito's mind and take a good look at what Obito was thinking just now. And what is Obito's attack method? Bai Yu. Uchiha Fugaku shouted. Hey! Bai Yu looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Be careful. I know I have to be careful. No, you don't understand yet. When I say be careful, I mean Izanagi used for attack. Uchiha Fugaku's face was serious. When he spoke, he retreated to the back like other Uchiha clan ninjas. Suddenly, there was a large area around Bai Yu, and he was the only one left. Izanagi used for attack. Bai Yu hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Bai Yu immediately knew that Uchiha Obito was resurrected. The disappearance of the corpse was a sign that the person was about to be resurrected. Uchiha Fugaku said, the dream turns into reality, and the reality turns into the dream. Anyone who is hit by Izanagi will disappear from the real world and enter the dream. His target is you. If you can't defeat him and come back from the dream, you will be killed by Izanagi in the real world. Bai Yu wanted to ask more, but suddenly found that he couldn't say it. Word. In the sight of others, only Bai Yu's body and Uchiha Obito's body disappeared in front of them. The Izanami that Uchiha Obito activated before his death took effect. Clan leader, can Izanami still be used for attack? Someone asked. Uchiha Fugaku looked ugly. It can be used for attack, and it is the most terrible attack in the world. It can turn objects in the real world into dreams, and after the caster wakes up from the dream, the person taken in will never come out again. So terrible. What's more terrible is that the initiative is in the hands of the caster. That person can wake up whenever he wants. Even if he just enters the dream, he can wake up quickly. Fugaku doesn't mind the clan members knowing this. Most of the clan members only know to use Izanami to change their own death, and don't know that Izanami can also be used for attack. But now is the critical moment of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku will not hide this kind of strength-enhancing thing. Then is there a way to unlock Izanami? The man asked. The method is to catch the caster, who is also a dream creature, as soon as possible and follow him back to reality. If you don't catch the opportunity, you will stay in the dream forever. But the problem is that dreams will wake up. After waking up from the dream, what will happen to the people who were taken in? Uchiha Fugaku's face fell. In fact, there is another way, that is, when entering the dream, the attacked person also uses Izanami once. Use Izanami to change your fate of being caught so as to avoid Izanami's attack. But the problem is, how can the enemy master the ninjutsu of Izanami? Bai Yu doesn't know this ninjutsu at all. In addition, Obito has the right to wake up at any time, which means that Bai Yu was already dead when he was hit by Izanami. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the dirt road in the woods in front of him, which was illuminated by the fire, and turned around and said, let's go. His target is the 9 tails, so the 9 tails will be given to him. Everything will be discussed after we settle down. Yaishokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 638. Trapped in a dream the stand messenger in Konoha Yaishokuo Bai Yu was brought into the dream, and the 9 tails was also brought in. But tailed beasts like the 9 tails will be resurrected in the ninja world after death. As long as Obito wakes up from the dream immediately after the dream dissipate, both Bai Yu and the 9 tails will die. Even if they don't die, they can't return to the ninja world. No one knows whether the dream disappears or still exists somewhere else after waking up, but it is obvious that the place is not something that people can find. For people in reality, as the dream wakes up, the enemy who enters the dream will naturally die. After all, one of the definitions of death is that it can no longer have any impact on society. As for whether the enemy is dead or trapped in the dream forever, this Uchiha Fugaku does not know. The dream created by Izanagi is a strange place. You can only enter it once in a dream. The second time you use Izanagi, you go to a new dream. Even if it is very similar, it is not the same dream. Even if you dream about the enemy again, you don't see the real enemy, but an enemy created by Izanagi that conforms to your cognition. Who can say whether the thing in the dream is the real person in the memory? It is possible that you created a monster, and the person you sealed is still alive in the previous dream, so the person who goes in is almost the same as dead. If you can't catch the opportunity to come back, it's all over. Because people know very little about dreams, they don't know whether dreams really exist and where they exist, so when people are trapped in dreams, it is still unknown what will happen, but the soul, together with the body, will probably stay in the dream forever. In other words, there will be no reincarnation. So Izanagi is not only a ninjutsu that can change one's fate, but also an ultimate sealing technique, or whether the 9 tails will be reborn in the ninja world is unknown. However, it can be used to observe whether the person imprisoned will die or continue to live after the dream dream disappears. The target of observation is naturally the Nine Tails. After all, the Nine Tails has a great chance of being resurrected in the ninja world. If the Nine Tails cannot be resurrected, Konoha will have a lot of fun. Konoha will be the only one in the ninja world without the Nine Tails. Well, Konoha no longer has the Nine Tails. Their Uchiha clan no longer has the Nine Tails. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't want to cause trouble. If he can help Baiyu by chance, he can help. But Baiyu was dragged into the dream by Obito, and he couldn't get in from outside, so how could he help? When Uchiha Obito came out, the opportunity would be gone. It's better to leave quickly. The Uchiha clan should not participate in Uchiha Obito's Moon Eye plan if they can. The Uchiha clan's convoy set off again and slowly moved towards the destination. In the dream, Baiyu didn't find anything strange. It was still a dirt road in the forest, and there was a convoy of the Uchiha clan next to it, and even the torches were lit, but everyone was gone. Baiyu wanted to read the traces of these people, but he failed repeatedly. Failed. He couldn't figure out where those Uchiha clan members went. In the ninja world, there is only one reason why the purple hermit failed to read and write, that is, the person being read and written was locked in the barrier. Only in this way, the purple hermit could not read and write about that person's situation. Obito couldn't use Izanami to bring everyone into the dream. If Izanami really had such a bug, the Uchiha clan would have dominated Konoha long ago. Even Konoha couldn't lock up the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan could dominate the ninja world. Baiyu guessed that maybe not everyone disappeared, but he himself disappeared. The environment here was created by Uchiha Obito. Uncle Fugaku asked me to find Uchiha Obito as soon as possible. Maybe only Obito can leave here. I can't read and write about the reality outside the dream, and I can't read and write about Obito who is in the same dream. Chien Zayaku. Baiyu felt fortunate that he got the purple hermit, otherwise he would be helpless in this situation. Even with Star Platinum, he couldn't survive. In this weird situation, only the purple hermit could save him. He couldn't possibly tear up this dream with Star Platinum, could he? Baiyu telepathically wrote out Uchiha Obito, and immediately separated an incarnation, telepathically killed him. Uchiha Obito's body was repaired in the dream. He saw the purple channel appear in the sky again, and immediately knew that Baiyu was using telepathy here again. My body is almost recovered. When it is recovered, I can return directly to the ninja world and let this guy live here forever. Obito sneered and activated Kamui, and his body entered a virtual state. In this world, Izunaki's power is far greater than Kamui. This means that even if he activated Kamui, he would not tear up the space channel to the Kamui space. He would only tear up the space of this dream world created by Izunaki. Izunagi will create a divine space connected to his divine power in this world according to his use of divine power. This false divine space replaces the safe haven that truly belongs to him. So people trapped here will never be able to get out. Here, even the power of the space system cannot leave. They will be trapped in dreams for all eternity. After Obito's body became hollow, Izunaga's power continued to restore his body, even if he maintained his divine power. Izunaga's power was supreme in this dream. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Chapter 638 Trapped in a Dream. Baiyu's telepathic attack could not reach Obito, who activated Kamui and immediately passed through Obito. However, Baiyu himself quickly rushed over here, and after Baiyu rushed over, Obito's body had fully recovered. Goodbye Baiyu. Obito laughed and disappeared from the space of Izunaki. Baiyu knew the situation was critical and immediately attacked Uchiha Obito, but this attack missed Obito. Obito left Izunaki and remained in a hollow state. Uchiha Obito is more suitable for using Izunaki than other Uchiha clan. With the combination of the two abilities, he can be called invincible. Soon, Uchiha Obito did not exist in the dream. Uchiha Obito returned to the ninja world. Baiyu pursed his lips and staggered forward 2 steps. He stood silently on the road in the forest. In this unfamiliar space, Baiyu suddenly felt incomparable loneliness. The whole world. Now he was the only one left. What should he do next? What else can he do? Baiyu squatted down, sat on the ground, hugged his legs with both hands, and tried to calm himself down. Don't be afraid, don't cry, and don't despair. Chuan taught me to stay optimistic at all times. Only in this way can I recover from the disease, go through the discharge procedures, and leave the hospital and return home. Chuan said that when we recover, we can live together normally. She will let me continue to study and said that she might be my teacher, so I won't be surprised. I will grow up, I will have a home, and Chuan will wait for me every day when I go back. I miss you. I'm so scared. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect it after reading. Chapter 639 The beginning and end of Izanagi _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ Yi Nyokuo _ He missed Chuan so much, he couldn't find Chuan. Baiyu hugged his legs and sat helplessly on the ground in the wood, not knowing what to do next. He tried to think hard and not let himself despair. Obito attacked him with Izanami and brought him into the dream created by Izanami. Now Obito is gone. According to Uchiha Fugaku, if he didn't catch Obito, he would never be able to return to the ninja world. And now, Obito has left. Will he never be able to go back? Baiyu covered his chest with one hand and felt the sound of his heart beating slowly in his chest. Listening to this sound, Baiyu felt a sense of security. His heart was beating, which meant he was still alive. Thousands of people. What should he do next? Baiyu pursed his lips and read the surrounding environment. Except for him, there was no one here, not even animals. The whole forest was very quiet. There were no insects and birds, no bees howling, as if all the animals in the forest were dead. Baiyu expanded the scope of reading and found that there was no one in the whole world. He was the only one here in this world. Baiyu tried to read Obito, but found that he could not read Obito. Obito left and returned to the ninja world. The ninja world and here are not the same place, so he naturally could not cross the border to read the situation outside. Don't despair, don't despair, Bai Yu told himself silently. Maybe he could find a way to leave in a while. Maybe when Uchiha Obito uses Izanagi again, he can still catch Obito and leave this world. So he can't despair or be afraid. He still has to save Izumi Suzuki and return to his previous life. He can't fall down. Purple Hermit, are you there? Bai Yu shouted. I feel lonely. Can you come out and think of a solution with me? We must find a way to leave here. When Bai Yu spoke, his heart hurt, his throat felt sweet, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood is purple red. In addition to the original red blood color, there is also the color of poisonous blood. I must find a way to leave here before I die. Bai Yu stood up, put down his right hand stained with purple red blood, stabilized his emotions, and looked for a solution to the problem. At this moment, Bai Yu just stood firm and suddenly felt that he was hugged by someone. I said I would protect you. The girl with long red hair hugged Bai Yu, put her chin on Bai Yu's shoulder, and her cheeks were against hers. The girl's red hair fell on Bai Yu's shoulders. In the real world, Obito left Izanagi and completed the whole process of resurrecting himself. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, climbed up from the ground, looked up and found that the Uchiha clan's convoy had left. It was obvious that Uchiha Fugaku did not intend to fight with him for Bai Yu alone. Uchiha Fugaku should know the horror of Izanagi. He should also know what effect Izanagi, which can be used for attack, will cause, so he gave up Bai Yu cleanly. Also, those who are sealed by Izanagi will never be able to return to the ninja world. Just like my Kamui, the real Izanaga's left eye transforms what he sees into items and dreams, and his right eye transforms items and dreams into real things. Most Uchiha clan ninjas only know how to use Izanaga to resurrect themselves, but they don't know that Izanaga can also be used for attack. Uchiha Fugaku should have learned about Izanaga's true power from a book about the family. Resurrection is only the most basic way to use Izanagi. Its essence is the same as his Kamui transmission, causing space distortion. Izanaga's resurrection is one of the byproducts of creating dreams. The principle of Izanaga's ability is to activate the ability, create a dream and transform things in reality and dreams into each other. In the process of creating a dream, the things in the dream can appear corresponding items according to the user's settings. When the user resurrects himself, he also creates a brand new self in the dream after activating the ability and transfer himself into the real world. Let the self in the dream replace the dead self in reality and continue to live. This is the truth of Izanaga's resurrection. As for whether the self he created in the dream was himself, Obito's mind was not clear at all, and he didn't want to delve into it. If he really wanted to delve into it, how many times had he used Izanagi? Obito was just impressed that Uchiha Fugaku could actually find records from hundreds of years ago in the family's classic, but Uchiha Fugaku probably didn't know that the actual creator of the ninjutsu Izanagi was Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. In the history of the Uchiha clan, there was once a ninja who had mastered illusion and obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan. The name of the pupil technique of that Mangekyou Sharingan was Izanagi. After this ninja obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan in despair, it was as if he had gained hope. He longed to resurrect his dead clansmen and family members and wanted to continue living with those dead relatives. Therefore, a large number of dream creatures with the memories of the original dead were created. These dream creatures have the original memories and emotions, and everything is the same as the users of Izanagi imagined. However, this behavior is not allowed by the family. Because these creatures have no souls, the users of Izanagi only create a body with memories and emotions and do not resurrect the real dead. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 639, the beginning and end of Izanagi. In order to avoid the Uchiha clan will be replaced by these false dream creatures in the future, and the entire Uchiha clan and the user of Izanagi started a battle. In the end, the user of Izanagi sealed himself in the dream and continued to live in the dream forever with his family and friends, and this story was recorded in the book for future reference. According to Uchiha Madara, during the time of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna obtained the Mangekyou Sharingan together, leading the family at that time to fight against the Senju clan, and in the process of using the Mangekyou Sharingan, their vision was constantly declining. According to the speed of blindness, they will lose their sight together sooner or later. Uchiha Izuna flipped through the books of the clan, wanting to know how to solve the problem, and accidentally learned about the things of Izanagi 100 years ago, and decided to create this ninjutsu from scratch according to the description. However, the pupil technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan is the technique of portraying the mind, and the complexity of the principles involved in each ninjutsu is unimaginable. Although Uchiha Izuna was a genius and created Izanagi according to the description in the clan book, Izanagi at that time was a half-finished product and was not a complete ninjutsu at all. The complete Izanagi was later completed by Uchiha Madara. Before the completion, Uchiha Izuna was killed by the second generation Hokage. This also became a regret for Uchiha Madara. Later, Konoha village was established. Uchiha Madara truly reconciled with the Senju clan, and the matter of Izuna being killed by the second generation was over. Later, Madara was forced to leave Konoha by the second generation, and then he began to travel in the ninja world. Finally, he decided to come back to become Hokage and lead Konoha to end the chaos that would appear in the future. As a result, his ambition was slapped on the ground by the first generation. To this day, when Uchiha Madara was alive, he did not intervene in too many things in the ninja world, but there is one thing, that is, Uchiha Madara once used the ninjutsu of Izanagi to try to find a clan member in the Uchiha clan who could inherit his will. This Izanami ninjutsu was acquired by a young ninja of the Uchiha clan, which led to an internal fight in the Uchiha clan and was later ended by a woman who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and acquired Izanami. Madara said that he was very interested in the ninjutsu of Izanami, but his talent was much worse than that of Izuna. He could complete Izanami on the basis of Izuna, but he could not create Izanami from scratch, so he regretted it. Then he died after he completed his apprenticeship and went to Konoha to do the first big thing. Black Zetsu said that Uchiha Madara was pissed off to death by him. Obito thought this was impossible. How could such an excellent successor like him piss off a strong man like Uchiha Madara to death? Although it seems it is possible he did not accomplish anything except releasing the Nine Tails and killing a group of people, nor did he bring the Nine Tails back. But didn't he change his mind and know the role of his companions? Madara's capacity is really too low. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 640. I took the car to Izanagi _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ Yiniokuo _ using Izanagi to seal by you. This guy who made him and Nagato feel difficult will never come out to make trouble again. His end is undoubtedly the same as death, and it is even more miserable than death, because in the ninja world people can be reincarnated, and in dreams the soul will also be imprisoned together in dreams for generations. So what is this not a more miserable end than death? No one knows what Baiyu will experience after the dream disappears, but it's none of his business. Uchiha Obito was in a good mood. He recovered from his memories and felt that it was a wise choice for Uchiha Fugaku to lead his clan members to leave. After all, he didn't have the time to waste with Uchiha Fugaku. What if Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan had some bug ability that caused him to capsize in the gutter? By the way, Chief Fugaku is really good at hiding. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu didn't even notice that he had Mangekyo Sharingan. When did he get this pair of eyes? Obito felt strange. Logically speaking, if you get the power of Mangekyo Sharingan, you shouldn't be so secretive. But the fact is that Uchiha Fugaku has never revealed that he has Mangekyo Sharingan. Even before the Uchiha clan left Konoha and negotiated with the third Hokage, in White Zetsu's description, Uchiha Fugaku had never used Mangekyo Sharingan. So how did the chief's eyes become so blind that he could hardly see anything? Where did Chief Fugaku use the power of his eyes? Obito couldn't figure this out. However, Obito has an advantage, that is, if he can't figure out something he won't think about it. Only by being heartless can he live happily. Obito quickly put aside Uchiha Fugaku's problem. When he was leaving, Obito suddenly heard a voice. A few minutes ago, you just used Izanami here and sealed my body in Izanami's space. What sound? Uchiha Obito turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. During this time, Uchiha Fugaku told me the solution. To also learned how to remove Izanagi. Now that you are resurrected, it is time for me to take action. Obito heard the voice coming from the place where it came from. This voice actually came from his collar. Obito looked down and saw a layer of purple translucent arm coming out of his shoulder. This purple translucent arm is clearly a child's hand. It can be seen that it is Baiyu's arm, and in this arm you can vaguely see the transparent image of a purple monster. Obito suddenly woke up. The way Baiyu killed him before was indeed that someone pierced his heart with his hand from behind his back. This person is very likely Baiyu's clone, and the way Izanagi is used is to transfer the person inside to the dream. So he only transferred Baiyu to the dream. He did not transfer the person behind him together. Now this person has stayed and is lurking in his arm. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, Itaki and Baiyu tried to capture him, but he finally escaped. At the critical moment, Baiyu tried to stop him, but he sucked away half of his body. This half of his body caused him a lot of trouble at the time, making him struggle in 2 layers of Izanaki, and he almost ended up like Baiyu. Later, that half of the body merged with Baizetsu, giving the new Baizetsu the ability to copy and grow. Most of the Sharingan that Obito is using now are copied by the new Baizetsu. That half of the body has the power to copy other people's ninjutsu, and Baizetsu has an unparalleled ability to grow and recover. The combination of the two allows the new Baizetsu to copy bloodline limits such as Sharingan. That's why he now has more than a dozen Sharingans to consume, allowing him to support himself and find Baiyu's body. And now, this half of the body is in contact with the purple hermit and it's going to rebel. Could Baiyu still be able to return to reality from the world of Izanaki? Obito's pupil shrank. In this case, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? If even Izanami can't kill Baiyu, what other methods can he use to defeat Baiyu? You guy! Obito's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Do you want to use Izanami again to return to the dream? Chien Zayaku, you can succeed. Even if you can take me to the Izanami dream you created, that dream is different from the one I created before. In your dream, a person named Baiyu may exist, but that's just your imagination. The real Baiyu has been sealed in my dream forever. Obito said loudly. You can't save him. I know, but you used Izanami a few minutes ago, right? Then you a few minutes ago can return to the dream you created, said the purple hermit. Because of the talent of the original body, I, who was originally weak, gained a lot of power in the process of growing up. For me, it is not difficult to reproduce the scene a few minutes ago. And you, Uchiha Obito, have the power to use Izanami. Let me use your Kamui as the key to save my main body. The purple hermit shouted. You are dreaming. Obito was frightened and stepped back a few steps, trying to activate Kamui to hollow himself out and leave. Chapter 640. I took the car to Izanagi. However, half of the corpse was originally fused with White Zetsu, and White Zetsu and Obito became symbiotic. Even if Obito hollowed himself, half of the corpse could attack Obito, because it is the same as Obito. After activating Kamui, it was brought to the gap between the ninja realm and the Kamui space by the power of Kamui, and naturally it can attack Obito, who has also hollowed out. Not to mention that such an attack was actually launched by Obito himself, using Uchiha Obito's Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan as the energy source. Recite the scene that appeared here a few minutes ago. At that time, Uchiha Obito a few minutes ago was using Izanami. In front of Obito, a phantom figure suddenly appeared. That figure was exactly him a few minutes ago, and a few minutes ago he was killed by Baiyu and the Purple Hermit. In the case of actively seeking death, he activated Izanami to take Baiyu away. Now, this picture appeared in front of him. After Obito used Izanami, the originally activated Kamui suddenly lost its power, and he withdrew from the hollow state. Obito's eyes were dark and he could no longer see any light. This means that the Purple Hermit used his Kamui as a consumable, used Izanami, and reproduced the passine. His Kamui was blind, but soon, Obito saw the situation outside through the Sharingan copied on the collar. He saw that the Purple Hermit was leaving his body and grabbing him who used Izanami a few minutes ago. I took this ride to Izanami a few minutes ago to save the main body, said the Purple Hermit, reaching out and grabbing the Sharingan that existed a few minutes ago. Picture. Then, the Purple Hermit disappeared in the real world. He went to Izanaki's dream, and this time, the Purple Hermit stole Izanaki's authority and had the right to freely return to the real world from the dream like Obito a few minutes ago. This also means that the Purple Hermit will bring Baiyu back to the ninja world. Uchiha Obito saw this scene and was furious. Failed. An unprecedented failure. With the final killing move crack, he can no longer do anything to Baiyu. That troublesome guy will eventually return from the dream and return to this ninja world. Kamui, I lost my Kamui, and the guy just used my Kamui to use Izanaki. Obito took action immediately, also consuming an eye, using Izanaki, and went to the dream he created. He wanted to go to the dream and bring his Kamui back. I haven't lost yet, I can still tie with him. Isn't the final victory condition the Samsara Eye? I will return to the Rain Village before him and seize the Samsara Eye of Uzumaki Nagato. After that, I will hide in the Kamui space for decades and kill Baiyu. The Moon Eye project will definitely be completed by me. Obito, the Purple Hermit, went to two Izanami dreams respectively, one to save the main body, the other to restore Kamui, return to the Rain Village, and snatch the Samsara Eye. Udiakuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 641, Escape. Obito runs to Rain Village. I said, I will protect you. The girl with long red hair stood behind Baiyu and hugged Baiyu with open arms. The two looked exactly the same, just like twins. The only difference was that one had long hair and the other had short hair. Also, one was wearing a skirt and the other was wearing a hospital gown. Baiyu heard the voice of the Purple Hermit and felt the same sense of security that Izumi brought him. Baiyu felt relieved. The stand liked to be close to the stand user. Baiyu knew this, but the Purple Hermit confessed to him, which made him feel strange. The Purple Hermit learned bad things like others. However, posing does not seem to be the stand user's original hobby, but the stand's nature. The stand is born to live on the stand user's body. Whether it is released or comes back, it will stick to the stand user. Baiyu is still not used to it. The girl with long red hair raised Baiyu's chin with her fingers. Both of the two very similar fair faces had black eye masks covering their eyes. At this time, Baiyu's expression looked extremely weak, while the girl with long red hair was strong. Let's leave here now, the girl said softly, her voice sweeping by Baiyu's ears. Baiyu felt at ease. The Purple Hermit said there was a way, and there was a way. The figures of the two disappeared from Izanaga's world, returned to the ninja world. After returning to the ninja world, Baiyu knew how the Purple Hermit rescued him. During his time with him, he and Izumi had studied the ability of the Purple Hermit. The Purple Hermit can read out information in the form of pictures. He only needs to provide the chakra energy required to read and write the pictures to reproduce the pictures that once existed in a certain place. Baiyu did not forget this ability. He remembered all the places where Nagato used ninjutsu in the Rain Village. It was like playing chess. The more pieces Nagato placed in the Rain Village, the more miserable his death would be. But before he forced Nagato into a desperate situation, Kakashi's Kamui brought out Obito, so this plan failed. Uchiha Obito could threaten his body, so he naturally had to deal with Obito first, and then he was sealed in Izanaki by Uchiha Obito. The reason why Baiyu felt desperate in the Izanaki space was that he did not reproduce the soil that Obito used Izanaki. Obito used Izanaki outside the dream, and he was in the dream, which made it impossible for him to use this trick to escape the dream. In the dream, Obito always maintained the state of Kamui. Even if he reproduced Obito, he could not catch Obito and return to reality together, so he was really desperate just now. However, Baiyu did not expect that the way Obito used Izanaki to attack others was to transfer people into the dream through sight, which missed the Purple Hermit standing behind Obito. Then he was saved by the Purple Hermit. Speaking of which, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is all released through sight. No wonder the Uchiha clan attaches so much importance to vision. After leaving Izanaki, Baiyu analyzed Obito's weaknesses. Next time they meet, he will not be so easily fooled. Izanaki is really scary. If Obito had not been lucky this time and had forgotten to transfer the Purple Hermit, he would probably have been sealed in the dream world forever. At that time, all dreams and hopes will turn into despair. Moreover, Baiyu did not forget that Ataka was still waiting in the Rain Village for him to deal with Obito. If Ataka did not wait for him and was found by Nagato instead, how desperate would Ataka be? Baiyu, though after locating Obito's position, he found that Obito was no longer here but returned to the Rain Village. The method to deal with Izanaki is very simple. You just need to use obstacles to block Obito's sight. As long as the sight can can be blocked. Izanagi will not be able to attack people and will only transfer what he sees into the dream. Knowing this countermeasure, even the earth flow wall can stop Izanagi. Uchiha Obito, you don't have many Sharingan in your hand, right? I'm here to kill you. Deal with you and Nagato together. Baiyu read and killed towards the rain village. At this time, Obito had already arrived at the rain village first. He knew that time was urgent and Baiyu would be able to escape at any time. If he didn't act quickly and take away the Samsara Eye before Baiyu and bring it to the Kamui space, he would be caught up by Baiyu. There is no way to deal with him. There is no point in my cooperation with Nagato. Baiyu's body is not in the rain village, but in the land of fire. But only I can use Kamui to find Baiyu's body. Once I deal with Baiyu's body, Baiyu will not deal with Nagato but will come back to fight me. In this way, Nagato will have nothing to do and I will be the only one to be beaten. Obito also thought about letting Nagato go to the vicinity of Baiyu's body through his Kamui so that the two of them can join forces to deal with Baiyu. But Kamui is his absolutely safe refuge and he is worried about Nagato. And after knowing about Uchiha Madara, Nagato will probably not be at ease with him, so there is no need for the two to continue to cooperate. He wants to be one step ahead of Baiyu and take away Nagato's remaining Samsara Eye. Obito came to the rain village and quickly found Nagato's location. He knew that Nagato would not leave the rain village. This is the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Once Nagato leaves here, the Akatsuki organization will lose a lot of meaning. Obito has the cells of the first generation of Hokage and his perception ability is excellent. In addition, Nagato's presence is also very strong. Obito sensed Nagato almost as soon as he appeared in the rain village. Obito looked at Nagato and saw Nagato holding a black stick and inserting it on a tall building. At this time, Nagato was bare-chested with red hair fluttering in the wind and his back looked thin and cold. In the sky, dark clouds were densely covered, thunder flashed and the deafening thunder was like a tiger coming out of the mountain, extremely fierce, like a precursor to heavy rain. Dark cloud pressing down, giving people a sense of terror. Between human power and heavenly power, people are too small. When the sky is powerful, people will tremble from the bottom of their heart. Obito retracted his sight and suddenly noticed that there were black sticks everywhere on the buildings of the entire rain village. Obito knew that this stick was a chakra energy receiver which could allow Nagato to receive information from Pain at a long distance and support Pain's long distance movement. However, now, Nagato is under thunder and black sticks are placed everywhere. I don't know what ninjutsu he is preparing. If you think about it carefully, you can know that Nagato is preparing to deal with Baiyu. But is Baiyu so easy to deal with? Obito has lost confidence, otherwise he would not have returned to the rain village in a mess. Obito immediately ran towards Nagato along the building. Yaishokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 642 Obito and Nagato _Yaishokuo_. Baiyu's strength is too terrible. What's more terrible is that Baiyu is too young and has not grown to the strongest. It forced Obito to have the idea of a euro retiring. He wants to control Nagato through the technique left by Uchiha Madara so as to obtain the Samsara Eye. And this will also lead to one thing. This era will belong to Baiyu from now on, and before Baiyu dies of old age, he will not step out of the Kamui space. He, Uchiha Obito, wants to compete with Baiyu for life. Although he is more than 10 years older than Baiyu, Obito believes that happiness is always the secret to longevity. See how he outlasts Baiyu. Rain Village. In the dark village where thunder roars, Mechanical Shirado holds a black stick and inserts it on the top floor of all the tallest buildings. Nagato did not do anything else, nor did he look for Baiyu. He guessed that Baiyu went back to hunt down Uchiha Obito. So Nagato prepared here, set up a barrier, and when Baiyu came over, he would close the barrier and lock Baiyu here. He did not dare to let Baiyu's consciousness be imprisoned here. What would happen to the body? The isolation formed by the barrier would prevent Baiyu from coming to trouble him. Nagato has several barrier technique, and the one he uses most often is the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. This barrier technique is a weak village level barrier in the Rain Village, which can observe ninja spies who sneak into the Rain Village. Nagato once used the Rain Tiger Freedom technique to detect many ninjas who wanted to inquire about the situation in the Rain Village. These ninjas came from various major ninja villages or noble forces in various countries. Every time Nagato found a ninja who sneaked into the Rain Village, he would use the human way to crack the ninjutsu set in the other party's brain and read the pathetic memories of these ninjas. Now, the Rain Tiger Freedom technique is no longer suitable for use, so Nagato is setting up a new barrier. At this moment, Nagato suddenly found that the space in front of him was distorted. This means that Uchiha Obito is back. Sure enough, the next moment a black mask figure appeared in front of Nagato. As soon as Obito appeared, he immediately formed seals with both hands, trying to control Uzumaki Nagato. I'm sorry, Nagato, I lost. Now give me your eyes. Uchiha Obito shouted softly, and after forming seals with both hands, he officially activated the ninjutsu left by Uchiha Madara. This ninjutsu was taught to him by Uchiha Madara so that he could use this ninjutsu to control Nagato after Nagato grew up and use the reincarnation technique to revive Madara. However, both he and Black Zetsu were hypocritical to Uchiha Madara so that it has been delayed until now, and Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected, and Obito has never thought about reviving Madara. He has not seen what Tsukuyomi is like, so how can he know that the Moon Eye project can really bring happiness to the world? How can he be sure that Uchiha Madara really wants the people of the ninja world to live in a peaceful world forever? Only after he truly saw Tsukuyomi will he firmly believe in the Moon Eye project. Of course, he still firmly believes in it right now, and he only has this belief to live. But after getting the Samsara Eye and returning to Kamui this time, he might not step into the ninja world for decades, and he could only give up Uchiha Itachi, the genius he carefully cultivated, who could obtain Tsukuyomi in despair. But as long as the Uchiha clan is still there will be plenty of such opportunities in the future. The most important thing is the Samsara Eye. Only the Samsara Eye can summon the body of the 10 tails. Nagato, give me your eyes. Obito made hand seals and shouted at Nagato. Nagato looked at Obito expressionlessly. He took a black stick in his hand, stepped forward, and stabbed Obito to death with one stick. Obito looked at Nagato in disbelief and even forgot the pain in his chest. What's going on? Obito looked at Nagato in disbelief, the face under the mask, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Is it Uchiha Madara who is trying to trick me? He doesn't need to do this to trick me. Yes, and Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara must have taught me a fake one and gave Black Zetsu the real ninjutsu that can control Nagato. Uchiha Madara, you are so scheming. Obito shouted in despair and then fell on his back. On the rooftop of the tall building, the wind was howling. The buildings of the entire Rain Village were on the verge of collapse, and the lightning snakes were dancing in the sky with a huge momentum and terrifying. The bean-sized raindrops began to fall one by one, hitting the face and hurting extremely. Itachi wiped the raindrops on his cheeks and put on the hood of his raincoat again. He observed the actions of the mechanical Ashura and saw the internal conflict between Nagato and Obito. Nagato glanced at Obito, who was pierced through the heart by a thin black stick and nailed to the ground by a strong force. Nagato walked over, learned from Kakashi's lesson, and held the black stick to fix Obito more firmly. The black stick that pierced Obito's heart sank into the concrete and the ground cracked. Nagato said coldly, you didn't fail, and Uchiha Madara didn't deceive you. I transformed myself when you went back to hunt down by you. Now I am both Uzumaki Nagato and mechanical Shuridu. Except for my brain and this Samsara Eye, there is no flesh and blood in this body. The Samsara Eye belongs to Uchiha Madara. This brain belongs to someone else, and there is nothing on my body that belongs to Uzumaki Nagato. You are still using the things left by Uchiha Madara to control me. Can you control me? What can you use to fight me? Nagato told the story, and Obito died with his eyes closed. Obito now only has 2 Sharingans left, one of which is still his Kamui. He was nailed to the ground at this time, and he was not in a hurry to use Izanami. Chapter 642 Obito and Nagato. This Izanaga can't save him, nor can he take away Uzumaki Nagato. It will only benefit the later Baiyu fisherman. So Obito took a risk and was still waiting for an opportunity. Even if there was no opportunity, he would leave the Rain Village only when he had no choice. As long as there was a little chance, he would not give up. Impossible with so little time. How could you have enough time to transform your whole body? Obito used words to delay time and inquire about information by the way. Nagato said, I know time is running out, so this body of mine is all rubbish. It's useless except for being strong, but it's enough to defend against you. You can defend against me, but can you deal with Baiyu? I can deal with it. There was a hint of divinity on Nagato's expressionless face. Because I am the child of destiny. Bah, the child of destiny. Which old charlatan told you about the child of destiny? Don't forget that your eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. You are just a lucky tool. Obito said angrily, it's better to give me the Samsara Eye. If you go on like this, you will only leave the Samsara Eye to the evil guys. You are all evil bad guys. Nagato didn't say anything, but squatted down and fixed Obito's head with both hands. Now let me see what Uchiha Madara taught you and what tasks he left for you. Obito realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to activate the Kamui to hollow himself, but the next moment Obito he found that his chakra energy was rapidly draining away. These chakra energies flowed along Nagato's hands to his heart like a living light, beautiful and moving in the dark and depressing environment. All ninjutsu require chakra energy. Without chakra energy, no matter how strong your ninjutsu is, you can't use it. Chakra energy is the essence of the power of this world. Nagato absorbed chakra energy very quickly, absorbing all of Obito's chakra energy at a speed that frightened Obito. Obito didn't even have time to activate Izanagi. After reacting, the remaining chakra energy was not enough to activate Izanagi and Kamui. Obito suddenly realized that Nagato had become a complete monster, and he no longer had the limitations of being a human. If the transformation method that Nagato just said was true, then Nagato is now a monster that exists by relying on the power of the Samsara Eye. Nagato is like the Samsara Eye itself, absorbing chakra energy to strengthen himself. Obito looked at Nagato unwillingly. Without chakra energy, he was destined to die. What Obito didn't expect was that at the end of his life he died inexplicably because of chakra problems. Just like Kakashi, he obviously had more chakra energy than he could use up, but all of it was extracted by Nagato. Nagato pressed all of Obito's chakra into his mechanical heart. If you take out this mechanical heart, you can see a trace of dazzling chakra light from the cracks on the surface of the heart. These lights are forcibly blocked by the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and the energy will not leak out. Nagato used the ability of the Hungry Ghost to absorb all the chakra energy into a ball, and put this energy into the mechanical heart with chakra metal component, and then used the diamond seal and other tricks to seal the energy again. This is how this flammable and explosive mechanical heart was made. Now Nagato has brought the power of the Samsara Eye to the extreme. He was able to live because he used the Samsara Eye to build his body. When Baiyu appeared, he only saw Obito's body lying aside. It did not become hollow, nor did it disappear. Blood sprayed out from the broken neck in a bloody pattern like a ginkgo leaf, and was washed by the raindrops falling from the sky, flowing along the black and gray cement floor to the low side. Uzumaki Uzumaki Nagato was holding Obito's head and staring at it. "You're here," Nagato said hoarsely, and the installed vocal organ was not very useful. "Yes, I'm here." Baiyu's expression was serious. When he came, he saw the thunder and lightning covering the sky above the rain village. This dark and depressing cloud contained powerful energy. Baiyu spent a lot of effort to pass through the barrier of the sky and land the telepathic incarnation here. "Since you're here, let's get started." Nagato dropped Obito's head and stood up. As Nagato stood up, the lightning in the sky broke away from the clouds and struck the ground at an extremely fast speed. Rain village was surrounded by lightning snakes for a while. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 643 Open and Secret Fights 1_stand in Konoha _Yiniokuo_. Rain village was surrounded by lightning snake. Lightning was dense. Thunder roared in the dark sky, and the whole village was as terrifying as the end of the world. The wind roared. The sea was surging. The two people standing on the rooftop of the high-rise building in Rain village looked at each other silently. I also saw the unusual situation at the seaside of Rain village. Uzumaki Nagato stood up. The sky was thundering more. Lightning kept striking from the dark cloud, and the lightning surrounded the periphery of Rain village. I have observed Kakashi's memory. He is an excellent ninja. Since leaving the village, he has been paying attention to the information of each of you, analyzing your character weaknesses and formulating relevant tactic. Nagato looked at Baiyu, his voice hoarse, but the magical thing was that even if there was a loud thunder around, it could not cover up Nagato's voice, as if the words he said were directly heard by people. Baiyu's face was cold. His eyes were covered by a black eye mask, and no expression could be seen, but his figure was like the screen of a black and white TV with a bad signal, intermittent on the rooftop. So, this trick was thought up by Kakashi. Baiyu asked. "He has killed Uchiha Shisui," Nagato said briefly, and added, "And now, the way he stays will kill you and Uchiha Taki again." Interesting. Baiyu never took Kakashi seriously. Kakashi's mana is too low. He is a good player in the ninja level of the Jonin stage, but he is more than one level lower than Nagato and Shisui. Baiyu can even say with confidence that, let his wife Ataka fight Kakashi. At Ataka's current age, she may not be able to kill Kakashi. Such a bastard actually observed the people in their team all the way. It's self-evident what he was thinking. What's more ridiculous is that if what Nagato said is true, then Uchiha Shisui was killed by Kakashi. No wonder Nagato can get to this point so smoothly. Uchiha Shisui with a personality like Shiha Shisui, only his companions could kill Shisui. Baiyu thought of the Sandaime Hokage. Kakashi would do such a thing, and it was obvious that the Sandaime Hokage was behind it. Hate Kakashi for doing bad things? A little bit. If it weren't for Kakashi, they would have obtained the Samsara Eye now, and they could even start to try to resurrect the dead. But Baiyu didn't hate him much. Kakashi treated himself as a weapon. He abused himself like this, so he naturally couldn't regard Kakashi as a human being. Would a person hate a tool? If he really hated it, how despicable would that person be to hate a weapon? Baiyu was only upset with the Sandaime Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage ordered Kakashi to backstab his teammates in this mission. The Sandaime Hokage was the culprit of this conspiracy, so even if he hated it, it was against the Sandaime Hokage. It was the Sandaime who almost broke his plan. As for Kakashi, Baiyu just hates that Kakashi does not cherish his current life and is willing to become a puppet without his own thought. This is something he hates very much, so he also hates Kakashi who does not cherish his life. And now, the tactics that Kakashi does not have the strength to implement are implemented by Nagato, and the success rate is greatly increased. The barrier formed by the thunder over the rain village makes it difficult for his telepathic information to pass through, and the signal is intermittent. This will undoubtedly cause great interference to his actions. Coupled with Nagato's strength, the next battle will undoubtedly be several times more difficult. Uzumaki Nagato has already made a move, which is this lightning barrier covering the entire rain village. This barrier successfully blocked the transmission of Baiyu's telepathic signal, making his current signal incarnation intermittent and in danger of disappearing at any time. Baiyu will not sit and wait for death. Anyway, his body is in the forest of the land of fire, and Uchiha Obito is dead again. In addition to time, who else in the world can kill him? He is already invincible. Nagato should not kill Obito. Once Obito dies, he is now invincible. Nagato can block his signal with a barrier, but can he stop Rokakaka? As long as he meets Rokakaka, the power of the stand and the mutated plants will merge into one, which means he has a second life in the rain village. This barrier will naturally fall apart. Baiyu glanced at Uzumaki Nagato and immediately read the building where Rokakaka was. He did not fight with Nagato now. For people at their level, it is impossible to kill the opponent without preparation. Fighting rashly now is a reckless act. After all, their goal is to kill each other, not to fight to vent emotions. Under the premise of killing the opponent, they will naturally not act like children fighting. Fighting now is no different from fighting dances. It is impossible to kill people. Nagato did not stop it, and he could not stop it. Baiyu wanted to run, but no one could catch up. Nagato only has vision among his 5 senses, but he discovered something through Baiyu. The barrier I set up should be able to completely block the signal transmitted by Baiyu to the rain village, but now there is a loophole in the barrier, which allows Baiyu to maintain its shape and not dissipate directly. Did Uchiha Ataka do it? Nagato couldn't help but sigh at the courage and carefulness of this Uchiha boy. If someone else saw him setting up a barrier in the rain village, they would run as far as they could. After all, once he found out, they would be in a dead end. Chapter 643 Fighting Openly and Secretly 1. However, Uchiha Ataka, knowing this, dared to take the risk to destroy his barrier and successfully destroyed several nodes, causing Baiyu to be able to read and write into the rain village. Uchiha Itachi is no doubt a young genius. Nagato roughly knew where the node that Itachi destroyed was, and he immediately rushed to that place. No matter what Baiyu planned to do, completing the barrier would greatly weaken Baiyu's strength. As for where Baiyu was going, Nagato already knew it vaguely. Even without sensing, Nagato could sense that a monster with a strong life breath was bred in a building in the southeast of the rain village. This monster had a strong breath, and for some reason it did not appear. However, Nagato did not take this monster seriously, and only set up the barrier every minute. After all, once the barrier is successfully set up, Baiyu will not be able to come here, and he can seal the monster with Chibaku Tensei at any time, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. What Nagato didn't expect was that his plan was ruined by Uchiha Itachi. When Itachi saw Baiyu disappear, he immediately flew to another place. He wants to repair the barrier. Itachi understood Nagato's plan. We can't let him repair the barrier. If he goes to the east, I will go to the west. He can't split himself, and there will always be a gap in the barrier. Itachi immediately took action. Itachi is handsome and intelligent, and he is very cautious in his actions. After all, if he is caught by Uzumaki Nagato, he will definitely be killed by Nagato. So when Itachi was acting, he was also considering whether Nagato deliberately flew to the gap in the barrier. Go, even wondering if Nagato noticed that he was the one who destroyed the barrier. If this assumption is correct, then Nagato's departure now is just a deliberate act to lure him out. Nagato's real target is him. So after Itachi received the message sent back by the shadow clone who was monitoring Nagato, he immediately split out the crow clone and ran in different directions. Several little boys in raincoats ran to the places they were looking for in the heavy rain. Soon, Itachi's original body noticed the information brought by the broken shadow clone. Uzumaki Nagato was really taking the opportunity to kill him. Only by killing him can we avoid the barrier being destroyed by him again. A clone has been discovered. His perception ability can keenly detect individuals with strong chakra energy. He saw Obito doing the same before. Thousands of people said before, Nagato was busy setting up the barrier to guard against Baiyu and had no intention of looking for me. Now he has changed his mind and wants to kill me. Itachi shared the current situation with a calm expression on his young face, and he was not afraid. In order to prevent him from noticing me, I will divide my chakra energy into more than a dozen parts and reduce my presence to the minimum. Only in this way can I avoid being found by him. Itachi did what he thought. The mental and life states of ninjas are linked to chakra energy. Because of this, the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique that can threaten the life safety of ninjas. Itachi took the initiative to maintain his chakra energy at the level of ordinary people, and even reduced his chakra energy to the extent that he could only use one low-level ninjutsu. This behavior is undoubtedly very dangerous. However, Itachi judged that it was a very correct thing to do. After all, with his strength, once he met Nagato, he would be killed by Nagato without any resistance. In this way, his own chakra energy would bring him danger instead. It is better to divide it and reduce the chance of encountering danger. If he was really found, Nagato would not get the samsara eye from him. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 644, Fighting Openly and Secretly 2_Yi Nyokuo_. Itachi put the samsara eye in a safe place, but according to the information Baiyu said, one of the abilities of the samsara eye is to peek into memory, so Itachi has been mentally prepared and will not leak any information about Baiyu and the samsara eye. Itachi and his crow clones dispersed and went to various locations in the rain village. Before Nagato set up the barrier, Itachi did not dare to do it too obviously. Now Nagato changed his strategy and wanted to kill him before solving Baiyu, so he naturally had to make changes. Itachi decided to do his best to destroy all the nodes of the rain village barrier and strive to give Baiyu more opportunities to win. In a certain building, Nagato stood in a room, all wet. He looked at the empty room in front of him. It's shadow clone again. Konoha's ninjas like to use this ninjutsu very much. Then we have to keep looking. If Uchiha Itachi is not dealt with, Itachi will continue to destroy the barrier, so he can't pose a threat to Baiyu. Nagato underestimated Uchiha Itachi before, so he didn't take Itachi seriously. Nagato didn't expect that this boy could become a threat to him. Since it is a threat, he must be eliminated. Nagato senses the location of Uchiha Itachi. However, what makes Nagato feel bad is that after he loses his human body, the only sense he has is vision. The original perception ability is gradually decreasing. Human perception ability is based on the 5 senses, and I am losing this ability now. Nagato suddenly realized something in his heart. When he completely adapts to the body of the mechanical Shuridu, his perception ability as a human will be completely lost. If his perception ability was still excellent before, he could detect Itachi's whereabouts at any time, and he would naturally not just watch Itachi and ignore him. It was because it was difficult to detect that he was too lazy to look for Uchiha Itachi. Unexpectedly, a negligence made Itachi the biggest weakness of his tactic. Nagato left the building, and through the gravity of the sky, he soared from the ground and flew to the highest point. The dark clouds were oppressive, and thunder and lightning were raging. Nagato stopped in the sky and looked down. His black Akatsuki robe was blown by the wind. I roughly understand Itachi's idea. As long as he walks out of his hiding place, I can find him. Nagato looked at the situation on the ground silently. The dynamic vision of the samsara eye is very strong, and any movement on the ground cannot escape the detection of the samsara eye. Soon, Nagato saw a short figure on the ground, wearing a raincoat and quickly passing through the ground and entering another building. I see. Nagato immediately dived down, breaking through the wall with a very fast movement, and instantly grabbed the boy's neck with his palm and smashed him against the opposite opposite wall. Just as Nagato began his attack, he found that the boy turned into smoke and disappeared from his sight. Another shadow clone. Nagato found that something was wrong. One shadow clone was understandable, but the second person found was also a shadow clone. What was going on? Did Itaka not want chakra energy? Nagato immediately left the building and flew into the sky, trying to continue to find Itaka's whereabouts. In Nagato's judgment, Itaka could not if there are too many shadow clones. Itaka's original body will be too weak to even resist. Putting oneself in danger is not what a smart person should do. Just as Nagato flew into the sky, a clone of Itaka in a nearby floor saw this situation. How strange, doesn't he observe people through perception? When number 3 was exposed, I thought I was going to be killed too. Why did Nagato leave without even looking at me? Itaka thought for a moment. He carefully looked out the window at the sky outside and found that Nagato was still standing in the sky. The moment Itaka showed up, he found Nagato rushing towards him. His method of observation is not perception but vision. Itaka immediately guessed this situation. If he relied on perception, he would not have survived. If Nagato relied on vision to perceive the surrounding situation, then it would explain why Nagato would find him as soon as he showed up. When Itaka found this information, he was naturally quickly eliminated by Nagato. Nagato found another shadow clone and felt incredible. He thought Itaka was just using the shadow clone to attract his attention, and it was impossible to create too many clones, because in this way, Itaka himself would be very weak. But Nagato found that Itaka was different from what he thought. Itaka not only used the shadow clone, but also had a lot of shadow clone. This means that Itaka's own strength is equivalent to the level of Genin. How dare Itaka do this? Isn't he afraid of death? Nagato looked ugly. If his guess was true, it would mean that it would be difficult for him to kill Uchiha Itaka in a short time. In this way, the plan to trap Baiyu in the barrier would not succeed. That is to say, in the next process, Baiyu will no longer have weaknesses. A with ring above. A with ring above degree A3/4. This situation is very unfavorable for him, because Baiyu is different from other ninjas. Baiyu did not come to the Rain Village in person. Nagato was confused and even wanted to send a wave from the Rain Country to the Fire Country to destroy Baiyu's body. Nagato tried hard to think of a solution. This person whom I underestimated is smart and careful, and he has the courage to take bold actions in dangerous situations. So no matter how I look for him next, the barrier plan will fail. I will be held back by Itaka. Now Baiyu doesn't know what to do with the monster. Should I give up the barrier plan and seal the monster first? Chapter 644. Fighting openly and secretly too. Nagato's mind was in a mess. He found that he was being set up as a kite. Between sealing the monster and setting up the barrier, he chose to set up the barrier, because this would make Baiyu no longer a threat to him, and he could seal the monster with Chibaku Tensei at any time. But now, because of Uchiha Itaka's desperate actions, he was suddenly left to be a kite. If he continued like this, he would lose sight of the big picture and would not be able to do anything. He had to continue to make a choice between the option of solving the monster and the option of continuing to chase Itaka to set up the barrier. Nagato thought about it and decided to give up the option of chasing Uchiha Itaka to complete the barrier and seal the monster created by Baiyu. Instead, he continued to chase Uchiha Itaka, and he didn't know how long he would be delayed by Itaka. And once Baiyu was ready, with Baiyu's mobility, once he knew the locations of all the nodes of the barrier set up in Rain Village, he would immediately dismantle these nodes. The plan to isolate Baiyu with the barrier had failed when Baiyu was able to pass through the lightning barrier to reach Rain Village. Next, it was impossible for him to complete the barrier and trap Baiyu under the interference of Uchiha Itaka. Moreover, Baiyu ignored the barrier and went straight to the monster. Either Baiyu believed in Uchiha Itaka, or the barrier was irrelevant. Nagato understood this and stopped doing useless things. Instead, he flew to a place with huge life and vigorous vitality. It is too easy to have limitations when thinking about problems with a single brain. After this battle is over, try to prepare a few more brains at home to think about problems together. On the other side, Itaka received the message sent back by the shadow clone. Doesn't Nagato observe through perception? Itaka thought maybe this news can be told to Baiyu. Something must have happened to Nagato, otherwise he would not lose his intuition based on biological senses. I will tell Baiyu about this and then continue to dismantle the nodes of the Rain Village barrier. Yi Nyokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 645. New creature after fusion. Baiyu's eyes can't see anything, and his actions are he was completely dependent on telekinesis. At this time, the Rain Village was covered with dark cloud, and the whole village was shrouded in heavy rain and lightning. It was very difficult for him to telekinesis, so much so that the information was intermittent when it was transmitted in the air, and it looked like a person's figure was looming in the heavy rain. Baiyu approached the building where Rokakaka was with an expressionless face. This is it. Baiyu entered the building and used telekinesis to identify the direction to find Rokakaka, but suddenly fell after entering the building, as if the road under his feet suddenly disappeared. Is this a pit? Baiyu was a little confused. When he put Rokakaka, there was no pit in the building. Could it be that Rokakaka had evolved into a conscious being, dug a pit and spit out bones? Baiyu's body flickered. He knew that time was running out and there was no time to hesitate, so he let go of his hand and let himself fall, and controlled the direction of his fall through telekinesis so that he could float towards Rokakaka. Baiyu was surprised when he fell. He found that the pit that Rokakaka had dug in the building was not shallow, but very deep. Because he had no eyes, Baiyu did not see the surrounding situation clearly. He only knew that he had fallen for several seconds and did not touch the ground. Where is Rokakaka going? Did it know that Uzumaki Nagato was in danger and planned to escape? That's not right. Rokakaka would be interested in flesh and blood with strong life force, but he didn't have the brain to think about whether the target was dangerous. No one in the rain village has a stronger life breath than Nagato. It should not give up Nagato, who is a sweet cake, but dig underground. Unless there is something stronger than Nagato's life breath underground. Baiyu became interested. The more flesh and blood Rokakaka devoured, the stronger the power he could use. The flesh and blood that could make Rokakaka give up Nagato should be the body of the 10 tails. I don't know what these two plants will say when they meet. Baiyu thought of this. Even if he was anxious to get Luakakaka, he had to be patient and wait for the result. If Luakakaka could swallow the demon statue, it would be a great thing. Baiyu didn't know how long he had been diving. He only knew that it was dark around him. Gradually, Baiyu heard the painful cries of humans when they died. These were the wailing of flesh without souls. The flesh eaten by Luakakaka would not die. Even if it was a corpse, the remaining cells in the body would be forcibly activated so that the soulless body could continue to move and feel pain according to the instinct before death. These were things Baiyu had experienced, so he was not affected by these miserable current situations. When Baiyu heard these sounds, he was refreshed and knew that he had found Luakakaka. Soon after, the sound of pain was like the instrumental performance of a music evening, with different sounds, different pain, and different despair, making creepy cries in the deep pit. It seemed that Rokakaka knew that he was coming, and he was excited. He ran away and said no. Baiyu also heard the sound of teeth gnawing on bones. He smiled and said, "You sound like you have grown up well." In the dark pit where no light could be seen, below Baiyu's figure, hundreds of people's limbs and faces were attached to a huge piece of meat. The meat kept moving. Every time it moved, the heads and palms on the body were squeezed on the rocks underground. Every time the soil and gravel were dug, blood oozed out, making it flow down along the soil like underground water. But Rokakaka's vitality was very strong. The only thing that drove them to move was to keep eating and let themselves merge more flesh and blood. After Rokakaka found that Baiyu was coming, he dug the soil faster, as if he wanted to escape quickly, but Baiyu was very sure that he did not do anything to Rokakaka. Baiyu chased after Rokakaka. Because of the barrier of Rain Village, his signal was getting worse and worse, and the transmission in the air was not smooth. In normal times, Baiyu could reach Rokakaka with just a thought. Baiyu knew that there must be something under Rain Village that attracted Rokakaka, so he could only wait patiently until Rokakaka found that thing. Not long after, Baiyu heard the sound of rock collapse in front of him, and immediately knew that Rokakaka had dug the right place. He read into the underground cave before Rokakaka. This place is very wide, and Baiyu's signal body is very free here. It's a pity that he has no eyes and can't see anything. However, Baiyu can use the elimination method to understand the situation here. Baiyu reads the Outer Path Demon Statue. The Outer Path Demon Statue has been in the ninja world since it was summoned by Uzumaki Nagato. If there is anything with strong life force most likely under Rain Village, that thing must be the Outer Path Demon Statue. However, Baiyu discovered something through reading and writing. The Outer Path statue was not here, but dozens of kilometers away from the Rain Village. Uzumaki Nagato did not place the Outer Path statue in the Rain Village. This is strange, since there is no Outer Path statue here. Then why did Rokakaka dig a tunnel all the way here? Baiyu began to read and write about the situation here. During this process, Baiyu heard the sound of Rokakaka moving in, and immediately began to eat meat. So that's it. Chapter 645 New Creatures After Fusion stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing Baiyu read the situation of this underground cave clearly. He turned around and looked around, as if he could see the scene in the cave. It turns out that this is the base camp for cultivating white zetsu. In the dimly lit cave, there are countless cultivation pools on the ground, and each of them has several white zetsu popping out. Under the turbid and sticky pool water, there are countless white human-shaped objects. These corpses sank to the bottom of the pool, just like puppet motionless. Baiyu thought of the Fourth Ninja World War, when white zetsu landed from the seaside and the Rain Village was close to the sea, and immediately understood that this was where Uchiha Obito cultivated white zetsu. While Baiyu was reading and writing, Rokakaka also started to eat the buffet. These white zetsu contain a lot of nutrients, which is exactly what Rokakaka liked. Very good, you can't be too picky. You have to eat a combination of meat and vegetables, and it's good to eat some vegetables. Baiyu was waiting for Rokakaka to finish eating. At this moment, Baiyu received a call from Itaki. The two people communicated through code, but usually Baiyu would directly read and write to meet people, but now the Rain Village is covered by a barrier, and his own signal is not very good, so Itaki used the code to inform him of the situation, which was very considerate. Baiyu interpreted the code and read softly, "Nagato can't sense chakra energy. He is looking for enemies through sight." This is the information Itaki got. Only a few words. Baiyu can imagine the danger Itaki is facing. At this moment, Baiyu accepted Itaki in his heart. Perhaps he had a wrong definition of love, which led to things like Suzuki. But Chuan was right. The only standard for true love is sacrifice. Only this can show how a person feels about another person. As for the rest, Baiyu didn't understand. He felt confused and didn't understand that person's heart. Baiyu immediately replied to Itaki, "Be careful. Try to go outside the Rain Village. Don't come close." After sending the message, Baiyu found a place to sit down. "I'll go with you." At this moment, the girl with long red hair appeared next to Baiyu. Baiyu smiled slightly, and the two sat side by side, listening to the chewing sounds coming from the underground cave and the miserable wailing that seemed like hell. Baiyu plucked up the courage, stood up and walked towards Rokakaka, and the girl with long red hair walked into the darkness with Baiyu. "Thank you for always being with me. Walked with me me to the end. Bai Yu closed his eyes. It's not wrong for me to love myself, the girl said, and her long red hair surrounded Bai Yu, and the hair gradually turned purple. The red-haired boy was gradually swallowed and drowned by Rokakaka. The part of Bai Yu's body that was swallowed gradually turned into purple vines, and Rokakaka's own vitality allowed the purple hermit to continue to grow. The purple vines quickly drilled into all parts of Rokakaka's body. During this process, the purple hermit kept imprisoning and compressing the flesh and blood on the surface and inside of the body. Whether it was the head that was still shouting or the waving limbs, they were all forcibly compressed together. For a while, blood continued to ooze out of the surface of Rokakaka's fruit. Rokakaka was also motionless and even stopped grabbing the white zetsu. There were too many white zetsu here, and it was impossible to devour them all at once. Bai Yu had no time to wait any longer, so he chose to merge. Rokakaka's choice of food was not the outer path golem, but the white zetsu, which disappointed him a little. Bai Yu used the vines of the purple hermit as material, hardened it with chakra energy, built a human skeleton inside the fruit, and filled the purple skeleton with flesh and blood, and used the vines to weave the meridian system inside the human body in the flesh and blood to transport energy. Thousands of people were crushed into pieces during the compression process. However, even if the head was broken and only one eyeball and one mouth were left, the person was still alive, able to see and speak because the other person's brain tissue cells were still alive in Rokakaka. The power of the fruit is playing a vital role, maintaining the survival instinct of these dead live. However, Rokakaka's greatest power is still equal exchange. Bai Yu had already prepared the equivalent exchange. Now that Rokakaka has received these sacrifices, he will naturally help him create a new body. When Bai Yu ate Rokakaka and bit off the small fruit that looked like an apple, the contract came into effect, so Rokakaka stopped eating and began to cooperate with Bai Yu to form a new life after eating Bai Yu's substitute power. Bai Yu made a new puppet in the Rokakaka fruit just like she made a puppet by reading the spell. However, this time it was different from the previous one. This puppet was no longer a simple frame, but a puppet filled with flesh and blood and Rokakaka's power. It was a creature born against common sense. Its body was so huge that it could hardly move in the narrow underground cave. Bai Yu only knew Dao. After he completed the shaping of his body, he was trapped in a mass of flesh and blood. He was able to control this huge body through the purple hermit and the nerve bundles connected to his body, making his presence magnified hundreds of times. Just like a giant, Rokakaka's extra flesh and blood, like a shell, tightly wrapped the new monster. Nagato, who was rushing over, was stunned when he heard the sound. Then he saw a terrible picture. The ground of the rain village suddenly bulged. The ground cracked layer by layer, and the nearby high-rise buildings were shaky and collapsed. A lot of rubble and soil flew in the rain. A hand stretched out and grabbed the building next to it. The powerful finger force made the more than 10-story building look like a toy and was easily crushed. It did not play a fixed role at all. Nagato, seeing me now, do you still have the confidence to defeat me? The monster opened hundreds of eyes on its cheeks and looked at the small, ant-like figure in front of it. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. The stand envoy in Konoha is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 646 Unkillable _ stand envoy in Konoha _ Yiniokuo _ In the dark village with thunder and lightning, high-rise buildings are densely packed like a forest. Under one of the ordinary high-rise buildings, in the underground cave 400 meters deep from the ground, it is pitch black. There are countless pools inside the low and flat space, and countless pale human bodies are soaked in the pools. In a wide place, a meatball filled with various faces and limbs occupied most of the space here. Purple vines emerged from the huge flesh and blood collection. The slender vines illuminated the surroundings with purple light, and one by one they were bound to Rokakaka. If you look closely, you can see that the purple glowing vines have pressed the meatball into a human shape, and its surface has been covered by vines. It's like a giant with purple skin. Bai Yu bit off the fruit called Rokakaka, and at the cost of the lives of many ninjas, he made a wish to Rokakaka for a second body. At this time, after the strong desire for regeneration and the transformation of the Rokakaka fruit, this body has matured in a short time. The sound of a giant breathing came from the dark cracks in the ground. Bai Yu's consciousness woke up from his body, and he instinctively wanted to open his eyes, but found that a soft substance was stuck to his eye socket. Not only the eye socket, Bai Yu moved a little and found that all parts of his body were connected by delicate substances. Bai Yu found that he was alive through his own touch. He recalled the memory of his previous coma. Before he lost consciousness, he remembered that he and the purple hermit walked towards Rokakaka and let Rokakaka eat his consciousness that stayed in the rain village. Rokakaka's power is very strange. Although Bai Yu is conscious, he will feel dead when he is eaten by Rokakaka. He was bitten into pieces bit by bit, fused and distributed in various parts of Rokakaka, and finally got a second life according to the contract. And now, he is alive. I got a second life, but my eyes haven't recovered yet. Where am I now? Bai Yu couldn't help but have this question in his heart. Suddenly, Bai Yu seemed to have a purple electric light passing through his mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he could see his current situation. Bai Yu saw a boy lying naked in a mass of flesh and blood. The boy's skin was as delicate and white as a baby, and his whole body was pressed without any remaining space. There were red and purple thin lines connecting his head, spine, hands, and feet from the flesh and blood. His vision expanded outward, and Bai Yu saw the situation outside again. He saw himself lying in a narrow cave with a very clear vision, able to see the environment in the dark clearly, and also saw the sharp stalactites hanging in front of his eyes. In addition, he seemed to have a lot of eyes and could control his eyes to look in all directions at the same time. time, which was very magical. At the moment when the lightning appeared, Bai Yu heard another voice. Main body, you are awake. Bai Yu heard the voice and knew it was the Purple Hermit who could communicate with him in his heart. Purple Hermit, what are we doing now? Bai Yu asked. What happened during my coma? Did the situation unfold as I expected? The Purple Hermit replied. During the time when you and I lost contact, the new body was conceived and matured, but Rokakaka did not use all the flesh and blood. Under the terms of the transaction, according to Rokakaka's rules, a second body was created outside your body. Second body? Bai Yu felt strange. Yes, it seems to have made a body based on your original race. You were originally human, and you are still human now, but there is still a lot of flesh and blood left in Rokakaka, as well as the limbs of Baizetsu. Based on this, I made a second body according to your idea. You can now control the actions of the external body of life through your second life. I believe it will bring you considerable help. Bai Yu understood. He took a bite of the Rokakaka fruit. Using the power that the fruit already possessed, he got a second life, but he still had some sacrifices left over, so the Purple Hermit used the remaining flesh and blood to create a second body. His current body is inside this body. Bai Yu's initial idea was to use the Purple Hermit's rhizome as a skeleton and to create the meridians in the ninja's body, then fill the skeleton with flesh and blood and cover the surface of the flesh and blood with purple skin to restrain it. I didn't expect it to be like this now. He has two bodies. After Rokakaka made him the first human body, he used the remaining flesh and blood to create another body. Bai Yu could feel that he was very safe inside. However, although he could control this second body, the flesh and blood inside this second body still contained the will of all the dead people in the Rain Village. These soulless, torn apart flesh and blood whispered desperately under the body and purple skin. Bai Yu could hear the voices of these ninjas in the second body all the time. Bai Yu was determined and was not affected by these voices. He did not forget his purpose. Since his second life had been successfully shaped, he could now take Uzumaki Nagato's life. Bai Yu tried to lift his hands and feet and found that he was very strong and could break free from the restraints on his body. It was not difficult for him to even go out, but when he moved, the outer shell that wrapped his second life also moved with his thought. Chapter 646 Unkillable. The dense and sharp stalactites above Bai Yu's head were swept away by Bai Yu's hand. These stalactites that had existed for an unknown period of time fell from the top of the cave. Bai Yu also heard the sound of stones falling into the pool. Bai Yu saw the surrounding situation through the hundreds of eyes of the outer shell. If I had known that the base for producing white zetsu was below the Rain Village, I should have installed Rokakaka here before entering the village. Tens of thousands of white zetsu. What a huge force this must be. It's a pity that I don't have that much time. Bai Yu climbed up from the cave. The environment here is very narrow and difficult to move. If you are not careful, you will bump into the surrounding walls, causing the walls to break and drop a lot of stone. Bai Yu was worried that he would be buried alive if he stayed too long, so he crawled out along the tunnel dug by Rokakaka. As he climbed out, he heard the thunder outside the crack in the ground and the low shouts of life and will in the second shell. Pain. It hurt. It hurt. In the cracked ground, a monster that looked like a hungry ghost poked its head out of the crack. This monster has no eyes. The place where its eyes are is filled with flesh and blood, but there are hundreds of black eyes on both sides of its cheek, and now these eyes are staring at the short ant-like person in front of him. Nagato is wearing a black-red cloud Akatsuki robe, and the black robe is whistling in the wind, but his face is firm, and his eyes with ripples look at Bai Yu. The difficulty of Bai Yu is that his body is not in the Rain Village. Even if he can deal with the monster in front of him now, he can't run to the Land of Fire, so Bai Yu is invincible to him. But even if Bai Yu is invincible, it doesn't prevent him from dealing with the thing in front of him. Nagato has seen the Outer Path Demon statue, and he will not be scared by Bai Yu's current situation. Can't win, what a joke. When Bai Yu said this, did he ask the moon in the sky for his opinion? Doesn't Bai Yu know the story of the six-path sage sealing the Chakra princess in the myth? Nagato's face was calm. I will seal you and then go to the Land of Fire immediately. You'd better kill me on the way to the Land of Fire, or run away before I find you, otherwise I will find your real body sooner or later and kill you. Hehe. Bai Yu used Rokakaka to gain a second life, and he could use this life to control the outer body. At this time, Bai Yu had no room to move in the monster's body, but his cheeks were covered with flesh and blood, and his white body was wrapped in flesh and blood. His arms, leg, body, and head were all connected to the monster's flesh and blood. These nerve bundles connecting his body allow him to control all the senses of the monster. Bai Yu used the Purple Hermit to wrap the enemy's bones and force the bones to walk and move. Now he has a better way to control this body. This feeling is like driving a mecha. Nagato said that he would deal with him and then chase his real body. This sentence really made him laugh to death. His original body will die soon. Even if he gets a second life with Purple Hermit and Rokakaka, it can't stop his death, because this new body doesn't have his soul. His soul is still in his original body. His original body is his foundation, so when his original body dies, he will really die. This second body is just created by him for fighting. When the original body dies and the consciousness dissipate, this body will naturally lose its ability to move. Nagato actually said how could he not laugh when he had to travel a long distance from the Land of Rain to the Land of Fire to hunt down a dying man like him. I'm afraid that Nagato would be dead before he leaves the Land of Rain, and his body would be eaten by wild beasts, so how could Nagato find him? This was the funniest joke he had ever found. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. This couldn't be said, or Nagato would run away. Before, Nagato couldn't catch up with him, but now it would be bad if Nagato and him were to delay time. Really? Then you can try it. When Bai Yu thought about how he would die so tragically, he was so happy. After suffering for so long, he finally reached the last moment of his life. He might see Izumi, Suzuki, and many other people. Baiyu happily grabbed the tall building next to him and pressed it towards the tiny Nagato who looked like an ant in front of him. As long as I kill you, I can get what I want. The tall building collapsed layer by layer when Baiyu pressed it down. A large amount of lime floated out from the cracks of the building and was quickly knocked down by the heavy rain. The whole building was pushed by the dark purple palm like a collapsed building block and was casually swept towards the person wearing the Akatsuki robe. Nagato responded immediately and ran out of the range of the collapsed building. The huge tall building collapsed behind Nagato. Nagato flew into the air on the ground. When he jumped in front of Baiyu, his figure was reflected in the pupil on the cheek of the purple slender giant. I am so tall. How can you cause an effective attack on me without ninjutsu? With your personal size, physical skills cannot cause much damage to me. Ninjas can use chakra energy to stick to the soles of their feet to fly over the eaves and walls. Nagato ran on Baiyu, and the distance from the ground became higher and higher, reaching the position of Baiyu's forehead. During this process, Nagato raised one hand, ready to absorb Baiyu's chakra energy with the power of the Hungry Ghost Way. Chapter 646 Unkillable. All the power in this world comes from chakra. Using ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion requires chakra energy. Baiyu transforms into such a huge giant and the chakra energy will be very much. As long as he can extract all the chakra energy, Baiyu's transformation technique will be cracked. Before, Baiyu killed thousands of people. These people were too scattered and Nagato could only solve them one by one. Now Baiyu merges these people together and he can naturally defeat them all at once. To Nagato, Baiyu not only did not become stronger but weakened, which allowed him to deal with Baiyu in one fell swoop and then embark on the road to the land of fire to find Baiyu's body. Ha ha ha. Baiyu ignored Nagato running on the body. He used his hands and feet to climb out of the crack in the ground and stood in this village covered by wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. When he stood up, Baiyu saw the topography of the entire environment of Rain Village and many high-rise buildings under a dark cloud, and he could also see the strange scene of lightning locking the sky behind the high-rise buildings. I think the lightning outside the Rain Village is the barrier set up by Nagato, but at this time he will no longer be bound by the barrier, because this second life will become a very good transit station, allowing the purple hermit to bloom life again. Based on this, Baiyu's vision is far-reaching, and he can also see the scene outside the Rain Village. He noticed a vast ocean beside him, raised his right hand to activate his telepathy ability, and his palm emitted a purple light to telepathically follow Nagato. There was no need to look. Under the guidance of telekinesis, Baiyu's palm accurately slapped towards Nagato. Nagato sensed the danger of the situation and immediately dodged on the purple slender giant. He had to keep his balance because of the purple giant standing up. However, during this pause, he saw the purple palm slapping towards him. This palm was very wide. After slapping over, it covered the sky in Nagato's field of vision like an overwhelming force. Nagato dodged immediately, but when he dodged, Baiyu's finger flicked towards Nagato again, and Nagato was immediately flicked into the air by his finger. You can't dodge. My telekinesis can always find your position. Even if I close my eyes, my hand will catch you under the guidance of telekinesis. After flicking Nagato, Baiyu opened hundreds of eyes to observe whether Nagato would die. Nagato was too small for him now. If he gently crushed it with his fingers, Nagato would probably become a red dot that was shattered like a mosquito. Baiyu observed that Nagato was not injured after being thrown away. Instead, he adjusted his posture in the air. Judging from the hand gestures, he seemed to be using ninjutsu. Why is he not injured at all? And this attack feels like a finger hitting an iron lump. Baiyu grabbed Nagato again before Nagato could control his body. This time, Nagato could not dodge in the air. Baiyu grabbed Nagato and pressed him to the ground, then pressed Nagato to the ground and pushed him horizontally towards the surrounding houses and high-rise buildings. The buildings that came into contact with him collapsed one after another, and even the ground was rubbed out with a dent. This dent was caused by the destruction of Nagato's body on the ground. Baiyu did not let go. His palm was still firmly pressed on the ground, but he could feel the pressure from his palm, and Nagato was still resisting faintly. What's going on? Why didn't he die? Baiyu hurriedly grabbed it and slapped it to the side, pressing Nagato with his palm, circling around his body and knocking down more than a dozen buildings. Then he felt that Nagato was still alive. Baiyu immediately pressed his palm to the ground again. Baiyu's forehead was sweating nervously. Is it impossible? Is his vitality so strong? Should I come again in a few years? Will he be easier to deal with in a few years? This tenacity is abnormal. Baiyu saw a golden cloth strip coming out from under his palm. This is the King Kong blockade. Nagato is trying to push him away. Baiyu didn't have time to think about it. He immediately clenched his left fist and hit the back of his right hand, exerting force, trying to crush Nagato to death. Baiyu punched hundreds of times in a row, and the huge vibration caused the ground to shake, and the surrounding damaged high-rise buildings that had not collapsed one after another. The ground also cracked. This was not enough. Baiyu stood on the ground with one hand twisted several times in place, and then used a whole set of soft fists in the opposite direction. He twisted the ground directly into a vortex-shaped pit. Should he be dead now? Baiyu counted with his left hand, and his face changed. He is still alive. This made Baiyu feel horrified. He is not dead like this. Is Nagato still a human? With human flesh and blood, can he withstand such power? Shouldn't he have been reincarnated in hell long ago? Could this be the vitality of our Uzumaki clan? Baiyu suddenly felt that he had underestimated the vitality of the Uzumaki clan. They did not die under such an attack but were still alive. What kind of vitality is this? If it was was a bug, it would have been rubbed out, a trail of blood and flesh mixed with broken limbs and debris on the solid concrete floor. However, he couldn't even kill Nagato. You're kidding, right? You were a sickly person when Uzumaki Naruto beat you. Why are you so strong now that it's my turn? Baiyu felt more and more that he had come too early and should have waited a few years before looking for Nagato. But if he waited a few years, he wouldn't have to look for Nagato. Why are they all from the Uzumaki clan? But there is such a big difference between them. If I hadn't been sick or poisoned, my vitality would have been about the same as Nagato's now, right? Baiyu sighed, but it was a miracle that his original body could survive until now. He was no worse than Uzumaki Nagato at all, so he was relieved. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 647. Slapped and Flying. Baiyu did not kill Nagato in one go, but instead noticed that Nagato was resisting under his hands. Baiyu felt that Nagato was more or less a monster. This body of his was the leftover after Rokakaka created a body for him. It not only had the purple hermit as bones but also the limbs of thousands of people and countless white zetsu. The size and weight alone were enough to call him a giant. In terms of the fragility of the human body, he could crush a human to pieces with just a grab. If there was a Susanoo here, he could even give Susanoo a set of soft fist taijutsu. But Nagato was not only fine after being attacked by him so many times, but he even had the spare energy to mobilize the diamond seal to move his palm away. Is his attack on Nagato useless at all? Baiyu made up his mind. He ignored the diamond blockade under his palm and grabbed the ground with all his strength. His 5 fingers sank into the cement, digging out 5-finger pit. Then he dug a hole in the ground, pulled out the cement floor and the steel bar, and held them in his palm. I don't know if this will hurt the Samsara Eye, but I can't care. Through reading, I know that it was your body that I attacked just now, not your clone. But even if the vitality of the Uzumaki clan is sick, they should not be alive under this level of attack. It's very wrong, very wrong. Baiyu looked at the palm of his hand. Baiyu stared and judged the situation inside. He would not let go of his hand no matter what. He wanted to watch Nagato die in his palm. Gradually, Baiyu noticed that the power of the golden cloth in the gap of his fist weakened a lot, which showed that Nagato was unable to resist his grip. But Uzumaki Nagato still didn't die. Baiyu stared at his fist. Jianqunyu. At this moment, the golden light in Baiyu's palm suddenly surged, and the golden cloth pierced through the gap in his palm skin. Baiyu and the people in the second layer of the body cried out in pain. Then the golden cloth was like a sharp knife cutting along the texture of Baiyu's palm skin, and a large amount of blood spurted out, falling to the ground like water. In the bloody flesh, a piece of purple hand bone was exposed from the wound. Also coming out was Uzumaki Nagato, who was curled up and wrapped in the diamond seal. Your body is too big, so the power to attack me is too dispersed and useless. All the power attacks me. The diamond seal on Nagato's body opened, revealing the human body inside. You are talking nonsense. Baiyu stared at hundreds of eyes. What's wrong with you? I have become a monster. Have you become a monster too? If I were an ordinary person, I would have been dead without even a trace left. Do you think you can fool me with a seemingly reasonable excuse? Baiyu didn't know why, and became nervous. It's my turn next. Nagato did not reply. Baiyu's handstand just now still made him feel dizzy. If he hadn't used the Yama reincarnation technique to repair his brain and body, he probably wouldn't even be able to think at this moment. This is the disadvantage of having only one brain. If he had a row of brains connected in parallel to support calculations outside the body, Baiyu wouldn't have almost shaken Huang apart. Nagato mobilized the diamond seal and ran up along Baiyu's arm. Control the chakra energy, and the edge of the diamond seal will become very solid. In addition, the nature of the wind-attributed chakra will change. The diamond seal with cutting attributes can tear your body apart easily. Purple skin has strong defense, but your skin is formed by layers of fine vines. Under the inside of the Samsara Eye, there is still space in the texture of your palm. As Nagato spoke, the golden cloth fluttered around him. Every time it rose and fell, blood splashed from the arms under his feet. The people in the second shell were hurt again, and they all screamed shrilly. Nagato heard the sound, paused lightly, and looked with the Samsara Eye, and found that there were many people's broken faces and facial features in the flesh and blood of his arms. It seemed that these people were still alive in their current state. These facial features still had vivid and painful distorted expressions, but under the observation of the Samsara Eye, there was no soul in these facial features, faces, and flesh. Even Baiyu himself had no soul. So how did this sound come about? Nagato felt strange. Can people shout without souls? This seems to be a good material for pain. Baiyu's second life had just been born, and his senses were already sharp. In addition, his nerves were still connected to the second shell. Nagato's attack broke through his defense, and the damage he brought was greater than he imagined. It made him very painful. What he didn't expect was that because the second body was injured by Nagato's attack, the flesh and blood inside also felt the pain, and the main body far away in the land of fire also felt the pain, which added up to 3 times the pain. Under this pain, the second body has a tendency to escape from his control. But in addition to using nerve tissue to control the second layer of the body, Baiyu can also use the purple hermit to control the bones and force the body to move. After all, the body skeleton of this giant is formed by the purple hermit absorbing chakra energy. The bones are moving. Can the flesh still stay still? Baiyu endured the pain, and seeing that Nagato was about to cut all the way to the shoulder, he quickly raised his left hand and pressed towards Nagato. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 647. Slapped and Flying. This slap landed firmly on the right arm. At this time, Baiyu's right arm had been cut into a bloody mess. Large pieces of flesh fell down. These flesh fell to the ground ground, still twisting and wriggling. When Bayu's left hand hit the golden cloth belt, penetrated the texture of the palm skin into the flesh, and then pierced from the flesh to the back of the hand. Bayu gritted his teeth, clenched his left hand tightly, then turned around and ran out along the streets of Rain Village with big stride. Boom boom boom. The purple slender giant moved away from Rain Village. When Bayu was near the sea, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and jumped into the sea. When he fell, the sea surface suddenly spread around and waves pushed around. Bayu left the Rain Village and saw the blue and white sky over the ocean, as well as the sun's rays. He walked toward the sea without changing his expression. The sea water spread from his legs to his waist and finally to his shoulders. At this moment, Bayu discovered through telepathy that Nagato had escaped. He turned back and looked in the direction of the purple hermit's telepathy, only to see Uzumaki Nagato standing on the sea, his body swaying with the wave. There are still your companions in the Rain Village. Did you move the battle site to the sea to avoid the attack from destroying the Rain Village and affecting your companion? Nagato looked at the head of the giant in front of him, and he struggled to stand firm in the wave. You don't have to feel sorry for him, and you don't have to care about the Rain Village. I will build a new village later. Before Nagato finished speaking, he saw Bayu raising his hand and slapping him. Nagato turned around and ran. The sea surface was not stable, which made it more difficult for Nagato to stand on the water using the technique of treading water. Nagato's body was made of solid metal, so it was even more difficult for him to master such delicate technique. If he was not gifted, he would not be able to maintain balance in this situation. At this time, Nagato had not run a few steps. Bayu's palm had already fallen and slapped Nagato. Nagato was like a meteor in the sky, flying into the sky. It hurt. Bayu looked at his palm, and a wound appeared on his palm after it had fully recovered. This was the scar left by the strong slapping of Nagato. Bayu looked at Nagato with a heavy face. This guy is definitely not a human. I just went to chase Obito. What happened to Uzumaki Nagato in such a short time? It was the same before. He killed Obito just after I came back. With Obito's ability, he shouldn't have died so easily. There must be some secret. Should I go back and use the purple hermit to investigate the past? Bayu thought about it and gave up this idea. He still had to stop Nagato. If Nagato ran away, he was not sure that he could chase Nagato while his body was still alive. He didn't have this time to waste. Bayu was in the sea, chasing Nagato with big stride. As he walked, he stood on the surface from the bottom of the water, read out the direction in which Nagato was slapped away by him, and ran towards Nagato on the sea. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 648. Its weakness Yiniokuo. They left. Itaka saw this scene, and his little heart was greatly hurt. Is Bayu still a human? Itaka had this idea in his mind. Whether it was Bayu or Nagato, they were out of the scope of human beings. When Hongdu turned into a monster before, Bayu still liked Hongdu. Now think about it. Bayu's orientation and worldview are as distorted as it is, but compared to this matter, Itaki is more worried that Bayu's thoughts will be wrong. He was in a rebellious period before, and knew how easy it was for a person's thoughts to become extreme, and how unwilling to listen to others' advice. If his family hadn't believed in him and enlightened him, he would never have gotten out of it. Bayu's worldview hadn't been fixed yet, and he had experienced so many things. Itaka began to worry about Bayu's future. Bayu wasn't like this before, but now it seems to be getting more and more terrible. Bayu has changed a lot after losing Sasuke. I don't know what will happen in the future, but the experience after Sasuke's death will become a pain that Bayu will never forget in his life, right? This will be an important turning point that affects Bayu's personality and worldview. Now Nagato was taken away by Bayu and went to the beach, and the Rain Village was safe at this time. Itaka took back the scattered crow clones, and the chakra energy in his body was surplus. Nagato was beaten by Bayu for such a long time, and nothing happened. This is not normal. Also, Nagato could only observe the enemy through vision before, and other senses were suspected to be lost, which is also suspicious. I want to go to the village while they are away. Itaka looked at the central tower. Before Bayu returned to the village to deal with things, he had been silently observing Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato had been repairing in the central tower, and then came out to set up the barrier, so something must have happened. Itaka split a clone. You go and continue to dismantle the barrier. You can't let this barrier become Bayu's weakness. I'll go to investigate the situation in the central tower. The two Itakais acted separately in the ninja village. Itaka's original body went directly to the central tower. Soon, Itaki arrived at the tower. He went in and followed the traces and found the basement all the way. Here, there are clear footprints on the ground. Uzumaki Nagato did not hide this. Itaka pushed open the iron door leading to the basement, and the lights inside suddenly lit up. Itaka found that this was a basement where puppet-making materials were stored, and it was a workshop for making puppet. The room was filled with various materials and strange things. These things blocked the line of sight, making Itaki unable to see what else was inside at once. Itaka walked into the basement and opened the door casually to prevent someone from outside from noticing. Then Itaka walked into the basement. As soon as he came in, Itaka smelled blood. Many people died in the village, so it was normal to smell blood, but this was the basement for making puppet, and it was also the place where Uzumaki Nagato came back to repair it, so it was not normal to smell blood. Itaka had a calm face, clenched his hands, and always paid attention to the surrounding situation and checked whether there were any traps or other mechanisms. Soon, Itaka came to the innermost side of the workshop and saw the workbench where Uzumaki Nagato made paint. It was here that Itaka noticed the source of the bloody smell. The dim light illuminated everything here. The entire workbench was bloody, and there were blood and minced meat everywhere. Obviously, the people working were very anxious about time and were in a hurry to hurry up and do something, and this matter was related to the human body. Are you making a new pain? Itake raised his hand to cover his little face and walked to the other side of the workbench. He smelled that the bloody smell came from the other side of the workbench. Obviously, this is the scrap material that Uzumaki Nagato didn't have time to collect. According to the information provided by Yu, there are 6 pains in total, corresponding to the 6 paths of hell. They are the path of heaven, the path of the human world, the path of Asuras, the path of animals, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of hell. But when we entered the rain village, we only encountered the path of heaven, the path of the human world, and the path of hell. Did Nagato rush to the central tower to repair the path of heaven? The path of heaven seems to be almost the most powerful pain, but was destroyed by Shisui before. Itake was thinking about this situation. As he walked to the other side of the workbench, his vision changed and he could see more novel things. However, just when Itake turned completely to the other side of the workbench, he saw an extremely terrifying picture. This picture made Itake feel a chill running up from the soles of his feet, spreading on his back and head, as if a hand was pressing on his head from behind. At this moment, Itake felt creepy. Inside, he saw a scene that frightened him. Itake saw the body of Uzumaki Nagato. At the innermost side of the workbench, under the dim light, Uzumaki Nagato's head was placed on a pile of broken limbs. The blood on the ground was a little coagulated, like a whole flat mirror, reflecting the light and the extremely finely broken limbs. Uzumaki Nagato's head was casually falling to the side, tilted and looking at the ground. Itake stopped and didn't move at all. He looked at the picture in front of him, and incomprehensible thoughts appeared in his heart. If this is the body of Uzumaki Nagato, then who is the one being chased and beaten by Yu outside? Who is that? Hey! A cold wind suddenly blew into the underground studio. Chapter 648. Its weakness. The door that Itake had not closed when he came in was suddenly closed at this time, making a loud noise. A euro. Itake heard the sound and hurriedly looked back. After realizing that it was the wind, he turned back. At this moment, Itake felt scared. He was not afraid of the corpse in front of him. In fact, as a ninja, he had seen many human corpses. Itake was afraid of things he could not understand. The real body of Uzumaki Nagato is Uzumaki Nagato, right? According to the rules of the ninja world, if the real body dies, the clone will also lose power. But what about the clone with the power of the Samsara Eye? Why does it still act according to the will of Uzumaki Nagato? Why did Uzumaki Nagato kill himself? What is he so impatient for? Or did Uzumaki Nagato transform himself into pain? But shouldn't the transformation of the human body be based on the human body? Itake looked at the waste in front of him and noticed something that made him unable to figure it out. Because Uzumaki Nagato abandoned his entire body, whether it was his hands or feet, whether it was his torso, internal organs, or his head, and the brain in his head, they were all placed here intact. Uzumaki Nagato only took away the Samsara Eye, but taking away only one Samsara Eye would not have chopped his real body into pieces like this. Itake took out the Samsara Eye sealed by the white paper and took another look at Uzumaki Nagato's body. Suddenly he had a premonition in his heart. The Samsara Eye is an eye that is more ominous and evil than the Sharingan. The power of this Samsara Eye seems to have never been seen and understood by anyone. Even Yu may not understand the true nature of the Samsara Eye. Yu, I have something to tell you. Listen to me. I know you are fighting. I need you to devote some energy to listen to what I say. Uzumaki Nagato is dead. Yes, he is dead. His body is next to me. Something took away the Samsara Eye. You are fighting with that thing. What? He claims to be Uzumaki Nagato. No, he thinks he is Uzumaki Nagato. The Samsara Eye can also control people's souls. He may have taken Nagato's soul away, which will strengthen his confidence that he is Nagato. He may have imprisoned Uzumaki Nagato's soul in his body. In fact, if he captures a few more souls, he can also claim to be someone else. Okay, I will leave here as soon as possible. Be careful. He has no human physical weaknesses and cannot be defeated from the front. Yiniokuo reminds you, remember to collect after reading. Chapter 649. Psychic Outer Path Demon Statue Yiniokuo can't defeat him from the front. Yu closed his eyes and drove the external body on the sea. Yu carefully pondered what Itake told him. Itake said that Nagato was dead and his body was in the basement under the central tower of Rain Village. So who was the Uzumaki Nagato on his side? Yu was puzzled and thought about the touch of his palm hitting Nagato just now, which was very solid and hurt his hand. Could it be that Nagato's body was not human? What did Nagato do in these few hours? Whenever Yu encountered something she couldn't figure out, she would ask the Purple Hermit. She used a simple metaphysical method of elimination to read it out, and the result she got was exactly the same as what Itake had said. Uzumaki Nagato is not a human anymore. He is not a human anymore. What should I do? Nagato did not die after so many attacks just now. Has he exceeded the limit of normal death? Just when Yu felt helpless, he suddenly heard a message from Itake, who told him that he only needed to take away Nagato's Samsara Eye. Without the Samsara Eye, pain would lose his power. So that's how it is. Yu understood. He disconnected from Itake and immediately focused his attention on Uzumaki Nagato. Under the blue sky, a golden light spot was floating in the sky in the distance. Yu looked at the light spot and found that Uzumaki Nagato was using the diamond blockade and the power of the Samsara Eye to float above the blue sea, and it seemed that he had just stopped. The attack speed is very fast. Nagato had just stopped and was about to chase back and continue fighting with Yu when he suddenly saw a purple giant on the sea in the distance running towards this side. This purple giant has a slender figure, long arms and leg, but looks very powerful. As he he runs, the sea water under his feet splashes waves more than 10 meters high to both sides. He is rushing towards this side with the movement of an athlete running and galloping on the field. Nagato clenched his fist. Not only is his attack speed fast, he also runs very fast, and he can use chakra to stand on the sea surface. With such a huge size, this is not in line with the laws of physics. How did he do it? Why didn't he sink to the bottom of the sea, and he can still walk on the sea surface? Chakra energy can't support his weight, right? Nagato was puzzled, but soon he found Baiyu rushing over. Baiyu came in front of Nagato, made a braking gesture, and used the inertia of running to slap Nagato with a slap. This action was really fast to the extreme. Uzumaki Nagato couldn't react and was immediately slapped into the water from the sky by Baiyu. Just like an arrow shot from the sky into the water, it was smooth and flew into the water quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it broke away from the surface of the water layer and fell into a dark and lightless place. Where are you? Baiyu bent down, and his hands fell into the sea, and many vines spread out from his palms. These slender vines were like fluorescent sticks flashing at night, illuminating the purple light on the seabed, and flexibly reading and writing to where Uzumaki Nagato was. More than a dozen vines were like tentacles, gradually approaching Nagato in the sea water. After Nagato transformed himself into a mechanical Ashura, his body did not need to breathe. In the dark and lightless seabed, he could also see the surrounding things clearly with the vision of the Samsara eye. At this time, Nagato saw a vine with purple lights grabbing him, and immediately opened 6 diamond cloth belts on his body, adding wind attribute changes to the diamond blockade, making it have an indestructible cutting attribute. Then Nagato used the diamond blockade to quickly cut off the tentacles in Baiyu's hands. The giant that Baiyu transformed into is perfect in every aspect with both speed and strength. If chakra energy is added, no. If he can also use ninjutsu. In this situation, even the lowest level of fire escape will be very scary. Nagato reacted and found that Baiyu at this time was no longer someone he could defeat. He needed a helper to deal with this huge monster. After Nagato used the diamond seal to cut off the tentacles of Baiyu's hands, he immediately formed seals with both hands and slapped the deep sea in front of him, summoning Outer Path Demon Statue. A circle of white smoke spread outward with Nagato's palm as the center, and then dispersed with the surge of the sea current. At the moment when the summoning technique was used, 3 black sticks suddenly grew out of the position of Nagato's heart. These 3 black sticks pierced out from the heart from 3 different positions on the front, chest, back and shoulders. Nagato controlled his own metal and let these black sticks penetrate his body. A large amount of chakra energy spread outward along these black sticks. At the same time, a very oppressive aura appeared in the seabed. It was like a monster suddenly woke up from the bottom of the sea, opened its eyes, looked up at the sea surface and roared. Baiyu noticed this at the first time. He opened his eyes wide, not missing any changes, and took in the situation on the bottom of the sea. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from below and reached the sea surface at a very fast speed. Then, a huge hand stretched out from the sea surface, followed by a terrifying thing that was difficult to describe in words. As soon as this thing jumped out of the water, it grabbed Baiyu's neck and pressed Baiyu back. Baiyu was prepared, but he was still caught off guard. He was directly pressed down on the sea surface by the outer demon statue, and almost couldn't maintain the chakra on his body and fell into the water. He opened his eyes wide and looked at this thing. This is a huge, human-shaped monster, with the color and surface muscles of a dry wood, and 10 columnar protrusions on its back. On its terrifying face, 9 eyes were tightly closed. Chapter 649 Psychic Outer Path Demon Statue _ Stand Envoy in Konoha _ a bird passing _ As soon as he appeared, he pressed Baiyu down and grabbed the purple giant's shoulders with both hands, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a roar that shook the world. Call your mother. Baiyu raised his hand and slapped the demon statue in the face. The demon statue was stunned for a moment. It had just appeared and suffered such a great humiliation, and it did not react. Baiyu hurriedly kicked the demon statue in the abdomen, kicking the huge monster out of the sea. Then he got up and followed up and punched the demon statue again. The demon statue reacted, and immediately opened his hands to grab Baiyu's arm. Baiyu tried hard, but his strength was not as strong as this thing. The demon statue exerted pressure bit by bit, and Baiyu's bones even made a sound. Seeing that it could not hold on for a long time, the demon statue opened its mouth like a beast and bit Baiyu's shoulder. Baiyu raised his shoulder, and his shoulder blade hit the face of the outer path golem firmly. He took a step forward, and his elbow hit the monster's chest, and then he leaned in close, knocking the outer path golem flying from the sea. Soft fist, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Baiyu controlled the second layer of the body, and his hands shot out a palm shadow, as if he was going to blow up the air in front of him, and every move exuded a terrifying power. These fists and palms with powerful force fell firmly on the outer path golem, and Baiyu connected a whole set of outer path golem. He had excellent physical skills, and it was easy for him to beat a monster with only strength but no reason. In the distant sea, Uzumaki Nagato stuck his head out, and his body was still floating in the sea with the waves. Although this place was far away from the place where the 2 giants fought, the fluctuations on the sea surface still formed exaggerated layers of waves pushing this side. As soon as Nagato Uzumaki appeared, he saw Baiyu beating the outer path demon statue. He was stunned for a few seconds and immediately turned around and ran away without saying a word. Stepping on the water, ran to the village. Chapter 650 Outer Path Demon Statue vs Second Body. Baiyu always pays attention to the movements of Nagato Uzumaki, and he found it as soon as Nagato ran. After Baiyu gave the outer path demon statue a small set of combos, he immediately turned around and chased after Nagato Uzumaki. But at this moment Bai Yu found that the outer path demon statue pounced on him again and grabbed him tightly from the back. Inside the purple giant, Bai Yu's forehead was blue with veins, and he was so angry that he gave the outer path demon another elbow, but it did not repel the outer golem at all. The outer golem had no reason, but its instincts still existed. Knowing that Bai Yu was difficult to deal with, it opened its mouth and bit the flesh and blood on Bai Yu's body. The outer golem's teeth easily broke through the skin defense formed by the purple hermit and pierced into the flesh and blood. Hundreds of flesh and blood that had not yet died all made miserable screams. Bai Yu endured 3 times the pain. He was so painful that he couldn't speak. He barely controlled the purple giant and suddenly heard the sound of chewing and swallowing next to his ear. Bai Yu immediately knew that the outer golem was eating him. The outer golem was actually eating him. This monster couldn't beat him, but it wanted to eat him. Bai Yu was shocked and scared. He mastered the location of his second life through reading and writing. He was wrapped in flesh and blood at the spine of the purple giant's back. If the outer golem ate the body and bit him, it would be miserable. Bai Yu didn't want to be eaten alive by the monster. This is what you chose. Purple vines emerged from Bai Yu's hands, and these vines twisted into a spike-shaped weapon. Bai Yu turned his shoulders, and when the outer golem opened its mouth, he raised his left hand and stabbed the outer golem's bloody mouth with a sword at lightning speed. The sharp weapon pierced the outer golem's mouth and came out from the back of the monster's head. But strangely, Bai Yu did not attack the feeling of a living organism, but it was like piercing wood. This guy looks like a living thing, but it is actually a plant. It just moves like an animal. Bai Yu injured the outer golem in one go. The outer golem retreated a few steps, and Bai Yu went up with another set of combos, no longer holding fists and palms but sharp spike. Bai Yu burst out with speed, using the attack method of soft fist and bagua palm, stabbing the outer golem hundreds of times in a row, and finally concentrated all his strength on his right leg and kicked the outer golem's head fiercely. After doing all this, Bai Yu ignored the outer path demon statue and ran towards Uzumaki Nagato at a faster speed. Uzumaki Nagato left the battlefield and must have gone back to deal with Itaki. Don't even think about running away. Just bury me in this sea. Bai Yu roared. Uzumaki Nagato realized that something was wrong under his feet. He turned back and saw Bai Yu and the terrifying outer path demon statue behind Bai Yu. Can't the body of the 10 tails stop you? Nagato made seals with both hands. The outer path demon statue behind Bai Yu immediately opened its mouth. Several purple smokes came out of the outer path demon statue's mouth. These smokes were shaped like dragons with vivid expressions and red eyes. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards Bai Yu. This trick contains the power of the hungry ghost path and is very fast. Once touched by the purple chakra dragon, the ninja's chakra energy will be quickly absorbed by the chakra dragon. Nagato once used this move in a desperate situation and wiped out 2 elite ninja teams led by Hanzo, the demigod of Rain Village, and Danzo of Konoha Shimura. Using the outer path demon statue as a weapon using the main body, this move is more powerful. Nagato made seals with both hands and controlled this ninjutsu. Hungry Ghost Road, Chakra Dragon, go! Several purple dragons flew over the sea, rolled towards Bai Yu's limbs, and opened their mouths wide to bite Bai Yu's hands and feet. Bai Yu noticed this situation, and purple chakra light emerged from his hands. The center of gravity shifted to the right foot, raised his arms and turned to the right, and a circle of purple airflow emerged from the palms of his hands and the acupuncture points on his body. When Bai Yu created this body, he used the purple hermit as bones and meridians, and with the reincarnation power of Rokakaka, his body, and this second body were freed from the shackles of life, and he could release his potential power without worries. It can be said that Bai Yu's body is born to open all shackles and break through to the last level of the 8 gate. As long as the chakra energy is sufficient, he can burst out with terrifying power at any time. Although this power is limited by the foundation of physical fitness and cannot be compared with the physique that Might Guy has strengthened through daily training, it also shows that Bai Yu will find it easier and more powerful to use ninjutsu and physical skills. Soft fist, bagua palm huishin. Bai Yu turned his body, and the purple chakra airflow formed a flawless defense around him. The extremely fast rotation brought extremely fast power. Several purple chakra dragons were quickly absorbed and disappeared when they touched Huishin. The outer path demon statue was irrational and still went up to attack Bai Yu, but when it touched Huishin, it was immediately bounced out. Bai Yu untied the outer path demon statue and felt a strange gravitational force. Bai Yu looked at Nagato and saw that the light blue sea water in front of Nagato rose up and was sucked into his hands. It was like a dragon sucking water, forming a strange landscape. A black sphere was slowly forming in Nagato's hand. Bai Yu's face changed. This is Chibaku Tensei. Chibaku Tensei will gradually increase in power over time, and in the end it can even seal Kagaya Otsutsuki and create an extraterrestrial planet. Nagato had used this trick several times before, but the most powerful one was in the Rain Village, when he used Kakashi's offensive divine power to suppress Chibaku Tensei, but that suppression could not keep up with the growth rate of Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 650, Outer Path Demon Statue vs Second Body. At this time, Nagato was still thinking about sealing him. Bai Yu hurriedly went up and slapped Nagato. Nagato couldn't dodge and was slapped away by Bai Yu. The black ball in his hand that was still rising suddenly shattered. It's so dangerous. The flame should be extinguished at the flame stage. Bai Yu slapped Nagato away. Just as he was about to chase him, he suddenly noticed that the outer path demon statue was running over again. Bai Yu was annoyed. He ignored the outer path demon statue and chased Nagato directly. Because Bai Yu found that after Nagato was slapped away by him, he adjusted his posture in the air very experiencedly, using the diamond seal as well wings and then barely flew towards the rain village. What method can be used to hurt Nagato? Baiyu gritted his teeth. If you want to take off the Samsara Eye, you must first catch Nagato and then take away the Samsara Eye by surprise. But this is a delicate job. If I want to take away the Samsara Eye, I have to use my second life and carefully create such an opportunity. Nagato flew to the shore, and when he looked back, Baiyu was about to catch up. The outer path demon statue was still entangled with Baiyu, making it difficult for Baiyu to move forward. When Nagato looked back, he saw Baiyu holding the upper and lower jaws of the outer path demon statue with both hands and tearing the head of the outer path demon statue apart alive. Nagato flew to the rain village without saying a word. He had already thought of a way to enhance the strength of the outer path demon statue. The outer path demon statue has no reason. With the same size, it has only power and is not a match for Baiyu at all. The solution to the problem is to give the outer path demon statue wisdom. Only in this way can the outer path demon statue contain Baiyu, giving him time to accumulate the Chibuko Tensei and send Baiyu to the sky.